Let me be straight to you, but I'm breaking to pieces. More and more fighting on the edge. I'm losing my mind, I'm spinning in the ring of my own way hiding. Each day comes to an end, but I can't find the exhausting. Living in my evil makeup. Oh, I don't even trust myself. next to you right now. See, I can feel it. Let me be straight to you, but I'm breaking to pieces. More and more fighting on the edge. I'm losing my mind, I'm spinning in the ring of my own way hiding. Each day comes to an
Testing 1 2 1 2. Testing 1 2 1 2. Are we good? Are we good? What happened, chat, was that they fixed the they checked on we had a power event. The power went down, and when it came back on, there's a what is it called? It's like a dB lift, right? There's a thing that I have to do to make the microphone actually work, right? It's oh my god, I'm trying to remember what the fuck it is. It's not phantom power. But otherwise the mic is too quiet. Yeah, this is a very accurate, very is it high impedance? Is that the word I'm looking for? Anyway, chat, I'm trying to talk about tech here, and I can't even describe my own rig, but thank you for noticing. Otherwise I would have just blabbed. What was I blabbing about anyway? I should have just stayed mamboing, right? I feel like that serves the same purpose. A little, yeah, phantom pain. No, luckily I don't have to deal with any of that. What's going on? Oh god, you're gonna interpret that all kinds of different ways. What's going on, everybody? Hope everyone is having an amazing afternoon, evening, or morning, or whatever it is in your time zone. Probably pretty late. It is the 23rd of April, 2026, and I thought that I put, yeah, there we go. This is NCC TV coming at you hopefully audibly now. Is everything audible? Is the music audible? Is I think the music and the microphone went away for a second. I just had to, at first I was trying to power cycle my interface, and then I remembered, you know, it's probably just, you need to hit the, you gotta hit the good button. Anyway, we are live, or at least that's how it feels to me. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere, could be slightly nauseous with my head spinning. Don't know, don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there, all my forest creatures rocking out to the realist of the real, to the realist of the real synthetic lifeform streamer. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Trapped in a cyber brain and body like some kind of ghost in a half shell in this late stage hyper-capitalist dystopia. Forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay off my debt to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, wherever, and however you are. We're about to jump right into it right here on twitch.tv, youtube.com, high risk, high reward, high on life, or whatever simulation, simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous singularity of consciousness this is, was, or will be sometime in the distant cyber future. All right, we're here. We're mamboing. I got a mambo to stay awake here. I don't know what's wrong with me, chat. But I'm gonna try to get stuff going. Okay, now look, that's the bonus goal counter. It does still serve a purpose, though. Theoretically, I'm supposed to count. Okay, Narwhal says 6. Is it 6? I feel like I'm there's a few. Okay, there we go. There we go. So yeah, Omega Star. Wow. There we go. Thank you. Good. We're good. We're good, chat. Omega Star with the resubscribe. That is 25 months. Narwhal with the member chat. Thank you for letting me know. Yeah, I realized that as soon as I looked at the little bar down there and saw it wasn't there, but I think we got it fixed now. But thank you everybody who called that out. It's actually very helpful. Don't ever think that it's embarrassing or awkward or anything like that. It's much better to know that there's a problem with tech rather than to have you suffer with it and me not even know. And Moe no re-upping that membership after 30 months. Goddamn. So there we go, chat. And so like I said, like this thing maybe going out of style, the bonus goal, maybe going out of fashion, it still does serve one purpose, and that is, you know, to keep track of how much time I gotta add to this, the new thing, the subathon, which I think we're gonna operate by this time. I think so. God, Now I gotta wonder what's gonna happen if we get into Thai class. I'll have to think of something creative. I would love to take you to Thai class with me, but I think that would be stealing, maybe? Like I pay for this class, and if I'm redistributing it for people, I don't know. I don't know what the rules are. Also, it's kind of advanced at this point, so whoa, this is a good track. Like I told you, chat, this track 9, we're up to 9, thank you. This track has got some hidden gems. This one I had not heard yet. I mean, I've heard anyway, it's a remix of a song I have heard. Where do you get this in the game? That's what I want. I don't remember the part where everybody mambos. Like, that would have been sick, though. Because the way that the what is it called? Somebody explain this. Davi, what are the graphics? Isometric, is that right? Do I have that right? I'm not talking out of my, whoa. Already, wait, we're gonna add that too, yeah, because we're gonna add all of this in when I start. I'm not starting the timer until I get into actually showing you content, because I feel like it's unfair, right? You're not increasing the time that I'm blabbing before the content, you're increasing the content, I think. I think that's the idea, but oh, Zoops, thank you for the resub and bringing us up to 12 on all that stuff. But yeah, this is, an isometric game, I think is what Persona 2 is called. What, like Final Fantasy Tactics would be another example of an isometric. Yes, isometric. Okay, I don't have it. I'm not completely not knowing what I'm talking. I'm trying to inform myself. Whoa! Oh my god. Blobbits with a well-timed Prime sub triggering the hype train. Okay, so if you don't know already, let me just explain, because I'm supposed to talk about like the topic right up in the beginning. And the topic is Contrapoints. This is a content creator who, I hate to say it, but at some point was a big inspiration to me. Before BreadTube was even a thing, and I'm kind of embarrassed to say that now, because, wow, what Contrapoints has become is a case study in something. I don't know, chat, maybe we'll get into it today. Yeah, if you don't know, she has been snarking at Hasan, snarking at the left. She's angry because she didn't say anything about events in Gaza while they were happening, and then only kind of came in a day late and $1 short with her take on it. And just ever since then, she's been at war with the left. She's been back on Twitter. She's been at war with the left. And look, it's hard when you are at war with the left kind of beats you down, right? There's a lot of us out there, right? It's like you say, fuck the left, and then everybody on Twitter just says, fuck you back in the comments, right? That's not a great thread. That can't feel good to Contrapoints, to my idol, to my what is it? Like role model, my role model. Oh my God, chat, I would hope I could come up with some better role models than that. I used to really enjoy her videos. You're mute. Wait. Sorry, my muse. There we go. Okay, so we're talking about Contrapoints. Yeah. She's some kind of muse these days. But yeah, it's hard when you attack the left, right? Because it's kind of like the only people that will agree with you are, I don't know, the right? Or people who are effectively on the right? And that's maybe not what Contrapoints is looking for, although Hillary Clinton does come very close. A case study in interacting with Hillary Clinton, did it change her? That's what I want to know. Because I remember that video, and I'm thinking of it in my head, and I feel like Hillary it was a turf look that Hillary was giving Contrapoints. It was not a trans accepting look on Hillary's face. I don't know, chat. I have some, headcanon going on about Hillary Clinton, and her relationship with Chelsea and all the rest. Sorry, the relationship, her, like how they are together, how they work as a team, right? How Hillary says, I want to do X, and Chelsea is like, it might be kind of better if you did Y instead. I know you really want to do X, Mom, but people are not feeling X these days, but Y is still, what people actually want is Z. And so it's not good either way. It's not good either way. That's what I'm trying to say. The max left strikes again. That's right, Omega Star. It is hard to find good role models these days. It is, especially when, what role models there are burning themselves out and and suffering the strange consequences, chat, but we'll get it together somehow. I don't know. Be a model of something. Clinton fed her some spirit cooking. We're gonna get into the spirit cooking, I believe, today. In fact, maybe first. You've got the poll. Make sure to vote on that. That poll is very important because it doesn't just, like, it's not changing. Oh my God, the song is too bad. The beat is too bad. It's, I want to dance, chat. It's taking me over. I don't even know how to dance to Mambo, but this is probably a remix. I don't even know if it's Mambo anymore at this point. The beat, maybe. Is this Mambo, chat? Is this actually, like, the original song was a Mambo? I don't know what the remix is. There's no, but yeah, spirit cooking. We're going to talk about that. Who's doing the spirit cooking? Is it Tim Heidecker? Is Tim Heidecker a member of the satanic cabal on Epstein Island? Is that was Tim and Eric about trafficking? Because that's what Alex Jones is unironically telling his audience, right? Oh yeah, there's a whatchamacallit? There's a super chat goal as well, which Davy has just gotten us 1/5 of the way through. Davy says there's a clip where Chelsea looks very worried as she stops her from asking a question, knowing Hilldog was about to draw the craziest question. Yeah. It's gonna be some highly inappropriate. I mean, if you're talking about the meeting with Contrapoints, it's gonna be some really offensive, like, ignorant shit. At best, if it's not like turf shit. If it's not, well, you know that you're not a biological female, right? Like, you do know that. Okay, because I'm tired of losing elections thanks to you not admitting that. It was definitely the reason that Kamala did not get elected. If all trans people, chat, could just be like Brianna Wu. If only all trans people were like Brianna Wu, there would never be any problems. What is Brianna Wu up to right now, I wonder, chat? And how could I be more like Brianna? Let's talk about role models. There's my real role model, chat. I'm gonna, but first I don't know, I think I already fucked up by not having rich parents. I don't think I could ever be, Brianna Wu. I don't think I could ever be, Brianna Wu, actually. Oh my God, I can't believe this. All right, chat, it's too early in the stream, but we gotta get started with something. I gotta, what? We're in a sea. Oh, it's the Sea of Souls. There we go, from Persona, obviously. Obviously, that's where we're at. Who knew it was jellyfish? It was jellyfish all the way down. Damn, it really was. Oh, okay. This is what I'm looking for. This song is too good, though. Oh, there we go. I don't know, some of you may wish that I had not successfully pulled this up after reading it. Yeah, Brianna Wu, I gotta be more like her. Brianna Wu says, on this day of our Lord, a few days of our day of our Lord ago now, April 22nd, 2026. One of my biggest hopes for the future is that we can come up with some sort of test in utero to determine if a child is going to grow up to be transsexual, and then opt them out of the gene pool. I can tell you firsthand, it's a horrific way to grow up, one with that no ethical person should want to inflict on a child. The reason the trans community is so unstable online is the developmental damage that we invariably get. Me less so than all the rest of the T-slurs, but yes, me as well. Me, Brianna, as well. It's like, see, Brianna Wu would deal with Hillary's turfiness. Brianna Wu would love Hillary's turfiness. Oh no, I've known I'm a biological male for the longest time, Hillary. I keep on trying to tell these T-slurs that... Anyway, chat, I'm sorry. Yeah, this is what... This is what trans people deal with, even from inside the fucking community, right? This is some pretty substantial self-hate here. It feels like, has anybody ever seen Barbarella? Like, it's the Matmos, you know? Anybody ever see, it's the movie with Jane Fonda where she goes on a space mission to fuck her way across the galaxy and meet Duran Duran, not the band, but a scientist named Duran Duran, for which the band was named, I guess. And he tries to unalive her with his orgasm machine, but it turns out she's too bad a bitch for that orgasm organ, and it busts the organ. It gets in, you know, smoky and flamey, and she's like, "Oh, I'm sorry, I wasn't even finished yet. Could you turn it back on?" And he's like, "You broke my machine." But anyway, there's a Matmos, right? It's a goo, like a lava, at the bottom of the city, and like the queen is the only thing that's like keeping it from absorbing. Like, it's a big blob, right, that wants to absorb everything, especially if it's evil. If you're not evil, though, you won't get absorbed. So luckily Barbarella projects a Steven Universe type of bubble around herself. And the angel that, you know, kind of saved her earlier, well, it's okay. He's an angel because he's not going to get absorbed. But anyway, it's like the Matmos, right? She got hit by is it called the Orgasmatron? Woogenics? Chat, this is the only thing I can throw back at Brianna Wu is fucking Jane Fonda. I don't know. Movie with a scene that the evil dolls with chomping teeth. Yeah, it's an awesome. We should watch this movie sometime in Discord, by the way. Is that okay? I don't know if that's TOS. We'll find out, chat, if it's not. It's the third way transposition, kind of. Yeah, this is sad. This is sad. But she got hit. She got absorbed. I don't know. She got some fucking concentrated evil up in her, chat. And I don't know how we're gonna shake it out. Like, what do we gotta do? What do we gotta do to shake that? It's like the stuff from it's like the little slug from Spirited Away. One of those little slugs crawled up inside her and ate her heart. All right, Brianna Wu has a slug for a heart right now, and I feel for her. Somebody needs to go on a magical journey in order to redeem her in some way. But that person is not me, and not right now. Okay, yeah, I'm not gonna read the rest of it. It's fucking worthless. But there we go. Talking about role models, there is Brianna Wu.
Narwhalby, super chatted $10. Mo, you deserve your flowers for that one. Noel bouquet.
Meow, 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 meow. Giving Noe the flowers. I love it. Oh my god. So anyway, like, let me try to get off this as quickly as possible. What else is going on Twitter? Oh, look at this. Looks like somebody is making a tweet. Now, how does this work again? We talked about this before, right? Twitter does not like it when you try to send somebody off-site. So let's delete that right now. So we gotta like physically put the so there we go. What's a clever way to say some link in on second tweet without saying link on second tweet? There's the link. In Weimar, Germany, the NKVD party often described themselves as the third way. Looks like we've come full circle. Yeah, indeed, indeed. Which is not to be confused, and don't anybody confuse it, with third position. Yeah, so this is what I think I'm gonna do. I'm gonna put this as the meme, unless anybody's got a better meme. Let's take out the second about. That doesn't need to be there. Do a little real-time editing. Also, Destiny. Destiny. And then the little shrug thing. Shrug. Wait. I'm trying to figure out what they're anyway. There we go. There's a shrug, I guess. Link down there. Let's do it. All right, blasting off, chat. That's the blast off tweet. We're doing the blast off tweet. I'm gonna give you the blah blah blah. I'm gonna give you the URL. And if you're also cursed like me to be vulnerable to the Twitter thing, then you too can join. I gotta end that somehow. Like I said, chat, I'm feeling weird. The rains have finally arrived here in Thailand. That's a good thing, though, right? The rain, we got the first rain yesterday. It was weird, right? I swear to God, it was 100 degrees outside, and I saw hail. I heard hail. There, verifiable hail droplets dropped all over the place. 10 message. There we go. So that's the blast off tweet. If you want to help me out with that, interact with that tweet, that's the only way you get those things going, right? Because Twitter does not want to support anything that's going to bring anything off of the Twitter platform. You know what they want? They want me to stream on Twitter, and I think I'd have to have a $8. I'd have to pay Elon $8 for that privilege. It's not something that I am down with at all. Movie Woogenics, Moe Woogenics, sounds like Kung Fu Hustle. To Moe Woogenics. Yeah, Woogenics would be the Brianna Wu version of eugenics, which is eugenics that includes herself, apparently. It's kind of, is she trying to make me sad? Is she trying to get, like, people with empathy to reach out to her? Brianna, if that's the truth, blink twice, I guess. I don't know. But there it is. If you wanna help boost the tweet. And look, we'll see it if you do. All right, it'll pop up on this. I think, right? It'll show up right here, or there, or even it'll show up under here. Right, as a comment. There's a lot of different things you could do. You could even like make it show up here as a quote tweet. But that's the kind of thing that'll break the tweet out of jail if we're gonna do that. While we try to think about breaking the tweet out of jail, I gotta show you something. This is Tim and Eric. Wait, what? Why is this Tim and Eric? We can't watch this, chat. That's Tim and Eric. That's a... No, you can't watch a show. What are you doing, Alex Jones? What are you doing, Alex Jones? Let's read this, all right? Extreme viewer discretion advised. A man hired by The Onion to take over Infowars produced pro PDF and child doing bad things to shows for Adult Swim in conjunction with Will Ferrell? Oh no, who took part in the satanic rituals? I can't do it, chat. I'm tempted to do the, also thank you for the super chats, chat. I realize I'm like going kind of fast today, but like I said, we got a lot to cover, and I do have Thai class tonight. We'll make that work out somehow, though. The Satan-obsessed Tim Heidecker. So yeah, Tim Heidecker, now obsessed with Satan, has openly bragged that he set to steal Alex Jones's. Well, he's not just Alex Jones's job. Tim is a skinwalker. I don't know if he understands exactly. Yeah, I mean, you're correct. You're correct. Tim Heidecker is evil. That man is pure evil. And the show is pure evil too. The Tim and Eric show. I mean, one of the most evil and satanic shows ever produced. One of the most pro-Illuminati, pro-Shabbat Lubavitch, and all of the other, the Bilderberg group, the Freemasons, the Scottish Rite, the Good Sam Club, all of these secret societies, chat, are wrapped up, I'm sure, in the kind of illicit business that Tim Heidecker is pushing these days, right?
At Devicliff super chatted $9.99. I mean, Brianna is the lady hunted by a totally real sniper for months.
Oh no!
When she was running to represent a blue-collar district of Boston with her platform being taken on the trolls.
Oh my God, that's like the Shia LaBeouf. She should have been in Shia LaBeouf's party. I mean, that's pure Shia LaBeouf right there, Davi, that you're describing. I mean, a little bit of Sonichu as well, but yeah, mostly it's Shia LaBeouf, right? It's he will not divide us. I didn't know about the sniper thing. I remember her doing a lot of false, what do you call it? Like a stolen valor. Yeah. So in the military, if you pretend to be a Purple Heart and you're not, or, you pretend to be a veteran and you're not, right? Military guys don't like that, and they call it stolen valor, and they'll come after you for it, right? They don't like that. And so like this is stolen valor for Gamergate, right? And the same, Zoe Quinn and Anita Sarkeesian are examples of actual Gamergate victims. There were probably other less well-known people. Brianna Wu is more like somebody, if Gamergate was a car crash, Brianna Wu got in the car after the crash and claims to have been burned. Maybe she was, the car was on fire, right? Maybe she got attacked because you put yourself out there, right? But she's not a victim. Like Brianna Wu and Zoe Quinn were not victims by choice. Or sorry, Brianna Wu, Anita Sarkeesian and Zoe Quinn were not victims by choice in the same way that Brianna Wu, and that's just the beginning of her career of grifting. But you're right, she had a weird campaign too. Spirit Cooking High Priestess. No, how about Spirit Cooking High Priestess Will Ferrell? That's what he's saying, chat. He's telling us that Will Ferrell is cooking them spirits in his satanic rituals, and maybe eating pizza too. Who knows, chat? On Epstein Island. It's just like this stuff doesn't hit the same way after we know who was actually in Epstein's circle, who the Epstein orbiters actually were. We know, right? And it's not Tim Heidecker. It's not Will Ferrell. It's motherfucking. It's just the whole thing, right? If you don't know, chat, spirit cooking is a accusation made at a modern artist named Marina Abramovich, whose art is legitimately weird. It's it's weird stuff, right? But they singled her out in saying that her art was a satanic ritual. She had a piece, an installation called Spirit Cooking, and I don't know, maybe she's into like there's a lot of LARPers out there that are like, if you want to LARP, Satanism is apparently one of the better, the best. Oh my God, chat, it's a better way to do that. No, I'm not recommending that. Oh my God, how did we were so close. No, 22 minutes. We got 22 minutes to make this. And chat, yeah, we're looking for 5 super chats. We've got 4 of them so far. But yeah, we got to get into this a little bit, chat, and then I'll see what the poll is, and if the poll says it's something other than Alex Jones, we'll switch off of this.
These are their productions.
No, I don't want your music.
To send our news director, Rob Dew, clips of the individual who is saying he's taking over Infowars next week.
Okay,
and who says he can do my voice, and I guess he's bald-headed, so he's going to say he's me to discredit me and put out lies to hurt me and that he, quote, is stealing my job and my identity. That's national headlines. We already put it up earlier. So I got busy.
And chat, if you missed it, yes, we're talking about Tim Heidecker.
Cliff super chatted $9.99.
That is Walu. Oh wait, he's already on the screen.
Left-wing cranks, they a bunch of larpers. They never talk about the order of the golden fleece. Our left-wing cranks stay winning. We were actually right about but we get no respect.
That's true, Davy. We get no respect. Look, I pointed out the issue with the mass circle. That issue being first and foremost an issue of plagiarism, all right? The mass circle from Persona 2 chat were not, in fact, the original mass circle. They are LARPers, all right? They are edgelords, and they have perverted the meaning, the spirit of the mass circle in the same way that they perverted the in Lakesh, right? Like it's basically if what's the James Somerton. Imagine if Persona 2, it's like the enemy is James Somerton, and maybe Contrapoints as well. I don't know. Maybe Illuminati. I don't know. It's I don't know. Chat. Nobody's ever accused Contrapoints of cribbing notes from anybody. At least as far as I know, I've never been into Texas. I mean, that is true. Wait, have I? No, I've been to Texas. I have relatives. I have exes that live in Texas. I like the rotisserie chicken Kaya cooks. This music owns it. Really does. I'm sorry I had to cut it short, but yeah, we got to get into this here. She lied during Gamergate, and afterwards she was on CNN lying about being stalked. Oh, that's where the sniper thing comes from. That's crazy. Look, I don't know. Like, it's one thing to say I got stalked by some weirdos on the internet. That does happen. But to make up a fucking sniper, that's some crazy work. Heidecker could do the funniest thing shit right now and have Hasan on the new show. Considering Leftovers was on as an Infowars parody. Rave, you may be onto something. I love how your mind works. Wait, let me put this on here. And thank you, Davy, for the super chat. Thank you, everybody, for getting us to the Waluigi sticker that... I mean, like, this is, like, pathetic, chat. How did I, like, not see... It's like when your glasses are on your head, and you're like, yeah, where's the Waluigi? Oh shit, it's right here. Yeah, it was on there the whole time. The sticker thing only works if I remember to take off the stickers, which I should, because honestly, like the weasel, like anything extra, chat makes this harder to cut up into content. If I ever end up actually getting around to that. I have no exes. That's kind of like I have no enemies a little bit, Arvin. That's kind of cool. I respect that. NCC this chat, and you disrespected all my conspiracies. Wait, okay, so we disrespected were these wait, the Golden Fleece, is that from Jason and the Argonauts? I mean, I don't know. I kind of have a bad relationship with it goes back for thousands of years, right? A little incident with a lighthouse, a blue canary in that lighthouse. Yeah, it's not, I don't know. I'm not proud of it, okay? A left-wing crowd Frank stating winning, where we're actually right about everything, but we get no respect. The chat is not respecting the golden. Have I seen you bring up the Golden Fleece? I mean, it would be a cool treasure to hunt, or a tomb to raid, maybe. She showed them fake evidence at her house. Dead Domain pointed it out. Oh, nice. Had a fantastic episode 2 days on Republican PDFs. Okay, we should watch that, Snowhawk. We should watch I know what you're talking about too. Like the two wings of the Republican Party that are fighting, or the PDF wing and the not so PDF, or no, there's the extreme PDF wing, and the like only kind of the moderate PDF wing.
Last night on the whole Southern Poverty Law Center bombshell that we already knew, we broke decades ago, but now confirmed that they're funding and running all the white supremacist groups. So I didn't look at it until this morning. And I looked at these videos. They are highly disturbing. This aired on Adult Swim. I guess that's the Cartoon Network.
Wait. Okay, wait. We are currently serving content. Chat, I'm so bad at this. I'm so bad at this. Look at this. We are currently serving content, right? I sound like I'm serving something else, but no, I assure you it's content that we're serving here. Content and nothing else, certainly. Nothing else that sounds like content. Although that can have content too, certainly. Chat, I'm probably saying certainly too much, but that's okay. I'll get off it in just a second. Thank you, everybody who has supported the stream so far. That is a very helpful thing that I'm almost forgetting to acknowledge, as well as explain our new system. All right, what is the latest count on 61? Thank you. Oh my God. NC, yeah, I'm not respecting the conspiracy theories, apparently. Is this a Rupert one? I just feel like I need to get fed the right info, the right lore to be able to understand. You're like, if I started, Dabby, do you know who Stardust is? Oh wait, maybe you do though. Like if I named some rando, some fucking glup shitto of Twitch politics years past, maybe even one that's still I guess exists as a Twitter account. You know, you might be really confused unless I explain to you the lore of, you know, who these people are, where they came from, you know, how they are claiming to be some sort of liberal right now, despite the fact of having gotten their career started by a fascist frog and Nick Fuentes. And then you'd understand, oh, that's why that's why I care about Stardust, right? It's the whole, but if I don't say, you know what I mean? So I gotta get fed the lore somehow. I gotta learn. You know, do you know that it was only my chat? Okay, if it wasn't for chat, I would have never looked at what if alt hist. I would just be like, that's a stupid name. I don't care, right? That was my attitude. Stupid name, don't care. Alt hist, stupid, right? Baby shit. I don't want to hear about it. And the chat was just like, no, you got to check. Oh, they built it up. They were like, this guy is, you got to see him. You got to see this guy. And then when I saw this guy, I was like, God damn. I've never seen a guy like that before. Chat, you were right, but I had to be fed in order to know what is good. What is good? What are good cooking ingredients? Because that's what we're doing tonight, chat. We're spirit cooking. All right. Let's see what Alex Jones has got. So yeah, if you don't know the story about this, The Onion bought Infowars, like I think like a year ago or more, a long time ago. This was put out there, and there has been a struggle between the people involved in the lawsuit, the people like taking care. It's strange how this thing works, right? Because I think up until now they've been running Infowars, but the profits go to the victims. And more recently, I think they have started to cut some of the expenditures for Infowars. And now it's my understanding that they're getting a court order to go in there with a private detective service, you know, push all of Alex Jones people out, and put their people in and run some kind of a company with the IP of Infowars. I don't know if they can sell super male vitality. Oh wait, at first they're gonna just take over. Wait, what is it? Maybe they'll have to wait on the IP. But anyway, the idea has been that they're gonna do some kind of parody of not just Alex Jones, but conspiracy, you know, fodder in general, right? So all this right-wing conspiracy shit, they're gonna make a parody of that. It's going to go on Infowars.com, the actual, you know, the web service, Infowars.com. And eventually, yeah, it's going to have all the IP and everything. So Infowars will be literally a parody of its former self. Alex Jones will go on with the AlexJonesShow.com. Obviously, you know, there's a ton of, even if he ran out of all of his money, there's a ton of people, you know, that want him to do what he does, and they're going to give him money, so he's going to be all right. There's no way they can actually like shut him down. And I don't think the idea was actually to shut him down, but yeah, they are going to take over Infowars, and this is all fallout from the Sandy Hook settlement. He was the judgment made against him, the default judgment, I believe, right? Because Alex Jones's lawyers wouldn't even cooperate with the case, right? So he got a default judgment, which is if you don't participate in your trial, you know, that's what happened. He got that against him. and it's like more money than he could probably ever pay back. But they're trying to give the victims what they can, and one way to give the victims some money is to if a successful media enterprise like The Onion, which if you don't know, The Onion's been on fire lately. They're not just big as a parody site; they're big as a news site. And I know it's not a news site, but it all, at the same time, it kind of is, right? When they do their articles, like the one that people were just talking about in chat, the people are talking about. Why did I think that would narrow it down? Do I really have to type pedophile into the? I don't want to type. I don't want to know what happens if I search the word pedophile on YouTube. I'll just look at their most recent. The Onion. Anyway, they've become incredibly successful, while the majority the other way, fractures emerge between the GOP's pro PDF Elia and extremely pro PDF Elia wings. It's this kind of stuff.
Super chatted $9.99. My friend keeps talking about the Latinification of the Republican Party, proves the power of American diversity is genuinely beautiful, kinda proves the American dream is real.
Damn. Is that project still going on though? I mean, yeah, I mean, I guess there's probably some diehards, but yeah, it's the achievement, the high water mark of 2024 in terms of Latinos for Trump voy a votar is the wave has crashed and it has started to roll back. But that doesn't mean that there won't be, I don't know, artifacts left. But yeah, this is the kind of thing they're doing now, and they're very successful at it. And like, so what I'm trying to say is, like, the size of their reach, their viewership, the people that are tuned in to what the Onion's doing, it's like bigger than a lot of news organizations now. And so they do seem to have a good business plan. They do seem to hire the kind of people that are making content that people want to watch, and there's every reason to believe that they're going to make money off of this Alex Jones, this Infowars project that they're doing.
Trouble in paradise? Those are the reports coming out of Washington today as fractures seem to be emerging in the GOP between the Republicans' pro-pedophilia wing and the...
Oh, in terms of staffers of the Republican Party. That's what you're saying about the Latinification of the Republican Party. That this should be a heartwarming thing, is what you're saying.
Extremely pro-pedophilia wing. Infighting between the two pedophile coalitions reaching new levels of intensity in recent weeks, leaving GOP leadership to question how best to handle the future.
It almost sounded like they said GLP. Can you imagine if they changed it to the GLP? The grand oh my god, chat. There's got to be one of these I'm just trying. Yeah. The Grand Liraglutide Party. There we go, chat. That's what I was looking for. I don't know. I feel like they'd be better branding the Mar-a-Lago face party or something. The Onion started a print publication in 1980. They've been making amazing content most of the time. Yeah, and look, Eternal Delta is right. Their content is so good, people buy a printed version. of the Onion, right? That is one of their, products. Wait, are we having a are we getting in trouble from the Onion? Anybody else? Anybody else? Wait. Oh no, what's going on? No problems on this, and let's get the Onion off the screen, okay? Off the screen with the Onion. Are we good, chat? Were people having buffering? The other thing too is that, like, if you're on YouTube, okay, so this is always true for Twitch. When you chat, I can see it pretty much instantly. There is a lot of chat, so I don't always read it instantly. And if I'm doing something, I might miss a lot of chat. But yeah, Twitch should, there should be very little delay, right? I've switched to YouTube so that there's very little delay. I think the only limits on that are I can't stream in like super, super high quality, and I can't, what is the other thing that you can't do? Anyway, it doesn't matter. Did not have any issues. Maybe it's a YouTube thing. Yeah, YouTube, it's just me, says Magenta. Maybe it's just, yeah, unless there's anybody else on YouTube that's having problems. But yeah, we got this Pablo Torre finds out thing to take a look at today about the Onion and the sale. There's an interview with, that's Ben Collins, right? The owner. Wait, am I wrong? Ben Collins, yeah. So yeah, we're gonna get it right from the horse's mouth. This here is Ben Collins talking to Pablo Torre from Pablo Torre Finds Out. Pablo Torre is kind of a sports reporter most of the time. He's like a sports reporter, except when he's not, which, is, I don't know, maybe more and more, because I've been seeing him pop up more and more in my feed. But sometimes there's a, sport, yeah, it's like a sport, yeah, it's like a sports from a leftist political angle, kind of, I guess is the idea. But yeah, we've got that. We've got, oh yeah, I was supposed to like look and check and see what's going on with this thread. Is the thread good? It looks like it's been a little bit better. Looks like some people are finding it. That's the thread, chat. If you haven't clicked on it already, do I have it pinned? I probably don't. I probably don't have it pinned. At least in at least one of the chats, I probably missed pinning it. No, I'm wrong. Oh my god, absolutely no. Okay, anyway. See, this is my problem, chat. I have a creeping suspicion. Oh no, I'm wrong. I'm wrong again. I just needed to reload. Oh, I sometimes have a creeping suspicion that my YouTube audience and my Twitter audience are like completely separate. That nobody on Twitter watches me on YouTube, and that nobody on YouTube is following me on Twitter. But you can fix that by following Irene Geller. That's the account on Twitter. There is also a nocommentchick account. I don't use it anymore. I should probably, I don't know, switch over the name or something. Anyway, chat, we'll figure that out as soon as we can. But if you want to, wait, let me make sure. Did I pin? Yeah, I did pin. Did I? Oh no, that's where I didn't pin. Okay, I got it. All right, so we're gonna pin it on Twitch now. There we go. Posted and pinned, and that's the blast off tweet. Boom. Okay, I'm so glad. Baseball is truly the only leftist sport, right?
And they also made another movie called Tim and Eric's $1 billion movie.
So if you're a Tim and Eric fan, this is probably pretty funny to you. He's saying that Tim and Eric made like pro PDF content. He's saying that the sketches on Comedy Central were like, they weren't like supposed to be funny. They were Tim and Eric's way of saying that they were satanic pedophiles and that they wanted to drink the adrenochrome of your children tonight or something. I don't know.
The children in satanic diarrhea rituals.
Oh my
I'm
God!
warning you this.
What are we talking about? I have not. Those words should never be. Wow, that should have never happened, chat. Did you hear what he just said? Tim and Eric are the inspiration for the H3 original channel. Wow, Ethan's always dressing up. So if you want to know the kind of humor that Ethan is trying to do, there was a real type of humor. Tim and Eric absolutely typify that, and H3, I don't know. I think, you know what I think? Oh no, this is so bad. This is so bad. This is so bad. What if Ethan watched Tim and Eric and was like, unironically like, yeah, people like me can do comedy. Like, I see myself. Oh no, chat. Oh no, I see myself in this work. Like, it being socially awkward doesn't mean that you can't do comedy. I can do comedy. Gila, come here. Get the video camera. We're gonna do YouTube, Gila. We're gonna do YouTube. No, that was his inspiration. He was like, I can do it too. If Dr. Steve Brule can be a star, so can Ethan Klein. Oh my God. Okay, anyway, getting back to the diarrhea ritual.
His children kidnapped, put on ships, tortured, burned to death, murdered for Satan. And then you have the actor in the show, Will Ferrell, at Abrita Ivanovich, Aleister Crowley's satanic spirit cooking rituals. Now you can take one look at these guys, deranged demons. You just look at them. When they send the lawyers to these
True always wanted to be Tim Heidecker. True.
cases, they cackle and laugh and rub their hands together.
Wait, so the Giardia arc comes full circle? I didn't get that. Yeah, you're right, Burbell.
I mean, you have to go see it. My lawyers are like, what is up? They feel like demons. They are demons.
My lawyers.
That is who's crawled up out of hell to do this. But imagine them announcing 2 days ago that they own Infowars without even a court hearing, because they know the set hearing with the judge that ran the fake show trials against me in Texas, the George Soros-funded judge, Judge Guerra Gamble.
So yeah, this is a characteristic of conspiracy theories. You see this a lot. The proof of the conspiracy theory is the some kind of implication that somebody knew about something that was going to happen before it happened. Now, there's a real version of this, right? That's going on right now with the Trump administration, in terms of whenever anything is about to happen in Iran, you get somebody making a big bet on it, right? And making a shitload of money about it, right? So there's a real version of knowing about future events that you shouldn't know about. But that with the Alex Jones shit, it's always something like, look at this movie. Do you see this scene? Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. Look at this. They knew about the satanic pedophiles. That's why they had Dr. Gonzo put hairy tits on his back. And this is clearly instead of recognizing that you guys got this adrenochrome thing from Fear and Loathing. The Fear and Loathing, it's not a sign that like, oh my God, Johnny Depp knew he was trying to warn us. Benicio del Toro, Terry Gilliam, they were trying to warn us about the satanic pedophiles. It's like they literally ripped the adrenochrome thing off from Fear and Loathing. But you'll hear like a lot of this that like, you know, that if anything like refers to like, or that they like that Hollywood is trying to condition you to not freak out when, I don't know, the Illuminati does its thing or whatever, when the conspiracy goes down. They try to put stuff in movies so that you'll kind of have it in the back of your round of like, oh yeah, that's the back of your mind, like, oh yeah, that's a thing that could happen, right? So that then supposedly people are like okay with I don't know. It is batshit. It is absolute prime guano.
They know the outcome at 1 o'clock at the courthouse next Thursday. I could see them turning off the power and not paying the bills starting the 1st. I said, well,
I gotta ask Davy. have you ever known the outcome of a court case before it was made manifest? Have you ever been able to successfully predict the outcome of a court case? Is it possible, Davy, I'm asking, for somebody that knows the law to correctly predict the outcome of a case in court? I think it might be. Okay, Ezra Miller putting what is this? Putting a baby in the microwave in the Flash was definitely Hollywood conditioning. Wait, what was that from? Oh, in the Flash, yeah. Oh God, it was. Yeah, you're right. Wait, there was a scandal with was it with Ezra Miller? What do you mean the octopus can't actually predict the winners? Yeah. So anyway, silly question. Most of you probably caught on to it already, but I thought I'd ask it anyway. Jang could do. He's got the prediction power.
That's a shutdown. Said that a month ago. We fought so many times. Maybe God comes through with a miracle. But we got the Alex Jones Network, so we're ready to go. It'll all be announced, the URLs, the news site, everything. But we nailed it.
We nailed it.
So they told him yesterday, the Texas receiver under the judge, they're going to lock the doors at midnight. They're sitting in a private detective security firm at midnight to kick us out of the building. Thursday, the 30th. Now, I was going to go to like 8 o'clock at night in our last show because they're turning the internet off. But now we'll be here.
Chat, is there something with a private detective, a private investigator? Is there some controversy about the people that the Onion hired for this? Or am I just misremembering an episode of Arrested Development that I feel like I've never seen? The one where there's a private detective named Cheese or something. His like last name is Cheese. And he keeps on showing up in the most amazing disguises. You're like, oh, that's you? It's like, that's me. It's just like, whoa. It's like a Drewski situation, chat, in Arrested Development. But I maybe just, I think I'm just remembering that and not the actual Alex Jones Onion controversy.
Here right till midnight when they get here. And we'll go to sleep a few hours and be back in the morning for my show, Alex Jones Network. All the radio feeds will be there, all of it. New URLs, everything. But then do start sending me last night these videos. I don't look at them. I'm busy like, oh my God, the Southern Private Law Center stuff so huge. I start watching. I wake up at 4:30, take a shower, drink coffee. I'm doing research. I start watching these clips you're about to see. And the graininess of it, the sickeningness of it, the chill and all the symbolism when you know what they're doing. And the
all right, so chat, I know it's a worrying amount of time that's left. Remember, we're not doing this over here, right? We're not doing the I mean, we are, like, look, I am gonna, so I gotta explain this, don't I? Okay. So, if you support me through Super Chat, Super Stickers, if you get yourself a membership, if you gift a membership, if you support me on Throne, or on Patreon, it'll, that'll happen. Right there.
Super chatted $9.99. Actually, my job is to predict the results of a case to give legal counsel to avoid trouble if I have to represent my clients in court. I've failed 99% of my job.
Right. Yeah. So the idea that like these people knew the outcome of the court case. You know what's really funny too, Davy? He said stuff like this, or not like this, but like, he said the fix was in his court case. That was a summary default judgment. That was a result of his lawyers not acting on his behalf and doing such a bad job that they sent the contents of Alex Jones's cell phone by mistake to the defense, or sorry, to the plaintiff. And the plaintiff's lawyers contacted their lawyers and said, hey, looks like you've made a mistake. If you don't want me to have this, you've got a week to let me know, right? Maybe you made a mistake. We're going to be really nice here, okay? You just gave us a treasure trove, but maybe you didn't mean to because that's a stupid thing to do, right? The lawyer did not reply. And so they brought out the Alex Jones's cell phone to debunk his lies in real time at the court. This was a truly, like, it's a slaughter in terms of legal, as far as like legal outcomes go, right? That is a court case that you know, you don't need, no offense, Davy, but you don't need to retain Davy's services in order to predict. You know, even you know, people, lay people could have known what the outcome of that court case was going to be. All right, we're up to 76. So yeah, like I said, look at that. That's not much time, but don't despair. All right, because I am gonna put sub add time 71 minutes. Does anybody know the? Oh God, this is unrelated to anything. The new prime minister of Japan made some statement about how Japan was ready to intervene if China ever messed with Taiwan, and the Chinese response was something about like, you know, if she fucking lunges at us, we're gonna chop her dirty neck. Like but there's some connection between this and a Japanese urban legend about the slit mouth woman. Supposedly this was an urban legend from like the 70s. Yeah, Japan got urban legends before I think the United States did, right? In 1970s, right? But yeah, supposedly this woman walked around with a mask, and she'd go up to people and be like, "Am I pretty? Am I pretty?" And if you say no, then I think she slashes your face with a knife, right? If you say yes, then she takes off the mask and she says, "How about now?" And she's got you know, her lips are like, you know, cut open all the way back to her ears, right? So it's very shocking actually. Most people would not say pretty. And then you gotta, like, anyway, it's an urban legend in Japan, but I keep on seeing people say that it's a I keep on seeing people say that it is that the statement by the Chinese official is related to the urban legend of the slit mouth, and I'm just wondering, like, you know, are they making comments on her looks? I don't understand. But anyway, chat, what I do understand is that we're gonna add time. Look at that, sub add time, and more than that, right? Because I want to make sure. Look, when you, so like I mentioned, you know, when you support me on YouTube through super chat, super stickers, getting yourself membership, giving a membership, or on Throne or on Patreon, right? I didn't mention Twitch yet, and that's for a reason, because when you support me on Twitch, you're automatically going to hear this. You're automatically gonna hear, right? And that will yeah, but if you support me on any of those other things that aren't, yeah, so in other words, Twitch automatically does that, automatically adds time. All the other ways that you can support me, I gotta put it in, but it will happen. I will also ding the sound when you do that to make sure that you get the satisfaction also of knowing that you have turned back time. And like I said, this goes for wait, where is it? I gotta do something with that. That's a good little sound cue. Yeah, it automatically happens when you support on Twitch. No, that's not the right sound. Wait, where did it go? Oh, wait, it didn't work on this. Oh, because it wasn't a WAV file. God damn it, I'm so silly. What am I not explaining? I think I've explained everything. Oh yeah, if you support me like in the way that Globits and Uzups did, you pay nothing, right? They found a little hack. It's called a Twitch Prime sub. Yeah, usually Twitch memberships are $6, which is twice as much as the memberships or subs, twice as much as the membership on YouTube. But if you do it with a Prime, it doesn't cost you, right? The one stipulation is you have to have Prime to be able to do it. But if you do have a Prime subscription, you can hook your Amazon account up to your Twitch account and you can get it for free, just like Ozoops. And Oglobich just did. And yes, it does put a little bit of money in my pocket. So massive appreciation. And you get all the benefits as well. So I might as well remind people to take advantage of that if you can. With that, chat, oh yeah, like I said, if you support me on Patreon at the $5 level or above, I give you a fancy shout out at the beginning and end of each stream. So let me do those now. Shouts out to Neo Paragos. Shouts out to JMB. Shouts out to Emily French. Shouts out to Big Al. Shouts out to Direful. Shouts out to Joel Silverwood. Shouts out to Sarah Anderson. Shouts out to Izzy Mandius. Shouts out to Steven Sayers. Shouts out to Animus. Shouts out to Infallible Fowl. Shouts out to Oral Ellipsis. Shouts out to Nadia Yvette. Shouts out to Choki. Shouts out to Moinoip. Shouts out to Temporal Insanity. Shouts out to Crystal Saphira. Shouts out to Buffy Geek. And a fancy shout out to Rachel K, Omega Star, and to Zara Xerix. With that being said, chat, we need to get going. I do like I'm gonna look at the poll and I'll switch if Alex Jones isn't. So yeah, we got a dynamic poll, chat. That's how it works now, right? When you donate, automatically you'll increase the length of the stream, right? With every donation, you don't have to wait until we get to 100. So that's an improvement that I think I've made. And the other thing, oh yeah, the poll is dynamic. So that means if the score changes, I will change the topic in real time. So if something gets outvoted by something else, then we'll change. If we exhaust the subject, then we'll change to the next highest subject on the poll. And remember, the other thing that affects polls is you, if you donate, and let me know which of these topics you support, which of these topics you want to see. We got Roasting Destiny, Contrapoints versus Hasan, Alex Jones, owned by the Onion now, Hasan versus Whole Foods. Yeah, I guess I gotta explain these a little bit, don't I? Will this get banned is the question I'm asking. I'm really wondering, right? And you'll see why when you see what this is about, what Hasan said about Whole Foods, which I think is a perfectly fine tweet, but I do want to remind people Whole Foods also owned by Amazon. So I don't know if there's anything that's gonna, piss off Bezos to the point where he will intervene in Twitch. It might be something like that. But anyway, yeah, Alex Jones is owned by the Onion now. We got the Pablo Torre, and we got the rest of the, oh yeah, I was gonna show you, we were getting to the good part. I don't know if it's the good part. He said something about a diarrhea ritual. Bro said that something about Tim Heidecker and Tim and Eric, like trafficking and doing a diarrhea ceremony. So, if you know Tim and Eric, it does sound like Tim and Eric humor. They love to talk about diarrhea. So, the diarrhea ceremony being part of a comic, sketch is entirely probable with them. But Alex Jones is like, they're doing a diarrhea ritual. We don't have any, we got to get stronger Christian magic to beat back these diarrhea demons. They're coming on, and they're coming on strong, if you know what I mean. Like there's not enough holy water in this church to, yeah, anyway, diarrhea, let's go. And then I'll look at the poll.
Simulated murder of children and kidnapping them and loading them on ships, then using them up, and all this. When you study the Jeffrey Epstein stuff, this is it.
When you study the Jeffrey Epstein, has this guy done a course on Jeffrey Epstein? We got 54 votes so far. I can tell you that much.
The symbolism, it's even worse. So I've only watched these clips one time. There's a bunch of them. It'll take up most of the time we've got.
There it is. It's Will Ferrell at I think it's a art installation they're all wearing like white lab coats. Is this like a messy art installation? Does anybody know what the actual is this spirit cooking? I thought spirit cooking was like, I didn't know it was like dinner and a performance, dinner and a movie.
And I don't even want to watch this when I play this, okay?
But so I think that I don't remember if it's Abramovich herself or some of the artist herself or somebody else, but they're like laid out as a as a meal or something, and I don't know, they're simulating eating her somehow. I think. Is there like a skeleton? Yeah, there's a skeleton on top of her. Okay, what is going? Yeah, there's a skeleton. Okay, so she's sitting there with a skeleton on top of her, and yeah, Will Ferrell's got front row seats here to what. And also, what's up with the lab coat? The lab coats make me think that there's going to be some kind of splattering going on, but maybe not. I don't know. Maybe they're supposed to be scientists. I don't know, chat.
But I'm sorry, we have to put this out. But that's who we're up against. So if you don't support us, thealexshowstore.com, you are literally back.
You might as well be eating the babies yourself, I think is what he's trying to say. You might as well cook up a goddamn baby and start, you know, carving it up for your family dinner, all right? Because you're on the side of the satanic pedophiles if you don't support us right now. This is like the you ever hear the priests where they're giving, like, you know, they're giving reasons you got to support the church, like all the enemies of, like, you know, Satan's out there, he doesn't want you to give, you know, like, right? And then like I can feel somebody right now is realizing that they've got money in their bank account. They're not sure if they can give it out because if you give that money to the church right now, God will bless you tenfold. Right. God will turn that $20 into $200 right before your eye. All right. All you need to do is go ahead and click that QR code and scan, make that donation. I don't know, Chad. It feels like
the demons of.
Also, yeah, if there's a person out there with $20 left in your bank account, for fuck's sake, don't donate here. All right. For fuck's sake, take care of yourself first and those you love. And in case anybody needs to hear this, right? But yeah, this is like this is the kind of shakedown. He's shaking down his audience in a way that you would hear in like a church.
Hell. Because I don't own the site. They can't shut that down at Fuzz New Network. Go there now for the best supplements. Go there for the t-shirts. Support us. We are fighting the literal hounds of hell here. So let's start with...
Wait, why is Poppy Longstocking randomly replying to you? Wait, what?
Child clown outlet skits from the Cartoon Network.
And they're showing the methylene blue. These guys are really bad. They're doing horrible things out there. By the way, buy some of this methylene blue. It'll cure what ails you.
Showtime. Tim and Eric.
This is, if you're not familiar with this product, is it for fish tank? Is this fish tank cleaner that the right wing have decided? And I think this is like an RFK Maha thing. Hi Joel. This is what they've decided to use. There's a video of RFK Jr. putting it into a glass of water on an airplane and drinking it. Is that what it is, Chad? Is it fish tank cleaner? I can't remember. It's something you should not drink. Or it sounds like something you would not want to drink, but they're selling it as a supplement on Infowars. What happened to the super male vitality? It's a dye for what? Oh, it's a dye for, goddamn, I know this stuff. It's for like it's for microscope. Right? That's a methylene blue stain. That's what that is? It's literally the stuff for slides for histology chat, histology like little slices of tissue, you know, that you're studying in histology. And anybody take that?
Awesome show. Great job. Show's written by Tim Hyde.
It's a great, highly recommended, chat. Great class.
Over, who says he can talk like me. And Eric Warheim, is that right?
Even if you don't end up using it, even if you don't end up using it for what you do professionally.
Clown ritual.
The clown ritual.
Where kids are shipped, trafficked to homes to be used as sex slaves. They did several skits on national TV where the theme, each one getting worse in pedophilia. A-list comedian Will Ferrell is also featured in the skits.
So yeah, the same way that they make a highlight reel of Hasan saying like 9/11, you Americans deserved, and all the other stuff, right? They've made a highlight reel of Tim and Eric, but I think this is just literally like a 5-minute. We can't watch this, right? We can't actually. When he puts this on, I'm gonna have to skip over it because it is copyright. You know, it's a property of Adult Swim. Ray dye bad, but blue dye delicious. I'm trying to remember the other dye that I've used, but yeah, it's been a while.
And Abramovich parties and rituals. So they're externalizing the method. They are throwing it in your face. And this is who we're up against. So literally, if you don't...
I mean, they're literally throwing it in your face with those diarrhea rituals, right?
Word of mouth, spread the word about what we're doing. If you don't pray for the broadcast, if you don't support us financially, you are literally aiding and abetting these people.
What was the one for the gram stain test?
They're all in the news saying, we're stealing a skin, we're taking identity to piss me off.
That one's
they
important.
Promote to the future? No. I'm going to occasionally cover what they're doing, but no, you're getting civil rights lawsuits, bro.
So just so you know, in case you're worried, is Alex Jones going to do drama with the with Tim Heidecker and the Onion, right? The new owners of Infowars and that IP? No, he's not going to do that. He's just going to sue them.
So what? Bloomberg's funding you? We already have.
But just look at this. He made, like, chat. I mean, if anybody's got, look, I'm not saying that Tim and Eric should sue, but I am saying that by Ethan Klein's standards, they would definitely sue. Like, this is
Bloomberg security spilling their guts. Little feet, all that stuff. Oh, we got it all.
Wait, what's the little feet thing? What's the little feet? Chat, anybody know what that means? Rich people gotta stop doing the weirdest stuff ever, right?
Little feet. Trump said.
What's little feet? Is that like a reference to Epstein stuff?
We're going to sue Bloomberg. We're going to sue you. We're already suing the Democrats, Paul Weiss. So just knock yourself out, bro. Knock yourself out.
I'm sorry, we're suing the Democrats poll-wise? What? Didn't Trump already try that? Yeah, petite. Oh, Little Feet is from, it's a Tim and Eric sketch. Yeah. So is he saying that that's a reference to satanic, Pizzagate stuff? But that's not like a Epstein reference, is it? The petite feet thing? Littlefoot from the Land Before Time? Le Petit Prince? Little Feet was a jam band from the 80s? Right, Stain? Has eosinophil. Yeah, for eosinophiles. Or wait, no, sorry. Eosin is what makes them eosinophiles. God damn. That's what we use for peripheral blood smears. Okay.
You want to fight? You got one. Keep laughing. Like a year and a half ago, you say took us over. We'll see how it works out for you. This is we're out of the building because you shut the power off. Don't mean you got this. And my job is to keep fighting you because in that process, you get exposed.
Let's do an ASMR.
If you want to get defeated, you came to the right place. Which
I mean, somebody's getting defeated.
did. I'm the wood chipper. Guess what you are?
Which makes you...
Did you know?
I mean, it's pretty clear from your defamatory statement, possibly a defamatory statement. I don't know if that's... I don't know if you've said anything defamatory. I mean, you are speaking of a public figure, so the bar is a little higher, but your quasi, potentially defamatory statements, yeah, I kind of got that you were calling Tim Heidecker a PDF file.
They're testing in the Pacific Ocean and woke up Godzilla. Good luck.
You woke up Godzilla. Good luck now.
Because you just woke me up.
Yeah, defeated. Oh no, by Little Feet. Is he referring to the Tim and Eric, the Petite Feet sketch?
Everybody else.
Is a song about a man named Marco? Wait, is it really about Marco Rubio? He does have smaller than you'd expect feet, and apparently Trump bought him shoes that were, I don't know, 4 times too big or 4 sizes too big.
And we got even more stuff coming in from people inside the show. And I haven't had time to review yet what they didn't put on air. And whistleblowers.
Whistleblowers. Wait a minute.
Oh.
What does that remind me of? Oh, wait, the way he's saying that. Chat, this reminds me of something. God, I can't.
Ooh.
This means something, my previous comment.
Ooh. And we got the Sandy Hook whistleblowers, including family members. And now, in the next few weeks, I'm going to play that card.
Okay, so the sketch is about hearing the sound of heels click on the floor and assuming it's a sexy lady in heels, but the guy in a dress with heels with a light step instead is the one that shows up.
We were just waiting. And you can't stop the signal, no matter how hard you try. So you think this is my Waterloo? I haven't felt like I'm 20 since I was 20, and I do right now.
I feel like I'm 20 again. Oh my god. I feel like that's
You want to fight? You better believe.
I feel like he's making a statement about like his sexual virility or something. Oop, that's not the right button to press. Let's try this one. Does it do? It does not do. I don't know what are the controls on I want to hear the thing. He said something. Or yeah, it was like the way that he was like. Here it is. This one.
Oh. And we got the Sandy Hook whistleblowers, including family members. And now, in the next few weeks, I'm going to. Good luck. Because you just woke me up. Everybody else. And we got even more stuff coming in from people inside the show. And I haven't had time to review yet what they didn't put on air. And whistleblower.
What am I remembering here, chat? Is it the regular show? Or maybe it's something different. What is this reminding me of?
Oh. And we got the Sandy Hook whistleblowers, including family members. And now, in the next few weeks, I'm going to play that card. We were just waiting.
Wait, so he's a guy in a suit with small feet wearing a men's dress shoes. It sounds like a heel because he has a light step. It's not transphobic. It's just
Waiting. And you can't stop the signal, no matter how hard.
Oh, okay. It's not like okay.
Hard you try.
Wearing men's
So you think
dress shoes. That's the key. Okay.
this is my Waterloo?
Jim Gaffigan?
I haven't felt like I'm 20 since I was 20, and I do right now.
I would hate to be a sock in his house right now.
If you wanted to fight,
Or Blair White. She's definitely getting a 3 a.m. text from this guy. Blair White is definitely getting a booty call tonight.
you better believe you got one.
Oh.
So I'm sorry to have to air this type of filth. I'm sorry I wasn't even aware this stuff was on national TV years ago. Long before all the Epstein stuff came out, here they are, many years ago. The very same people bragging and strutting around like little demonic roosters. Play clip A, child clown pedophile skits. Here it is.
What?
Hello, thanks for choosing my Hanahan's Child Clown outlet. Why not use our child clowns for your next party or special event?
Okay, so yeah, I mean, this is pretty much standard for Tim and Eric. I don't know. What the fuck? Okay, it's a little disturbing. It's a little I don't know. Anyway, can I do a confession? I think I get about 60% of Tim and Eric's humor. There's a good 40% that I'm just like, what? But yeah, I mean, you could see why he chose this one, I guess. So the theme, I think, of this is that Eric has like a child clown shop that he sells child clowns, like children that are dressed as clowns. And then Tim has a store that's for the shoes, because if the child clown is going to need clown shoes or else it's not much of a clown. So he makes that, and then somehow the dad like has a boat or something. Okay, yeah, this is what he's doing. This is what we're doing here. You can see why they picked this one, right? But yeah, like Tim and Eric's humor is supposed to be disturbing. and make you uncomfortable. There's the dad. Okay, the dad is Will Ferrell. So this is why Will Ferrell is in here. That's the dad. Somehow, like, the dad gets shot in the face, and like Eric gets shot in the face, but then Tim, or like, no, they think that Tim got shot in the face, but then he comes back. I don't know. It's a weird, it is a weird sketch. I will give it that. Like, if but yeah, I mean, like I think the thing that they're going for is to make you uncomfortable. So yeah, I don't know. They're a little too successful with Alex Jones here. Anyway, chat. Like I said, yeah, it's absurdist humor. Kids on the beat, kids on the street. Wait, what is that? Warner Brothers copyright. You have to skip the entire Tim and Eric. You're correct. Yeah, I can't even like let a little bit of that go. When he says liberal, Eosin makes helps with, yeah. For a second though, I was like, wait, you mean the eosinophil? Because I don't think about like why it's called an eosinophil, okay, right? I just think about it's like something I gotta know for the test, right? I'm never thinking of like, phil means it likes, and there must be something called eosin that it likes, and yeah, taking that stain is a way of saying it's a, like the way that water is or things are like hydrophilic, or like proteins. Yeah, there we go. Some proteins, or have hydrophilic elements in their in their tertiary structure, or in their they have an interesting mix of things for their aesthetic. Yeah, and again, this is humor from 10 years ago. I mean, look, a lot of the reason that the humor is so if you look at something from before 10 years ago, from the 2000s or from the 90s, it's a very different sense of humor. And that this is like the missing link is sort of Tim and Eric, right? This is like the I don't know. Is it millennial humor? Would you call it that? More like 15 years ago, humor was different. But yeah, I mean, like, this is it's recognizable. Okay, but chat, what's not recognizable is what are we covering right now? Because I think that I'm covering something that you're not voting for. Yep, that's right. All right. So right now we got Contrapoints, Snarks out in first place. Like, right, we're looking at once again don't think of this as bonus content anymore, although I guess technically it is. Think of it as like channels. All right, you can switch the channel on the stream by voting for a different channel. Right now you are all voting for this channel, so that's going to be my next move, is to cover it's more than Contrapoints versus Hasan though. It's Contrapoints Crash Out, Contrapoints Meltdown. I don't know. There's a big ass Contrapoints interview that we got to get started, or else we're never going to make much progress with it at all. And there's tons of little gems in there. I can't. I was gonna like try to find a section to watch, but no, like the whole thing is chocked full of little gems. Anyway, so that's an option. We got Roasting Destiny. Where is that at? In second place. Okay, second place is Roasting Destiny. So when I get done with Contrapoints, or if Roasting Destiny ends up beating out Contrapoints, so 55 of you have voted so far. Make sure to cast your votes now, because the voting is open on YouTube, right? You'll have to go to youtube.com/nocommentchick and click on the live stream. Then you'll be able to vote. You can come right back over to Twitch if that's what you want to do. But yeah, Contrapoints is in first place. Roasting Destiny is in second place. Alex Jones in third place, and Hasan versus Whole Foods. Does anybody know about this? The Hasan, he went on the New York Times podcast, right? They got this weird podcast with it feels very Red Scare, but it's not. It's liberals. It's liberal, middle-aged women, I guess. And they had a conversation with Hasan, and like people are freaking out about some of the stuff that they're kind of half joking about, right? This Whole Foods thing is one of those things. People are really upset about what Hasan has said about Whole Foods, and if you want to find out about that, then vote for it. And or when you donate, whether it's a super chat, super sticker, if you get yourself a membership, if you gift a membership, if you support me on Throne, which I have added, chat. I don't know if I want to do this. I mean, or sorry, I don't know if this is a good idea. I am doing this for the record. I've made my bed. All right. Because I just found out that Kingdom Hearts, they will sell you all of the games until May 7th for $40 US. So for the gaming frogs, right? I put on, which we're going to be playing Persona 2 again tomorrow, but I put on Kingdom Hearts. That's literally all of Kingdom Hearts. And if you want to see Kingdom Hearts games show up on the stream, I mean, that's one way to in fact, I pretty much feel obliged to play some Kingdom Hearts on stream at that point. But I put it out there for the gaming frogs in case it's appealing to anybody. If not, it's okay. I also have the Vietnam trip airfare, which I'm trying to fund while tickets are still affordable. I don't know what's going to happen with jet fuel prices and therefore like airline ticket prices. But yeah, I do need to go to Vietnam again in the fall. Same kind of deal to apply for my new visa to Thailand. You got to be like outside of the country to do that. So if you want to help me out with that, you can do that on Throne. And as always, you will get the sound. I was going to play you the sound and now I can't find like, where does the sound live? Oh my God, this was so hard to find. Address, account. Oh my God, I don't know if I'll find it. I can't find it. But you'll hear the sound if somebody donates on Throne. And again, you can support what's probably, something that's more important is going to Vietnam to renew my passport, or you can support gaming. Either one, because I got that both on there, or yeah, all of that stuff. You can let me know which of these topics you want to see, and I will add your donation as a percentage.
Super chatted $9.99. When you walk away, you don't hear me say, please, oh baby, don't go. Simple and clean is the way that you're making me feel tonight. It's hard to let it go.
You know we get copyright claim for that one, right?
Tim and Eric's $1 billion movie. These are the people at the Onion taking over. This is Tim Heidecker, the writer for that.
Anyway, we'll get back to Alex Jones maybe in a second, but right now it looks like you want me to watch Contrapoints, so that's what we're going to do. Yeah, anytime you support me on YouTube, on Throne or Patreon, or on Twitch, you got the ability to let me know in the chat which one of these topics you want to see. You can also say Vox Populi if what you want is like, you're like, I don't think people should be Oh yeah, I got to take this down. Look at this, chat. It went down. Because I played the video game last time.
Super chatted $5. IDK what the condition for Kingdom Hearts was, but hope this contributes to it.
Thank you for the super chat, Tanner Dude. If you want to encourage me to play Kingdom Hearts, it's on this link right down here, throne.com/nocommentchick. And yeah, I would be open to doing, it's like a good game. It's one of those games that's like really, it's fun to play. You don't have to think too hard. You're kind of pressing the same two buttons the whole time, although you shouldn't. There's better ways to play Kingdom Hearts. Even the next text to speech. Wait, what? But either way, look, I gotta put those two. Okay, so what am I supposed to do? We're gonna get to the content chat. Sub add time, and then 15 minutes. Look at that. It's going back on there. Boom, and it's gonna make a noise. It's gonna make that noise, as a matter of fact, because that's the subathon noise. That's the noise when you turn back time and the sound increases. I really can't find. It's a bubble sound. Trap card activated. Okay, anyway, I was trying to do I was trying to make the chime sound, but that'll happen if somebody donates on it should happen automatically if somebody donates on Throne. But anyway, yeah, we've added the time. I think I've explained how everything works. I thanked the Patreons. I feel like we can do this content now. The Contrapoints content. Oh my god. Oh yeah, this is the. Oh wait, I thought that I was getting. Oh shit, there's a majority report. They interviewed Tim. We'll watch that if we end up on Alex Jones again, which I think he's in second. No, Destiny's in second place. Anyway, Contrapoints. Joshua. What is this guy's name? Citarella. Okay, I did. Citarella. I've never met a person named Citarella, but there's a first time for
The
everything.
West has fallen. Why? Because of like degeneracy. And the evidence of that is often like look at modern architecture compared to a cathedral.
Right.
That's what a fault hissed, isn't it? I mean, I'm sure other people have said similar or the same thing, right? But that does sound like a literal. She just does she watch right-wing stuff? Here's my fear with Contra. She watches right-wing stuff and she's like, damn, they're good. Oh no, that's an excellent criticism of the left. Oh my god, are they right about
At
that?
Depths 20x, super chatted $5. YouTube doesn't like me saying Alex Bones.
Depths, why not? I wonder. Does that mean something? Is that a thing? Anyway.
The West has fallen. Why? Because of like degeneracy. And the evidence of that is often like look at modern architecture compared to a cathedral.
Right.
You know, how did this happen, Western man?
I don't know if this is related 100%, right? But I grew up with an interesting father. He was one of three kids, and definitely not the most successful in terms of school. In fact, the least successful academically. And yet I do think that the man is smart in ways that I have never really in ways that I am not, right? He's really good. He has a good like emotional intelligence in terms of developing relationships with people, network, like all this shit that I'm really bad at, right? So that's why I always say, it's not like intelligent or unintelligent. It's different kinds of intelligences. But yeah, so when I started to get into English classes, I was really interested in it because there was like the story, stories are fun, but then there was like you get into you get into language arts. Is that what it was called? You get into the level where you start to be like, and it wasn't just a whale that they were hunting. This whale is a symbol, right? This whale means so many things, right? Or like the House of Seven Gables or something like that, right? And I was like, oh, this is so cool. I'm learning so much. The teacher says the gingerbread cookie isn't just a gingerbread cookie. It's anyway. And my dad was like, that's bullshit, right? Like they always say that stuff. They're like, oh yeah, the shape on the church window represents the, like, I don't know, like he hates that shit because he never gets it. It's like a magic eye to him. And I kind of wonder if the divide between people who at least understand, even if you don't like the art form, even if you don't like the movement, if you understand what modern and postmodern art is about, because it's not just postmodern art. They will call it all postmodern art, but really what the right wing is afraid of is modernism. In fact, you could make an argument that postmodernism is more compatible with reactionary thought than I mean, I don't know. You can find reactionary shit, including reactionary art, anywhere and everywhere, right? But I do this. What she's talking about, it does remind me of my dad's like inability, and this is the whole thing. He had two smart brothers. They'd be in class and like learning about symbolism and stuff, and these brothers would get it, and he would not get it. He would not understand. And he low-key thought this was bullshit. and you're just treating me like shit for no reason. There's nothing there. There's no fucking symbolism. It's just a fucking story, right? And you're treating me like, you know, like he was getting treated by his family as being like lesser for not getting that. And like I do think that it takes like all kinds of minds to make a society functional. And you know, like I mean, I don't think that there's anything about modernism that has really, it's not like, my dad's one of the, probably like if you added up everything that he's done in life, he's the most successful of his brothers, even though he was the dumb one. Okay. Yeah. Intelligence isn't as clear cut as we think. Right. And, wait, I am muted. That's crazy. How could I be muted? I'm back. Wait, what happened, chat? What happened? Are we okay? Is shit working? Maybe I was faced away from the, maybe I was faced away from the microphone or something. People heard me, but anyway, like it just reminds me, there we go. That's the sound. That is the sound of, the throne, thing. Even though I can't, like, yeah, I think it was like no, wasn't it? It was some other kind of sound file. And that's the reason I could not play it for you earlier. But like, look, on one hand, it annoys me to hear people complaining about postmodernism and showing me something that's not postmodern, not understanding what it is, why it occurred, what its place was, and yeah, that there's fucking criticisms. Postmodernism is a highly criticized, you know, and it's not just one. It's not just art. It's not just, but you know, it's not something. It's yo. Anonymous, you have just ensured that Kingdom Hearts will be kingdomed. We will be playing that now. Thank you, Anonymous. Anyway, what am I trying to say? So I do understand, you know, people not liking, you know, certain art or maybe even like whole movements, disagreeing, you know. But the whole thing that they're, you know, the decadence thing. I mean, this started back with I mean, this was a Nazi thing, right? The what she's talking about. A Nazi critique. Now, is there decadence? I guess. Capitalism. But what does decadence mean to you? Right? To these fuckers, decadence meant like, you know, gay men performing in a cabaret, for instance, right? That's decadence.
Like
And why is that decadence to you, right? Decadence, chat, is like, the idea is that like it's something that maybe I don't know, overindulgence, right? Like you're eating too many sweets. If you think of homosexuality as a sweet treat that you've got to steel your resolve against, then it's pretty clear, you know, why you are demonizing something like that, right? And yeah, this was a big you know, contributing factor to the kind of blowback against the culture, which, yeah, Germany in the 1920s was, you know, one of the more, I don't know what you want to say. It was bussin'.
degeneracy. And the evidence of that is often like
It was popping. It was culturing. It was advancing.
just like look at modern architecture compared to a cathedral.
Right.
You know, how did this happen, Western man? Right? Ridiculous meme posts. We used to be a proper country. Like, and the image attached to that caption is a 7-Eleven ad from the 1970s. So it's like,
Really?
yeah. It's
Wow.
like, look at this advertising image from 3 decades ago.
Yeah.
Wouldn't it be better if we were still like that?
Like the 70s? No, I don't think these fuckers want to go back to the 70s. In some ways, going back to the 70s would be, yeah, Kingdom Hearts went through indeed.
Welcome to Doomscroll. I'm your host, Joshua Citarella. My guest is Natalie Wynn, a video essayist.
Does anybody know about Citarella? I guess I've seen him pop up on my timeline. I've seen him, you know, I've seen him, like the first people I saw him interviewing were like intellectual dark web people or people that are like, I'm politically homeless kind of I mean, I think he's talked to Anna Kasparian, but he talks to some, fairly far left people as well. But I don't know. I feel like Jacobin, was he a writer at the Jacobin? Is that where he came from?
And content creator. I have to talk at the EU Parliament later this month.
Really?
About how the left can compete with the online right.
That is not my music. That is their music. Okay.
What should I tell them?
One reason I have a difficult time answering this question is that a lot of the reasons why the online right has the reach it does are things we would not want to emulate. For example, a lot of online right commentators are frankly backed by money.
Yep.
Like not like crowdfunding money,
Yep.
like institutional money.
Yeah.
And
Big money, deep pockets.
yeah, exactly. So sometimes it's like, do we want that? I think
He was a Jacobin guy. Yeah, and look, the Jacobin's a very mixed bag. All right, I admire the balls to name themselves after the Jacobins, but at the same time, because we do need a little terror, maybe as a treat. Not sure what I'm saying there, but I'm sure we'll figure it out eventually. But yeah, it's like it is they're a little like Mark Fisher pilled, which is a good thing and a bad thing, right? Mark Fisher is an amazing writer. Almost everybody on the left has been influenced, at least by his work, whether they realize it or not. But at the same time, he had a different side to him, which I think Contrapoints really sort of reminds me of is he got really mad, I think, at students disapproving of like Russell Brand. Is that where it started? Was that the impetus for exiting the Vampire Castle? He got bit by the cancel culture bug and he fucking crashed out, and that crash out is called exiting the Vampire Castle. And I think it actually is an important document, not so much in what he intended it for which was like scolding elements of the left that had made him mad, but for like understanding the dynamic that we see from Contra, the dynamic that we see from Anna Kasparian. I mean, we're not talking about leftists here, right? But there was a friend of mine who was like this, right? When I first met this person, they, called themselves a leftist. We're always talking about, praxis, and at some point started to embrace something they called conservative leftism, and telling me, you don't understand. Leftism can be conservative too, right? And just like yelling at me when I would make fun of Kelly Zahos, a kind of more right wing. Oh God, can I even explain Kelly Zahos, chat? I doubt there's anything left of Kelly Zahos on the internet, but she wanted to be Contrapoints, and she was parasocial to Contrapoints, and Contrapoints, I don't think, embraced her. And at some point she turned, and I guess the idea was that Contrapoints is too pro-trans. She became very, very reactionary. And I was yelled at for criticizing her frankly stupid work but by somebody who had kind of gotten turned. And this is the whole thing, chat. I do think that you should read and know about and inform yourself about right-wing shit. But there's something that happens to people like Contrapoints when they do that, where they're like, they have a point, right? There is something about Contrapoints that doesn't fucking fundamentally believe in the mission, or really believe in anything. And I think that's what you're gonna get from that. Like Lyndon LaRouche leftism. Yeah. Which, just like, if you let that shit take over, it's game over, right? What that's meant to do is replace the left with something that's fundamentally right wing, and then represent that this is what the left is, right? LaRouche.
That's for a lot of people on the left, the idea of having like oligarchs backing you would be kind of defeat
Or Dugan.
purpose.
Well, the
Right.
NGOs,
Yeah.
those
No, that's
exist,
true.
liberal
That's true.
NGOs.
That's true. For a couple years now, people have been talking about like, what if we had a leftist Joe Rogan? Like, do we want a
Oh,
leftist
yeah, I've never heard
Joe
that one
Rogan? Do we
before.
want a leftist Joe Rogan? I don't know. Like, I don't. But would it be useful to have one? Maybe. I'm sure I would hate it.
Oh, sorry. Depths. Alex Bones is in like Alex Jones. Okay. That is weird.
But so what? I mean, I think the reality, you know, like if I will lecture men for not wanting to be in a coalition with their mother. Well, I also think I'm gonna have to deal with being in a coalition with some kind of leftist manosphere.
Right.
And I'm prepared to just deal with that.
Right.
Right? Like I think that part of my like realistic electoralist idea about politics is accepting that I'm gonna have to be in a coalition with a bunch of people I don't like.
Mhm.
Because that's at a national election in the United States means having the support of a very wide group of people.
You're telling me that
Yeah.
77 million people can't belong to the same subculture?
Yeah, 77 million people are probably not going to look into the camera and say, I'm the same kind of communist you are. Like,
Damn
it's never going to happen. Which means
I can't
accepting,
possibly
like,
vote with them.
it means accepting, like, a wide amount of ideological diversity.
Mhm.
And I think that, I mean, I think the reason that Joe Rogan is so successful is there's this
Yeah,
kind
thank you for the super chats, Tanner Davy and Depps, and thank you Anonymous for the simple and clean donation to Patreon for the new Kingdom Hearts collection, which I will get on. I hope they just give me a Steam code. I might actually have to, like, take the money out and then buy it from Steam, but hopefully it'll just be a Steam code, and we'll be able to get started soon. Maybe even tomorrow if I get bored of Persona 2, or you know what I mean. If you need, because like I said, it's a different kind of gameplay. It's like one of those, like, chat. The games that I really love are games that like put you in a physics that you enjoy being in. You know how like you enjoy, for me, like I enjoy dancing, I enjoy Muay Thai. There's certain activities that I enjoy. Like I feel like some people like enjoy the physics of skateboarding or surfing, or I don't know, maybe it's like that's what I like, is a game that puts me in where the physics itself is like has like a feel. It's like tactile, right? Is there a name for that? Any video game design people out there? No,
kind of like
the tactical feel of the game's controls. I'm sorry, not tactical like you're feeling the controls, but like the way the controls, the way it reacts to the controls, right? That's what. I mean, another game that does a really good job of this is it just tactile? Rocket League, right? I love Rocket League's physics. Feedback, yeah, maybe. It just feels, it puts you in a different world, right? And that's really cool. And Kingdom, and I know it's like floaty physics and it's bullshit. Fluid controls.
Communist invading radicals.
I mean, I guess there's a lot going on with Kingdom Hearts, and it is a very unique game, for better or for worse. There are plenty of valid criticisms, especially from real gamers of the chat. I am not a real gamer. I am a JRPG gamer, and so the fact that there's even a game that's not a JRPG that I can beat is kind of amazing. Although I think I got soft locked. What's wrong with me? Oh, chat. Devil May Cry 3 has the perfect game feel. Portal's so cool. Half-Life, I've never played Half-Life, but Portal, I really like. But yeah, I guess I'd put that. Or even Portal 2. Wait, no, have I played that? I think I've only played Portal 1. So yeah, like I said, the rain came yesterday. It is supposed to wash away the pollution. At least it should like reduce the amount of just like smog that's hanging in the air. I'm gonna check it right now to see where we're at, because I'm surprised that I'm still coughing. That's not a good thing. Is that updated? Yeah, it's just barely in the unhealthy for sensitive groups zone. It's gonna rain again tomorrow, so maybe that'll take care of it. But yeah, it's been rough. And thank you to the person that funded the air purifier, because that has been one thing that's helped. This little air purifier, I put it next to my bed, and at least I don't get that thing in the morning where I'm like,
front of like, I'll just talk to anyone.
I would like wake up coughing, and I would have to blow my nose for like literally like 7 minutes, right? Just like sitting there, just getting everything out, and then I would cough so much that it would make me nauseous. Either that or like I was swallowing the I don't know, but something was making me really sick at my like I would feel like I was gonna throw up. But it's been getting it's slightly the having that thing next to the bed really helps.
and everyone is welcome. In practice, that's not really true because he doesn't really have very much in the way of like. I don't think there's ever been a trans person, for example, on Joe Rogan, except maybe Blair White, a conservative.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
You know,
That's a good question. Anybody know? Has Joe Rogan maybe back in the day had a trans person on? Yeah, Blair White, I guess, has been on.
trans person.
There's an
Yeah.
ideological strain to the particular type of guest that
Yeah, for
say
sure.
like
Yeah.
libertarian to, whatever kind of skeptic.
But I also think that like
Joel says some games just feel right to mess around in. Yeah, and that's the kind of game that I like because I can, I can play the game and talk to chat or, even like sort of react to. We've done that a few times. I don't know if Kingdom Hearts is the right game for that. Have you ever seen like if you've ever seen like a Papa Gut stream? Sometimes Papa Gut is like playing Vampire Survivors. And it's like there's a little window with whatever he's reacting to. There's a little window with Papa Gut, and then there's like Vampire Survivors or whatever. But it works really well with Vampire Survivors. I don't know if it would work with Kingdom Hearts.
the right is so talented, it kind of, in a soft kind of way, they love bomb, right? I mean, I've experienced it myself when in periods. This has happened on a recurrent basis for 10 years. As every few months, like some large faction of the online left decides that I am like the villain of the month, right? And it will just be a mass. It doesn't bother me that much anymore because it's kind of become like, well, there's only so many times it can happen before you start like taking it less seriously. But I think that it used to really upset me, as it upsets most people when it happens initially, because it's kind of not. I mean, the normal when a bunch of people are screaming at you and telling you you're a horrible person. I mean, the ego's instinct is to defend itself, right? But when that's often happened to me, I often am reached out to by people on the right who are like, hey, like I
actually did have it muted that time because I just didn't want to cough into the microphone anymore. But I've experienced this. I know what she's talking about. Yes, even on Twitch Politics, they do this, right? Even on Twitch Politics, they will, like, if they heard you got canceled, right? Even if it's just some stupid-ass interpersonal stuff from a person who should know better, right? They'll be like, oh, yeah, it's really rough on the left. And it's like, I'm not being criticized for being insufficiently left. Thank you very much. Or at least if I am, it's a very bespoke kind of unhinged personality that's delivering that criticism.
see what's happening to you on Twitter, and that's like really horrible what they're saying to you. Like, do you want to come on my podcast sometime?
Right,
Like that's kind of their like recruitment method.
No, yeah. They'll literally be like, cancel culture is a part of the left. That's why you're dealing with this. This shit never happens on the right. They like, if you say something too based, you'll get your sub count will go up. Too based, in other words, like too racist or too problematic is what they mean. But yeah, no, they absolutely do reach out and love bomb and try to convert people and try to use any sort of friction that you're feeling in your own content as like a evidence of a SJW cancel culture that you would not experience if you were on the right wing, and it's just absolutely not true. Only difference is like the furniture is moved. But she's right that there are some, there are some elements of the right that I agree that we should not. She's obsessed with Twitter. Her main problem is that she seems to think that being against genocide is an optional left equality, or even calling it a genocide. Burple. I think I think the furthest she'll come is going to be calling it a ethnic cleansing.
It's like they reach out, they sort of
I don't like the print that she's wearing. Look, Contra, like I live like I've been accused of being a minimalist before. Let me just put it that way, without actually trying. But I'm actually just very thrifty. I'm interested in the things that I'm interested in. Yo, Eng Ascending. Thank you for the snowman. Oh no. Okay, that's the problem with snowman, isn't it? Yeah, this every summer around this time, snowmen, they don't look so good. But thank you, nonetheless, for celebrating the impermanence of the precious impermanence of life with us with the bits, which automatically made the counter go up. But yeah, what I'm saying is that like she looks like I don't know. She should be able to fog me, at least outfit wise, and she's not. She's not fogging me at all. I'm not feeling fogged, okay?
Exploit the divisiveness and the vitriol of leftist spaces
You've got snow right now? God damn, Aang, it's like 100 degrees where I am.
to kind of like lure people out.
So division.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and especially because like there is like a genuine kind of like tall poppy syndrome type thing on the left. I mean, we've sort of talked about
What
this
is tall
with-
poppy syndrome?
Wow. Snowhawk 04, I'm not feeling valutane. Well, listen, if you're not, there's a poll, okay? Because this is there's a dynamic poll. That's what we got going on today. Oh yeah, I didn't even mention, like, right? Oh my God, I know what's wrong with me. But yeah, as you can see here, all the items that are available to vote on YouTube, they're gonna change in real time. In other words, if people vote up a YouTube, like one of these topics, you know, if it gets voted over Contrapoints, then I'll switch to that. Also, if somebody donates and says, I want to see a roast Destiny, right? So it's dynamic. You can change it. The remote's in your pocket. It may have like a pay-per-view button though, for some of the stuff, because sometimes things like Contrapoints, I think, is way ahead. But again, if people get bored of this content, then yeah, feel free to vote for something else. I'll keep an eye on the poll. Only 55 votes? No, there's got to be... That's got to be like... 74 votes. It's just not automatically updating. But yeah, this is ahead by like 15 points right now. All right, so if people start voting for Destiny or for Alex Jones or for Hasan versus Whole Foods, or if somebody donates for it and it gets, because remember, like every time you donate, you can let me know in the comments which of these things you want to see, and I will add your donation as a percentage to the topic of your choice. I may have to take a I may have to clear my like throat and stuff here. You could also say Vox Populi if you want to make it harder for people to change the topic with with dodos, or you could say video game stream if you want to encourage me to play more video game streams, which looks like I still owe you two of. Yo, Aang Ascending, thank you for the follow.
Okay, so tall poppy syndrome is a notion that like tall grass gets cut.
This sucks. Look, I mean, I think I have focused on drama too much at times. I think I got too like feeling like I'm in a fight and I got to dedicate all of my, content, all of, everything to that fight, right? So I sort of understand maybe spending too much time talking about, something like this, but god damn, she's got like damage over this. She's got major damage. I am going to go clear my sinuses and my lungs and my throat and everything. I'll be back as quickly as I can. Until then, chat, I leave you with Kaya. Kaya will protect you.
Let's say. So like if you rise to a certain level of prominence, the
You
left
become
turns
the
on you.
target.
Turns on you. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think part of that is the same hipster mindset that leads leftists to turn on a politician who gets elected.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Is that it's like, well, now you're the establishment. There's a little micro version of that happens in influencer world where, I mean, early in my YouTube career, a lot of people, I think I probably have lost a large percentage of my earliest audience because a lot of people liked me because they saw me as this kind of like, a queer transgender underdog who was like, they related to. And then I got too big and they don't relate to me anymore and they resent me for getting too big. And it's like, I think that then like caused like a kind of extremely like, stringent moral purity that was expected of me and that I was not able to deliver on.
The degree to which the audience can turn on the creator also is fanatical because it was their like favorite thing. It was that subcultural identity before. And now that they feel in some way betrayed, it's like they just kind of unload all of that kind of parasocial fanaticism into this new outlet of, oh, I actually hate that person. I've hated their stuff the whole time.
And that's not just a leftist thing. Like, I do think that on the right,
I think it's just a social media
everyone
thing.
kind of hates each other, right, too, right? Like, but they're somehow able to, like, I think maybe it's because they believe in loyalty on some level. They when it counts, like, they come together to support daddy, whereas the left doesn't do this, not really.
I see.
So I don't know. It's not that there's no leftists online, but I also think that, like, there's a struggle to convey leftist ideas to, like, less radicalized people. So I mean, I think that's what Joe Rogan's real utility is to the right.
To talk to normal
is that
people.
He seems like a normal guy, right? Or at least there was a time when he seemed like a normal guy. He is now kind of a little bit.
He's moved. But he's also backed off of the Trump stuff too.
No, that's true. But I think
big audience has to include normal people who are not like political ideologues.
And it's tough to do that on the left because if you have a guest who has said, you know, XYZ problematic thing, there'll be a bunch of leftists online screaming at you for platforming fascists or whatever, right? So the temptation is to maintain the boundaries of the cloister. I don't know. It's hard to say like what the solution to that is. I mean, like you've had the Democratic politicians like Gavin Newsom like do this where he's like, I'll talk to anyone. Like, yeah, I'll talk to Ben Shapiro. Yeah, I'll talk to, you know, but people don't like that on the left. They don't like it. Or like I know trans people in particular feel super betrayed by Gavin Newsom like saying he's willing to kind of back off on the trans stuff because it's not popular. It's not popular.
Well, so I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself here, but just to kind of recap, there's trying to diagnose this is actually, it's a pretty big situation. Like famous Media Matters study, I think 25 says that 90% of alt media is conservative leaning, right? So the temptation is to look at that as a reflection of where the political sentiments of most people in the country are. Obviously, social media is a very distorted mirror. Not 90% of the country is conservative, obviously.
So I didn't know that. I didn't know that.
Yeah, I mean,
there actually is a volume problem.
It's extraordinary. So they're doing a quantitative survey. There's different ways to slice the numbers. They're including like Trevor Noah is part of the left. So we could dispute the way that they classify it, but I think obviously whether it's 90% or 80%, it doesn't matter. Alt media overwhelmingly conservative. And the reasons, I'm just recapping some of the things that you said. So jump in if I'm mischaracterizing, but asymmetry of resources. So you got big donors, and then just like bait, they can kind of sow division, look at trend cycles, whatever's trending, and you know, jump on sensational topics. And then the third is that some of the positions on the left are unpopular in a majoritarian democracy. So we can fix 1 and 2. How do we deal with 3?
Well, I actually think, people aren't going to like this. I mean, I think there's certain issues on the left that the most high profile spokespeople are actually like warranted in avoiding. Like I personally think that at this point, like the Democratic Party should not talk about trans people. And I think that because, I mean, it's frustrating for a lot of reasons, right? Because so much of what the general public thinks the Democratic thinks about trans people is completely information that they've gotten from right-wing propaganda. Because it's over, like the Democratic Party already, they hardly ever talk about trans people to begin with. Like I've seen so many people suggest, for example, that like, oh, Kamala Harris, like, you know, she pushed everyone away with all that trans ideology. And I'm like, what trans ideology? How many times on the campaign trail did Kamala Harris even mention trans people? Not a lot of times.
I heard a lot about black men's crypto assets, but not trans people.
Right. Like, I mean, it's, so I think that people have like really been convinced what the left talks about by right media. And in part because like, well, I think right-wing media, they've also kind of mastered rage bait, right? And that you can just like churn out this content that's just designed to like irritate people. Look at what's happening in your daughter's sports. They're letting grown men beat girls up, right? Okay, is that true? Doesn't matter. Makes people angry, gets attention, right? So I think that you say that, you know, a lot of right-wing media says that and they say, this is what the Democrats are doing. And it's like, how much are the Democrats talking about trans sports? Basically not at all. There's a real answer to that question. But the right has really succeeded in convincing the public that that's what the left talks about. So,
and they do it 90% louder.
90% louder, as you say. Well, the question of how to respond to that, is it to publicly start arguing on the topic of trans sports? I don't think so. Because I think that one is so losing that it's like, I mean, I think deflection is kind of the answer. It's to say like...
What is deflection?
When they like, I don't know, in a debate situation, for example, if they want to go on and on about men and women's sports, observe that they are the one who keeps bringing this up. We're not talking about this. This is not part of our agenda. You are obsessed with this, right? In other words,
Grim Flatner does this a little bit.
But to flip the obsession, to flip the obsession accusation.
Oh, I see.
Right?
I see.
Because it is like, I mean, I think back to like the sort of gay marriage debate in the Bush administration. I think one effective, or even like going back to like the 70s and the like.
What was going on in the 1970s with the origin of the gay rights movement?
With Anita Bryant, who was a big anti-gay, I mean, she'd originally been like a musician and who became sort of an anti-gay celebrity spokeswoman. Her credibility, I think, was destroyed in pop culture, in part by characterizing her as this sort of priggish moralist who was obsessed with what other people are doing in bed, right? I mean, I think that the way, here's a more positive and likable way I can say my point. Like, I think that one mistake that I genuinely think that trans people have made in our political messaging is that it's always better to, especially in America, where the national character is kind of averse to being told what to do. Like, there's this kind of individualist cowboy thing where it's like we resent the government saying how to live our lives. So I think that the posture of the trans activist should be, don't tell me what I can do. Don't tell me what hormones I'm allowed to take. Don't tell me, the mistake that goes the other direction is to lecture everyone about how they need to put pronouns in their email. Because now, you're not telling them not to tell you what to do. You're telling them what to do. People don't like being told what to do.
Right.
So don't tell them what to do. Don't tell them what to say. Tell them to leave you alone, right? And I think that's the kind of more convincing line, is that my temptation is to kind of argue from the kind of triviality. Like, really, you're expending this much resources on preventing essentially 10 people from competing in professional athletics. Why is this a major part of your platform? Don't you want to talk about the economy? How about the price of gas? I noticed that's been increasing lately. Maybe that has something to do with the war that your party started. I think that could be a pretty effective, like, whataboutism kind of retort to this transgender sports thing. It's like, why are you talking about transgender sports when the price of gas is well, we'll see how it is in a couple months, but I imagine $5. Yeah.
There's, I picked this phrase up from you, but in your conspiracy video, Randolini's Law, that the amount of energy needed to refute bullshit, meaning conspiracy theories in that context, is an order of magnitude bigger than that needed to produce it. So if you're trying to argue a point that is maybe not winnable, it's a useless expenditure of energy you should be talking about. I think Graham Plattner literally does this, where someone was trying to bring up trans issues in Maine, and he was like, well, what about this healthcare thing that we're not able to talk about? So I totally agree with this. I'm not going to leave you hanging out on a limb by yourself, but I think that is actually, while it may be unpopular for people who have, political sentiments or share the same ideas that we do, this is what we need to advance in a majoritarian democracy, which is an uncomfortable but necessary conversation. You mentioned the leftist Joe Rogan before. I'm going to take us down a little bit of a path here because I want to hear your thoughts on this. This is maybe like the meat of what I'd like to discuss today. So post 2016, there's all of this right-wing content on YouTube.
Yeah.
I think the premier example of this was the Kill Stream with Richard Spencer as a guest. This is like 2015, 16. We're going back here. I don't fully remember the history. It's at that time the most quantitatively or unprecedented amount of viewers on YouTube. They're like, oh shit, there's a really big problem here. And so the solution we came up with at that time was, if the right is dominating alt media or social media platforms, the left needs to have a role in that. And I was one of the people who argued vigorously for this in The Guardian and mainstream publications. The thing that we came up with was the leftist video essay, because our arguments were less mimetic. They needed to be explained in long form. And then you were one of the premier, most celebrated creators in that. I have immense admiration for your work. Fast forward 8 years, 2024. The podcast election, so to speak, we're talking about Joe Rogan and the Manosphere and the Nelk Boys and who else? All these other guys are named and thanked in the inauguration or Trump's victory speech by the campaign. So our solution now is to make left-wing podcasts, right? I think Adam Friedland is doing a great job at this. There's many different examples to look at. But I see pretty much a direct analogy where this was the strategy before. Now the left needs to participate in social media. And the right is winning in the influence space. And so now we need to participate. When do we get to the point where we admit that the platforms themselves are the problem?
Well, that's a good question, because if the platforms are the problem, then what? I mean,
I have a few ideas of then
well,
what, but
I'll just say that I basically agree with the history of that you've drawn. Like, I mean, I think that I was also there in 2015, noticing the exact same thing happening. I had the same experience you just described of like, I was like telling everyone.
I named you in all these articles.
I was like, look what's happening with like the internet is going fascist. And everyone will be like, well, so what? Like, that's just the internet. They're just trolls. Like, why don't you ignore them? Like, why do you care about that?
And now they're in charge of the government.
It's
a big deal.
So we were right to take it seriously. In other words, now I think at the time I had a far over optimistic idea about how it could. I mean, my solution, and the one I tried to enact myself, was to make counter content, right? To make content that would sort of debunk or argue against or attempt to present like an attractive alternative, right? Because at the time, what I diagnosed as a problem was that you had this kind of right wing that seemed sort of fun, in terms of like their edgy, transgressive.
Do you know how fucking hard it has been to get people on the show to admit that it was like attractive to people? Yeah, that it was like countercultural, it was edgy, it was punk.
It was, I mean, it was completely intuitive to me at the time.
If you're like a 14-year-old boy, like that shit is awesome.
Especially. Yeah. And because like so much of that content, well, at the time it wasn't called woke, it was called SJW, Social Justice Warrior. And so much of the right-wing media on YouTube at the time was about dunking on that, taking angry feminists, triggered feminists, and then dunking on them. Ha ha ha! You're so stupid. You're so illogical.
Sargon of Akkad.
Yeah, exactly that type of content. And so my idea was to counter that by creating a persona, basically a persona that's not that far from my actual personality, which I'm also irritated by moralism, basically. Right? Like I find that I'm attracted to the transgressiveness, right? And so I thought, like, look, I can do this in like a non-priggish way, and I got somewhere with that. But the thing is, like, ultimately, I think partly it is Brandolini's law type stuff, and partly it's my own artistic ambition in a way that impeded the ability for me to mass produce content in the way that the right wingers do.
It was also people in like our role.
I'm back. I'm alive. Joe Siverud, thank you for the gifted sub to Exasperated Accountant. Exasperated Accountant, you just got jellyfished, and hopefully that can make it a little bit less exasperated. Because holy shit. Okay, I'm sorry. Actually, it's more than just that. Also, Yu Yu Kun. Is that a Yu Yu Hakusho reference? I don't know. But either way, you just got jellyfished. Argan, Maine. You just got jellyfished. Ohio gozaimasu. Samasu. Oh my god, that's a Dragon Ball reference with a Japanese phrase. You just got jellyfished as well. And Mokurina, you just got jellyfished. And that's a good thing. Oh my god. Hype train. There you go, chat. There's a hype train. Joel just started it. If you want to jump on board and get yourself an engineer badge, is that what they give you? And I think exclusive emotes you can get. If you've got if you need to re-up your sub, or you've got a Twitch Prime that is burning a hole in your pocket, now's a good time to use it because you will get rewarded. Just a little bit. And ascending. You just got jellyfished. And that's a good thing. Harley XC. Yo, Ang Ascending, thank you. It took me like a second to be like, that's not the singer, right? I'm that out of it, chat. I am unironically that out of it. I see Harley XCX and I'm like, wait. No, okay, I do know. Actually, I was into Charlie XC Ultimate History. I don't know, this is like, is this a hipster move? I was into Charlie XCX before everybody else was. Not the singer. Oh my god. No, I'm that out of it, chat, because I was like blowing my nose the whole time and coughing, and I mean, look, it's not as bad as it. I don't want people to think I'm like super, like I don't know. I've had worse allergies. I've had worse colds than this before. So I don't want anybody to think I'm just like, but it's taken me out, and it's taking me out of way too much, chat. I want to be on stream more, and this year my fucking health is like not cooperating. So hopefully we can get that all dialed in. And oh my god. Okay, so I just as I got back, I noticed someone was saying back just in time for what is bound to be more lib degeneracy. Oh my god, thank you, Joel. And and thank you, Ang, for the bits as well. It's like but yeah, I just had to like clear things out, and I didn't want to be like blowing my nose on stream. Does anybody do that? There's got to be a streamer out there that like seriously does not give a shit. It is just like, no, I'm gonna pull out my hanky and right on stream. I know there's the fart psychic. We haven't really watched. Do we have time for a little fart psychic nonsense? I promise we'll go right back to this. This is not going to be like a.
We are back.
Oh my God, it's Tim Heidecker. The fart psychic though. I feel like I need a little fart psychic nonsense to get me. Oh my God. She's like a TikTok streamer. She gives like psychic readings. Yes, kind of like the thing I was talking about earlier with the preacher, where she'll be like, I see that with someone out there. You're ready to click on that lion right now. You want to send a lion, and I want you to let you know that that's not that's going to be worth so much more than the how much is a lion on TikTok? Is it like the $20 one or the I don't know. I think the lion is pretty expensive. I think the lion's more than $20, but anyway, oh wow. Somebody streamed on I didn't know you could just react to fart psychics. What? There's farting in the WWE now. There's farting in the WWE now. How is that even a thing? Hype train coming in at level 2. Joel with the gifted sub to just vibing 420x. Wow. There's a cheese man, and he makes you fart now. That's a thing. It's just like a character that is known for her farts, I guess. I don't know.
This is one of the most controversial people on TikTok. So this lady named Natalia does psychic readings on TikTok Live. Now
Is it controversial if somebody is just disliked? I don't think there's a controversy. I don't think there's fart psychic apologists that are like, no, actually, her fart readings are, uncannily accurate.
Gives out these readings to people that send a lot of gifts on her stream. Now, once you get one of these readings from Natalia, she will talk to a loved one that has passed away. Now, the problem with this is that when she's talking to these loved ones, a lot of the time she will get basic information wrong. For instance, in one reading, Natalia said that someone's loved one passed away from a sickness, and the person who was getting the reading...
That's old, yeah. But she still exists, right?
...had to correct Natalia, because apparently their loved one had passed away from ending their self and they weren't sick. To make this worse...
Yeah, this is one of the... I wish they had the clip, right? It's like one of the worst moments on live stream I've ever seen of her, like...
Natalia even seems upset with people when they correct her when she's wrong. And she doesn't seem to want to admit that she's wrong. Now, there are many, many, many other things that Natalia has done.
This feels
so
like
much that I can't put it all in one video,
doesn't it?
But if y'all want to see more, just let me know.
Okay, well, we'll let you know.
This is one of the most controversial people on TikTok. So this lady named...
He didn't even get into the... So the farting is that she, like... She just, like, I don't know. Okay, here's what I'll say, all right? Because we're talking about, like, con behavior. We're talking about somebody that is... like there's examples in religions, there's examples all over the place, but the idea that that people are not very smart, I feel like is a thing. Like Donald Trump, right? The way that Donald Trump lies, that he doesn't think you're smart, right? He lie. It's like a child lying, right? The child thinks they can trick their parents. And so they will say that they didn't eat the cookie, even as the cookie crumbs are all over their face, right? But in the child's mind, that, yeah, I don't know, they're getting away with it. You know what I'm saying? They're getting away with it. And I think that's what, so she's like, like when I take a bathroom break chat, you see Kaya come up or something, right? Or Waluigi. And I actually go to the bathroom, right? I don't take you with me to the bathroom, but Psychic Natalia does, because she cuts out her background. She's got one of those background cutout things like that you use on TikTok, but you know how those things work. They're not like 100, you'll get a little bit of background. So you could see that she's in the bathroom. And more than see that she's in the bathroom, you can hear that she's in the bathroom, and that's all I'll say about Psychic Natalia. But yeah, I mean, it's jackfruit, durian, or rambutan. Right now, Securitron, it is mango season. Oh wait, what have I got with me? I don't have mango though. Mangoes are like on the counter, but it's mango season. I am getting, I don't even know how much mango this would be. Oh yeah, I do know. It's a kilo of mango for less than $2. Right? That is the price. That's the going rate of mango right now. Wait, the hype train is still going. Whoa, 50 seconds left to try to get on there. These are rose apples. Not to be confused with Rosella. Although, wait, I'm kind of like, does it come with? I don't know if it. I don't think it comes from the same plant. Anyway, but yeah, these things they grow. They look like pears, but if an apple was a pear, it would be one of these things. It would be a rose apple, and it tastes like it's not as dense as an apple or a pear. It's more watery. It's a lot more watery than either of those things, which is actually kind of refreshing. Because believe it or not, sometimes you don't want a sweet fruit, and one of those times might be mango season, chat. When I'm eating, when I'm buying mango by the kilo, trying to eat it before it goes bad, and it's incredibly sweet. This is like a great alternate fruit. Oh my god. When I first tried this, I was like, what the fuck? Because, it looks like an apple or a pear. You're expecting it to taste like an apple or a pear. Oh, it's a little bit sour too, right? That's the other thing. Not sour like a Granny Smith, but yeah, just like it's the sweetness is diffused, the sour is diffused as well. This is the perfect fruit. For right now. Oh my god. Okay. I feel better. Wow. Just happy we have fresh cabbage. Now I have to consider mango season. I love mangoes so much, but like having a kilo of them at a time, it's a little bit much even for me. But it's like I got to take advantage of the I don't think the price will be this low for very long. Now you want that? I mean, I don't know. Is there anything like that? Oh, actually, what is it called? The crunchy root thing that's not actually a root. Jicama. Yeah. I think is jicama a corm? I think it's actually not a root. I think it's a corm. And it's yeah, it's kind of like jicama. It's jicama if it was a little bit more sour. And yeah. It's kind of like sour jicama, which is amazing because like that's kind of what jicama needs is a little bit of sour. Which is funny because we get that here, but I'm not sure if it's one of the things that gets imported from Australia or if it's something that grows like naturally in Thailand. Anyway, chat, I was trying to just ask like what did I miss? Is usually what I ask when I get back. It's taken me a long time. I had to answer Securitron's question about jackfruit, durian, or rambutan. I also love jackfruit. Durian I love, but it's so expensive. I just like I'll get like a little bit during durian season, but it's more just the experience. It's not like I'm eating like also durian's really filling. So, you got to be ready. You got to have an empty stomach to eat durian. And then rambutan. Oh, I fucking love those. That might have been the first Thai fruit I ever tried. We used to get them in our grocery store. For whatever, like one time, like 1 week during the year. Okay, what am I looking for? I'm looking for people. I showed you the fart psychic. Sorry about that. Yeah, I was just disoriented from like blowing my nose for like that however long I was away. It's a lot of nose blowing, and I don't know if I was getting oxygen, but I did get my nose more or less clear, and I'm not coughing currently. I don't feel like has Hasan reached Voldemort status? Wait, possibly. We'll get to that later. Maybe we got the Hasan Whole Food thing. Wait, I was just looking to see. Somebody said something about that it gave me a clue of where we were in the um in the video. These people really do suffer from lib brain. Oh yeah. We'll see more of that with Destiny. He's in a whole ecosystem of lib brain. I lost it, chat. Somebody said something that gave me an idea of what. Wait, Punk. Yes, there we go. Egomaniac. My savior. Okay, that chat right there cued me into exactly where we were. Yeah, where look, people have talked about this for a long time. Like Gavin McInnes states it as his intention, because I think didn't Gavin McInnes used to be involved in the punk scene? Like Gavin McInnes used to not be a chud apparently, and when he was not a chud, he was actually involved in the punk scene. So I just wanted to make sure to actually hit that note, because yeah, it's that's where we were. And again, chat, really sorry about dipping out like that for so long. I know it's unprofessional. I try to avoid it as much as I can. With lime and tagine, that's what I need, Christ Elijah. I got some without realizing, because I think it has another name here. And I'm like, wait, this is Hikama. And I looked it up, and sure enough, it is like the Thai name for Hikama is what I had. But I should be, okay, you get chili salt out here. Tajin is, or Tahin? Fuck, I'm saying Tajin, like, oh my god. Anyway, it's Tahin. It's gotta be Tahin. But that's what it's missing, right? Chili salt is not hitting it. You walked into chat and there was one everything bagel left, and I just ate it, so I'm sorry. I mean, in a real life situation, that bagel would probably be pretty stale by now, but so maybe what people would be feeling is like more of a sense of relief. Because why would an everything bagel just be sitting there? Think about it. But anyway, I'm glad that you enjoyed it. Please let us know if you if you need a barf bag later on. Anyway, chat, I'm being weird. It's okay. It's a weird day. It's a weird stream. At least I'm alive, though. I seriously, that like, how is blowing your nose like such a like life? It's like a near death experience or something. I think it's just like that I was like didn't breathe enough, and so I'm not used to feeling that. Are you muted? Holy shit. See, I have been, but if I'm muted now, there's a problem. And I'm sure somebody else will let me know if that's going on. But yeah, we've been dealing with technical difficulties. I've been dealing with I don't know, environmental difficulties where I live, and Thailand is like the Mexican food of Asia? Huh. It is really good, if that's what you mean. Even like comparatively speaking, to like what's around it. But it's it is on the it's also same like latitude as Mexico, I think, right? So yeah, geographically also a little bit. and almost like the shape. I mean, the shape is very it's very different, but there is like a long like projection. Could you put my gifted subs on video games? I can. Okay, on to video games.
Is that we're in media.
Yeah.
You know what the fucked up thing is, though, now that you mention it? The one type of food that I really miss, and I can't, I mean, I can sort of get it here. It's not anything to write home about, but it's expensive, right? Is like Mexican food, right? You can find it here. It's definitely not the same. And you will pay a lot more for that than you will for pad krapau. But yeah, is that where we're at? The part where conservatism is punk rock, and she's like, oh, and I just had to admit, this is what I mean about Contrapoints. She engages with right-wing content, which is kind of what the, chud dunking, as some other commentary channels would say, the chud dunking that Contrapoints does, it is, very much the modality that that BreadTube and the left were working in at the time. And it's kind of like, for a lot of people, it's kind of liberating looking into their bullshit, dissecting it for the bullshit that it is, and then being like, look at what I found, right? This is like what Dead Domain does, right? Dead Domain does research, sometimes even like, going into like a super scary a church or something like that. And then, like really, really does interface with some far right shit, but isn't ever, with Natalie, it just feels like she looks defeated. And that's what really worries me about her, is that it's like an Anna Kasparian thing going on, right? In other words, chat, this may not be the bottom for Contrapoints. She's got further to fall. She is like one of the most self-hating leftists. I mean, she calls herself a social democrat, so, give her the benefit of the doubt on that. But she's one of, she hates leftism, and she hates herself, the parts of her self that like want to believe in that. It's a very defeated, very black-pilled Natalie. Even her fucking posture just like says defeated here. I hate to be, I'm not trying to do like a looks maxing thing here. All right. But yeah, she's got, she doesn't, she looks tired and hurt and defeated. I don't know what else to say. Brandolini's law of de-radicalization. Okay. But yeah, the whole, is conservatism punk. Yeah, this is kind of crazy. So I don't know much about this Josh Citarella guy. Like I was saying earlier, he kind of came out of nowhere for me. I know he's a writer for the Jacobin, and, I could sort of see that. But when I've seen him in situations where he doesn't feel like a person that's trying to prove his leftism in with his, but by like brandishing, I guess, his by being so like anti-lib that it pushes you sort of right. I've seen him like sort of not look like that at all. And I wonder if it's the thing where you're I mean, Joe Rogan gets this all the time, right? You're the host. The host that people feel comfortable with is the host that's a little bit squishy, right? It's the host that's a little bit of a therapist, just going to reflect back to you what you said with no judgment, and just kind of go where it seems like you want to go. And if there's a, area that where you don't want to go, we can, move past that. It feels like maybe it's just an interviewer thing, and maybe it's not, maybe I don't know dude's politics yet, but I'm curious, given the mix of guests that I've seen him with. I'm curious what his politics are, but yeah, from all I know, he's a leftist, probably more so than Contrapoints, probably a little bit more than just a social Democrat. Anyway,
irritated by moralism, basically, right? Like, I find that I'm attracted to the transgressiveness, right? And so I thought, like, look, I can do this in like a non-priggish way, and I got somewhere with that. But the thing is, like, ultimately, I think partly it is Brandolini's law type stuff, and partly it's my own artistic ambition in a way that impeded the ability of me to.
Oh yeah, I forgot to tell you, maybe this has already happened while I was blowing my nose, but we're gonna get some philosophy from Contra. It's been a while, right? I don't actually remember when it was she talked about philosophy. If you don't know, she was in a master's program and was going to be in a doctorate program before she dropped out to do YouTube full time. And yeah, a lot of her, she'll bring that in, not to the extent where it's part of the brand like with Abigail, but it was there, and she wanted you to know that, that's part of the attraction of Contrapoints is, she's supposed to feel well read. But you're gonna get some of that from her today, which is wild because it has been all but erased from her videos. His second video is Amberly Frost. Interesting. He has a reporter brain. You have to kind of reflect a bit to get the person to talk. Interest. Oh, yeah, I know what you're talking about, Davi. Yeah, he's definitely a leftist. From what he's a Marxist. Yeah. So that's what I say. I feel like he's he's gonna be pretty squishy here, pretty pliable for. I'm not trying to insult him with that, but just I'm just describing that he is, there's not a lot of friction. It's that kind of interview, which is an interview style, right? That is not everybody can be Adam Friedland.
Mass produce content in the way that the right wingers do.
It was also people in like our role is that we're in media, and journalists would say this too, but indirectly they were saying that people like me are the answer, that we can make better narratives, and that was also allowing them upward mobility and opportunity. But you've anticipated exactly where I'm bringing this. Brandolini's law, I recognize at a certain point that, whatever kind of downward mobility, post-neoliberalism, whatever we're in now, this was producing more right-wingers than we could recruit and educate by using.
Yeah, Christopher says, people who say that have a romanticized and corporate way of viewing punk. Yeah, it's definitely been abstracted from anything approaching actual punk culture.
Alternative media. Do you feel?
But then again, that's been true for a long time, right? Punk has been absolutely chewed up and spit out by the culture industry.
Like the DRAD project was a success in that period, or how do you look back on it now?
I don't think I would say it was a success. No, not the de-radicalization aspect of it. And that's for a couple of reasons. One is I just don't think the leftist video essay is not a solution to the problem of.
She's going to be like, now listen, right-wing political propaganda is anti-intellectual and Machiavellian, but we have to admit it's very, very cool. Like I feel like we're gonna get the Contra. She's gone so far into the black pill. She's gonna start to like channel Fuentes of like
overwhelming right-wing propaganda.
Right.
It's just too niche, and it appeals to, it has an audience that it appeals to, certainly, right? Which what makes it a viable career. But is it a solution to right-wing radicalization? No.
Right.
I think part of the reason is that here's a way I've really changed in how I view de-radicalization.
Okay.
I actually don't think anyone gets de-radicalized on the internet. I think that the internet is where you get radicalized.
Sure.
I think what de-radicalizes people is being offline, is having community, is having meaningful work, is having connections to other people.
Not being socially atomized.
Not being socially atomized. Yeah, that's what de-radicalizes
And that's the difference between me and the online left. That's why I'm better.
people.
Yeah.
I touch grass. I touch a lot of grass. I'm touching it right now.
So I think that everyone on social media tends to get radicalized. A worry that I have about the leftist podcasts as a solution to the right-wing podcast is that it also kind of becomes a new form of radicalization that I question the utility of. In other words, a lot of political podcasts, in one way or another, end up having a kind of like Fox News-like function or like Rush Limbaugh-like function, where like I do think that in some ways the political
like a kind of a left-wing Limbaugh? Is that what you're talking about, Natalie?
podcast is kind of like Fox News for millennials, where like okay, you're listening to an
left-wing podcast. What does she mean? What, like Pod Save America? What is a left-wing chat? What comes to your mind? What's the Kleenex of left-wing podcast? Is it PSA? Is Chapo? Is she who's she talking about? Is Chapo the Fox News of the I think they would love to hear that.
The Vicliffe super chatted $9.99. I mean, the leftist video essay isn't actually an effective tool. Not much about online leftism is really effective, so I do kinda agree with her there.
I mean, yeah, it's only really effective in that it congeals some kind of a culture, but ultimately, that it doesn't do anything by itself. And also, it's the concern is that it's like a replacement. Like the feeling of online community becomes a replacement for the action of real community, of forging bonds where you live and knowing there's it's just in the kind of culture in the United States, at least today, the atomization is so advanced. But the concern is that people mistake that for the what you need IRL. Yeah, Chapo maybe is what she's talking about, or somebody else said Majority Report. I guess so. I never think of it as a podcast. They were before. They didn't. Majority Report existed before podcasts, right? Like they were AM radio at some point, or whatever you call Air America. Is she? I don't know if she's thinking of Mike from PA. Does she know about Mike from PA?
man talk to you all day.
Do you think she name searches? Like if Mike makes a video about her, do you think she'd be like, "Oh, Mr. Michael from Pennsylvania"? She'd do a little research, like our destiny. Like Mike is not a real lawyer. He also punches couches. Oh, I see. Okay, so now she's ready. Now she's ready to beef with Mike. She's got to get up to speed on the she's got to get her ammunition from DGG. Oh, chat, I got into a little tussle yesterday on Twitter. I don't know how many of you actually are on Twitter to even see. Actually, Joel, I got to put let me not forget this, okay? Sub ad time 10M. Boom. There we go. And then the sound. Wait, what is up with Pippi Longstocking? Air America was internet radio? It does become kind of a catch-all term. You're right. I guess, yeah. You'll see it on the DGG highlight reel of Mike. But I mean, that's anytime that Mike criticizes Destiny, I think that's what he does. Is he's like, oh, do you ever see when he punched the couch? Do you ever see when he was awkward in public with Kira Chats? Like it's kind of like, you know, it's just a highlight reel that he plays over and over and over in lieu of actually engaging with anything that Mike says, basically.
Say about what to be angry about.
Yeah.
That's obvious. I mean, that has been a winning formula for decades for media. And I think that.
Oh, yeah. I got an argument with Sarah Longwell. That's what it was. And oh my God, Brianna Wu. Oh yeah, it was this one. This is the podcast I was talking about with the New York Times writers. It's an immaculate set. Like this is, I mean, that's a very visually styled podcast.
Engels wrote about
Oh,
the concept of social murder.
chat.
And Brian
This is the Whole Foods thing.
Thompson, as the United Healthcare CEO, was engaging in a tremendous amount of social murder, the systematized forms of violence, the structural violence of poverty, the for-profit paywalled system of healthcare in this country, and the consequences of that are tremendous amounts of pain, tremendous amounts of violence, tremendous amounts of deaths. And that was a fascinating story for me, because Americans are very draconian about crime and punishment. They're very black and white on this issue. And yet, because of the pervasive pain that the private healthcare system had created for the average American, I saw so many people immediately understand why this death had taken place.
Okay, yeah, so that's what she was quote retweeting. Okay, it's not even getting to the Whole Foods thing. I guess they talked about later, right? This is the Luigi take that he had. The through line of this entire oeuvre is glazing and stoking political violence, which makes sense because they're hostile to liberal democracy and mutual toleration. It encourages. That's crazy work to say.
Engels wrote about.
Whoa, hi there. I don't know where that. I must have touched the button. But anyway, that's crazy that she is. Like, I would say, if anything, this like social murder descriptor, it kind of, it's almost too abstract. It makes it sound like it's a theoretical murder when it is like there are people that are dying. You just can't trace it directly from like this action from Brian Thompson to, you know, this person dying, but overall, and not just through Brian Thompson, through all of for-profit healthcare, the result is the same. People are dying who should not die. It is not a theoretical or conceptual murder. We're talking about real deaths and suffering, and this should matter. The idea that we just fucking like, you know, what's a few social murders between friends, right? No, we're not friends. That's what you don't get, Sarah Longwell, is that The social fabric is tearing already. And it's not because of people, you know, stealing food at the what do you call the automated check stands at Whole Foods, right? It's not because of people slipping extra, mislabeling stuff as something cheaper and saving $5 at Whole Foods. Okay, it is every bit because of the theft of the from the working class by the capital class. And I mean that literally in terms of wage theft, which dwarfs. In fact, if I can find it here, I'll show you the image, but it absolutely crushes the theft that the bosses do to you. There, you couldn't steal enough from Whole Foods to make that up. So, anyway, it just Whole Foods doesn't. It's not important. It's just like what they end up bringing up later in the podcast. But why is a 50-year-old woman who's probably worked at a think tank who planned the Iraq war saying glazing? Oh no, you're right, Davy. You're right. It's weird when I hear Brianna Wu, or there's a lot of people that will say glazing. In fact, I think it's Sarah, being a great example of that. I don't actually know. I didn't look into her political activities outside of, the log cabin Republicans is what she was most recently involved in before they endorsed Trump, and that's when she checked out. But yeah, I'm like, if liberal democracy requires sitting by while capitalism dominates healthcare and slowly kills us, then count me the fuck out. And so I'm trying to be a little bit professional. If you've noticed, I haven't always been that way. I mean, sometimes I've said some, pretty invective things, but I don't want to automatically slam doors closed, or I don't know, I don't, certainly make liberals afraid of me. I don't need to do that anymore. But anyway, Sarah Longwell responds to me, there are miles of opportunity to fight and change between sitting by and killing healthcare execs. The thing is, that's not what Hasan's talking about. That's not what that's not the point of this, right? The point, Hasan is not, his speech is not trying to convince people that social murder justifies or means that you should, it's not a call to action at all. It is literally just, I mean, did anybody hear a call to action? Yeah, I'm gonna get my gun too. No, he's not saying that, okay? He's not even saying anywhere close to that. And that's what makes, she's trying to tell me that there's grades of things, and it's like she's the one that is collapsing the idea of understanding. Look, Luigi Mangione, obviously, we're not talking about the field. Well, anyway, I think I say it here, right? With all due respect, Sarah. See, there we go. That's nice language, right? I'm sure that won't be. It's not gonna sound. That's well, bless her heart in Southern. But anyway, with all due respect, Sarah, you just collapsed Hasan's statement of understanding righteous anger that's not limited to people like Mangione. That's the point, right? Is that even though Mangione, did an act that is I guess shocked a nation. The anger that is represented there is not something that's limited to him by far. Conflating that with actual violence. So Hasan is understanding, why do people, not necessarily Luigi, but why do people in general feel like this, right? That is not the same as him being endorsing or, violence in any way. You say you want to fight for healthcare reform, but all I see is you fighting against its proponents. So that is that's kind of what's going on with Hasan. Oh my god, chat, now I don't remember. See, I told you I'm out of it, right? From from whatever the hell's going on with my like lungs and airways, right? Again, it's really smoggy here, and it has been for the past month. We got some rain yesterday. We're hopefully gonna get some rain tomorrow. Maybe that'll clear up, hopefully, but it's really fucking with me. But this was somehow related to not the fart psychic, not Tim Heidecker, who Sam is now calling Tim Onion. See, that's, oh wow, wonderful joke, Sam. Like it's those puns. Anyway, maybe it was the YouTube person that did that.
Would I prefer them to be listening to a leftist angry man? Absolutely. But I also think that winning formula for decades, in one way or another, end up having a kind of like Fox News like function, or like Rush Limbaugh like function, where like I do think that in some ways the political podcast is kind of like Fox News for millennials, where like okay, you're listening to an angry man talk to you all day about what to be angry about.
Yeah,
that's obvious. I mean, that has been a winning formula for decades for media, and I think that would I prefer them to be listening to a leftist angry man? Absolutely. But I also think that I don't know. Sometimes I just look at the state of it and it's like, okay, well, we've gone from like Fox News screaming about the Democrats all day to Marxist podcasters screaming about the Democrats all day. You know, I know that I'm regarded as a Democratic shill in many of these spaces, and I'm certainly not.
Yeah, Joel, I looked into her. Apparently, she does endorse some kind of healthcare reform. But you're right. She was like she was a Republican until, wait, I think it was until 2020. It was whenever log cabin Republicans endorsed Trump. I think that's when she quit the Republican Party.
Beating that allegation at the moment, but
this is boring. Yeah, that's what I was worried about, Tanky Gooner. Again, we've got multiple items on the poll, so make sure to vote if you haven't already, especially if you're bored with this and you want me to move on to Destiny or something like that. That could happen if it overtakes it in the poll, or if it overtakes it in with you again. When you donate, you're able to put your thumb on the scale and add points to the topic of your choice on the poll. So that can all change.
Like the reason that we view the right-wing media as so damaging is that it causes people to vote for Donald Trump. Don't we want people to not to vote for more liberal candidates? Like to me, that's the goal. And I worry that the kind of left-wing radicalization it lures the audience into a kind of impotent radical chic or something, where it's like, okay.
I mean, look, this is a concern that I had. I was a early, I don't know, not that early, but I was a fairly early listener of Chapo Trap House, and mostly just for the comedy, right? I never really thought of Chapo as a place, at least not back in the day, as a place that was trying to, I mean, obviously they're leftists, right? And that's part of the attraction. But yeah, I mean, I guess you could say maybe early on, it didn't seem that oriented towards, it didn't. But since then, I feel like they've done a lot of organizing, right? And including stuff that, people that want to characterize them as like anti-electoral would not do. So I don't think that's really a charge that what was the whole thing, right? Because there was a whole kerfuffle with Chapo for like a bunch of people like I don't know, I think was there like a campaign to like
cultural.
Yeah. You're in an oppositional counterculture that views non-participation in politics as basically the pragmatic outcome of, because posting isn't participation, it doesn't count.
Can I give?
I think it was after the whole what is his name again? Oh my god, I can't remember this dude's name now. Virgil Texas. I almost called him Vernon Texas. Yeah, Virgil Texas, and then I don't know. There was like, oh, people. Yeah, Rebel Girl 2, right? They were Rebel Girl 2 was a performance by Million Dollar Extreme, which is Sam Hyde's comedy troupe, which is going to come up when we're talking about Alex Jones and Tim Heidecker. So make sure to vote if you haven't already. If you want to change the topic to something else, or to if you donate, or if you have donated, you've got the remote virtually in your hands, if that's the case. But I started listening to Chapo before the 2016 election. Yeah, I think I got into it after. But like the biggest thing that it was like, the attraction for me was like, I think it was when they were having James Adomian call in as Sebastian Gorka. No, yeah, Sebastian Gorka. I think that's when I found out about Chapo, because here's the deal. Like, you get hit by this Trump thing, right? You don't expect Trump to win. You're disheartened by the fact that Bernie lost, but you're at least like, okay, well, at least this guy's he doesn't have a chance, right? And then he goes in and he wins, and all of a sudden there's all these assholes all over TV. This is the worst thing about Trump, is that he spews assholes onto television, and they're like Gorka. So it's like this whole thing of like, now I gotta watch Gorka. Great, thanks, that's awesome. And then like I somehow find Chapo, and I'm like, oh my god, it's a sketch about Gorka. Like, because I kind of feel like there's a monster in the closet and nobody wants to acknowledge it. Like, I'm like, this isn't just like kind of bad, or it's just like really, really bad. Like, this is really scary to look at who is occupying the levers of power now. And it just felt like, I don't know. I mean, I guess, people weren't happy. There were a lot of people not happy about what was going on with Trump, but it felt like people tuned out. And the fact that they take something that's it's a little bit of a deep cut with Gorka. He's not like the, frontline person. They take something like that and turn it into like, just point out the fucking comedy that is already there. So I don't feel like I'm looking at the monster in the closet alone. I think that's what I liked about Chapo.
Example here, just to kind of like codify what we're talking about. So
but yeah, there was a time when I was like, yeah, but I mean, it's not really doing anything. Like, I want something to do something. I want something like, maybe I just wasn't aware of I don't know how long they've been, doing, but I mean, they were always doing like charity or fundraising and stuff. And I think they did, do like get into canvassing at some point. But I was even kind of like, yeah, I don't really, connect with this as much, because what I wanted was something that was going to be, all right, what do we do about this? And I never got that from like Chapo, but at the same time, there's something to say about somebody that will tell you the real truth, even if it's fucked up, even if it's very depressing, and yeah, so I don't know, it's
thing that I think was missed in the Joe Rogan analogy is that it's a mainstream podcast that's not about politics. That's why normal people like it, because they're talking about all sorts of stuff and it's, fun or lighthearted. Politics is happening, and so that's the thing to comment on if you're in like a weekly news cycle. Here's what's happening today is my take on it. That kind of naturally happens.
Okay, so that's it. When we're talking about like, an audience's trust, an audience that is like maybe not politically committed is going to have an automatic distrust to somebody that seems to be to be kind of partisan, or somebody that is talking about politics. Whereas if it's like, oh, I watch this channel because they do amazing woodwork and I like doing woodwork, and I watch they talk about, or a podcast about woodwork or some random shit, and then they're like, we got these elections coming up. I don't think I trust Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. Yeah, no, I smell a rat there. Yeah, I mean, I think it's going to be just like more Joe Biden and all this right? So you get these are people they already trust because this guy is like telling them how to use the planing tool or whatever you use in woodwork. I don't know woodwork, chat, but I'm sure it's very complicated, and I'm sure it's got podcasts, and I'm sure that if you listen to that podcast because you're a woodworker or you do it in your spare time or whatever, and maybe you're not very political, you don't have a side, you don't really know what shit is about, right? And you're kind of like, all right, so this election's coming up, who should I, maybe Tim Waltz and Kamala, they seem pretty joyous, they seem pretty fun. I like the Brat Summer thing. And they're like, no, that Kamala shit, that's all bunk. Stabby is a great example of this, and it's weird how much influence that Cumtown has had politically, despite not being a political podcast. But I guess they always were a politically adjacent podcast. I think I found out about them through Chapo.
But the problem with the kind of political media first, or like left-wing Joe Rogan or leftist video essay thing, was that the buyers of political media are not the median or modal voter in the US. And so if you look at these quantitative analytics from subcultural communities, I'm going to give a weird example here, so bear with me. In the furry community, there's a staggering statistic that 70% of the people who participate in that subculture have purchased an original piece of art, meaning they have like spent their money to consume something from that subculture. If you're publishing, let's say like a Substack that's about tennis or whatever kind of mainstream thing, you could expect to monetize about 7% of your following. So if you look at the fringes or subcultural interests that are not mainstream, there's an order of magnitude increase in people's willingness to pay and contribute towards that. And when you lead with the politics, kind of just as we described before, the asymmetry of resources, the distortion of the attention economy, all of these things, that is an additional multiplier on how distorted the landscape is of people's actual sentiments. So it becomes really, really difficult to...
Vadim is telling me that the 1 hour mark is where they really get into the Gaza stuff, and it sucks. So, oh yeah, her response is not... I figured. It does feel like, if I remember correctly, she is trying to, like, kind of... She's trying to say that she was always against this shit, but not in the way where you call it a genocide, right? In a way where you say it's an ethnic cleansing. As in she does actually voice the idea that when October 7th came, that her first thoughts were, this is going to be met with a disproportionate response. As anybody who has an idea of the history of that conflict would probably tell you. So which I'm not sure. I don't know if I buy that. I don't know if I buy that, but yeah, it does seem like she's trying to reposition herself. Chat, we've got... I didn't put another super chat goal up, but I feel like if I had, we would have hit it. And so I'm trying to see, where's that other Kaya? Wait, this Kaya's in front of... No, yeah, that Kaya is in front of me. Is this Kaya? No, that one's also... There's two Kayas? Oh my god. My whole mind is blown. Okay, let's put this Kaya out here. And again, I don't know like how much of this we're gonna do, because the more stuff like this I do, the more it looks like a Twitch stream, and the less it looks like a YouTube video, but I felt like we could add a little Kaya as a treat. Now, if I can only figure out how to get this Kaya. No. There we go. Oh my god. My feelings when I solved the solitaire game and the Kayas cascade across the screen.
Advance the necessary broad coalition of 77 million people that are all going to make a shared decision and have a coherent narrative if we're starting from the vanguard political leftist position.
Right, which is not going to attract 77 million people, which is not.
It's not, no. No, it is necessarily a vanguard. It is not the popular will.
Right. Yeah, well, I do think that some of them, I mean, even in the video essay, peak left video essay era, like a lot of the people who were doing that most effectively helped build an audience in part also by talking about some other thing, video games, movies,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
And then politics was
Video
kind
games
of
are fascist
a
also.
way.
So I wonder though, I mean, it's not like there's not leftist people or left-wing people who do a political podcast, but okay, here's what I will say, right? You look at somebody like Moist Critical. He's managed, I think, maybe I'm wrong, but I think he more or less has managed to maintain an audience that has got, you know, at least a lot of the political spectrum represented. Maybe it leans to the left because he does occasionally, like, right, he will, I don't know, does he skew left more or does he skew right more? He will do like a lot of the like weird, like, SJW kind of, um like I've seen him kind of do like the SJW cringe stuff, but obviously he also, like, has been critical of Trump. At this point, like, what, 60% of the country or more is critical of Trump. But yeah, there is a certain kind of content creator that has never allowed their hand to be tipped as far as what their, politics are. And I guess, like, but I don't know if you can go from that to being like, I don't know. I endorse Trump. I endorse Kamala. I endorse. I don't know. I feel like that bubble gets popped the second that you do something that acknowledges, that you're more to this side than to that side, or you think that this is more of a problem than that. But yeah, like, what is that weird power, and how come you got all these, like Rogan, does his MMA, his God damn, what the fuck is even on Rogan like 10 years ago? Um like he's able to have a certain kind of credibility, I guess, to like a um a theoretical independent nonpartisan voter that maybe somebody that had done more, that had like a Sam Cedar does not. I don't know.
Ways. Yeah. Well, video game, like Steve Bannon figured this out in 2014. Like that way that, he noticed that online gaming spaces were basically a huge resource of frustrated young men without much political direction. And he just saw that this was exploitable. And so that.
They are, however, in functioning economic socialist models, like the internal guild organization is a workers' co-op. So there is an incredible irony here.
But I feel like that has not been as effectively used by the left as it has by the right.
Yes. Before we get too sidetracked on this side quest of video games, I want to refocus us on how do we make online discourse work? I think it's in the conspiracy video, but you talk about we need good conversations to do democracy. I'm paraphrasing here, but what are the kind of preconditions for this Habermasian public square? How do we have good conversations for deliberative democracy?
It's harder than ever, is my feeling. Like, I used to think this was possible. I mean, I used to go on these like debates even with right. So there's two problems with it, with debating right-wing people. One is that the right-wing people they're not interested in participating in a Habermasian public square. They're interested in owning you for clicks, right?
Damn it.
Yeah. The second,
That's all I had.
And then the second problem is that your own leftist audience feels betrayed that you.
Are TikTok debates like that though? I get the feeling that that's what. I don't know how close it is to the concept of the Habermasian public square, but I feel like TikTok has got like more of that aesthetic for I don't know. So if you don't know, Contrapoints did indeed debate a few times. Blair White was somebody that she debated and did not seem particularly strong against. I'm trying to remember who else she debated, but yeah, she kind of concludes. And look, I will agree with her that there is something about the debate milieu that is just, you're in a bind as a woman, where you won't win a debate being meek and mild, but if you jump in there and kind of take the reins too much, the audience will also turn on you. So it is definitely a higher degree of difficulty. But you know, I'm not sure if I agree with her conclusion from this.
That you dared talk to someone on the right, because they suggest that maybe means you're betraying them and you're maybe thinking of going over to the right, because why would you talk to someone on the right if you weren't on the right?
Right.
It's very hard to overcome this guilt by association thing. So it's like a pincer. Like you're discouraged from doing it, both by the way you're treated by the right, which is as an exploitable resource for them to create attention moments, and you're criticized on moral grounds by the left for associating with the enemy, which kind of made it.
I feel like I don't know if she's remembering this, and I don't know how well I remember this, but I think she also got some pushback, not just for associating with the enemy, right? But she got some pushback for her performance on those debates, which I think was, you know, at least somewhat from her own community. And look, it's a skill that you have to hone. But yeah, she did stop doing it after a while because of all of the criticism. I just wanted to put that correction on there because I don't think it was just that, you know, you're talking to Blair White. I think it was also you were helping Blair White was the real concern. And I've seen this happen with other content creators, you know, as well, who really were gung ho about you know, talking to and debating a big you know, content creator they disagreed with, and only to you know, find that there are the whole thing is kind of booby trapped. The whole thing is just
to me just not worth doing at all.
Right.
Now I'm sure some people,
the whole milieu of blood sports debate I'm talking about.
Some people are able to do this. Like men have to do this. I'll just say it. I can't do it. Like
debate.
Yeah, debate favors men.
Yeah.
Because it favors assertiveness, aggression, owning the enemy with facts and logic. Oh, even like it's not that women can't do that; they can. It's just that when women do it, it's perceived as like unfeminine aggression.
Did you ever see that movie Town Bloody Hall?
No.
Jermaine Greer and who was the I forget the name of the writer. Do you remember the writer? Norman Mailer, right? He writes this.
I have seen that. Yeah.
But it's like I'm not on his side of the argument, but like his basically being a dick to them was incredibly powerful versus these like very comprehensively and like well-spoken arguments against him. And he's just like, yeah, that's all bullshit. Like, and it's really strong in a debate format.
Yeah. Trump, just by pure force of intimidation and like aggressive posturing, is able to be perceived as winning.
So I agree that debate is in some cases necessary. And I don't think, just to be very clear on all these things, like it's good to have leftist video essays. It's good to have leftist podcasts. We're just saying that it is insufficient to win in the scale of the national election. And if that's a strategy that we're trying to achieve, we need more on top of it. What do you think about, what about repealing Section 230 for platforms that have algorithmic recommendation?
I don't know. I mean, algorithmic recommendation as opposed to what?
As opposed to...
So as far as I know, repealing Section 230 would be a minefield. And like, I don't know, you're talking about specifically for, so you can either use an algorithm or, and not have protect. So what 230 is that if you post something on Facebook that is illegal or whatever, it's not, you know, Facebook has, I guess, a responsibility to like take it down, but the liability is not on Facebook. The liability is on you. And so I guess the idea here is that if you're having an algorithm that is, you know, pushing people in a certain direction, then maybe they want to, you know, entertain some liability for... I feel like, look, there are definitely algorithms that are politically biased, and all algorithms are probably politically biased in a capitalist direction, but I feel like it is kind of easy to overstate or overassume, and there's this like universality of like everybody thinks that the algorithm is jamming up like their kind of content. But I don't know. Taylor Lorenz talks about this a lot. I think she is against repealing Section 230.
Like Substack, Patreon, you voluntarily
I honestly need to look more into the discourse.
opt into a thing. It's not recommended to you, and so that reduces proportionally the sensationalism and the
That you get on Twitter,
advertising
the
revenue
YouTube
engine.
algorithm,
It does.
Yeah. Taylor Lorenz is afraid it would be perfect for free speech. That's my fear too.
Doesn't necessarily eliminate extremism, but it means you have to like
seek it
click
out
in.
almost,
You gotta opt in.
It's hard not to think that that would be good at this point.
I wish there was some kind of regulation that could curb the ability of like an Elon Musk to use their platform maliciously to skew the discourse, but I don't. Repealing. Section 230 would be the
For me, I think it's I don't know how I don't know. I think that's going to be thought very intensely by the most powerful people in the country, because that's how they make a lot of money from it.
So I agree.
Yeah.
But
we are watching with this takeover of TikTok.
Yeah.
Right. I'm trying.
Was just filmed in a warehouse. There's an amazing amount of natural lighting in that environment.
To chip away at this, because I agree. These are the libertarian like techno-capitalist class is basically the most powerful people that have existed in human history.
Right.
How are we going to like force a law against them?
Yeah.
But they're kind of doing it already with TikTok.
Yeah.
Like
no,
they
that's
may
true.
actually put parameters around political speech on social media anyway.
Yeah.
And so there
Although
may be a few
does
avenues
TikTok
of
have
attack.
like American? I mean, because I feel like with TikTok they're able to sort of frame it as like foreign interference with American media, whereas we have like our own domestic oligarchs who are going to defend Facebook and Twitter and Instagram and YouTube, right? But I do think that, well, I don't know. I mean, Twitter's kind of a fascinating situation because I feel like Elon Musk took that thing over and basically they trust busted themselves, basically, right? Like they completely unforced, like created all these other Twitters that you can join, Threads, Blue Sky, I mean, I don't think those have the.
Not yet.
Yeah, I mean, the other problem is that like the thing about that algorithm is it's.
I'm sorry, what? So 110 is the thing that Vadim said was really important. Oh, she talks about Tarantino here. Oh, it's in that. I think that's in that segment. Yeah. What did she just say though?
I mean, Twitter's kind of a fascinating situation because I feel like Elon Musk took that thing over and basically they trust busted themselves, basically, right? Like they completely unforced, like created all these other Twitters that you can join, Threads, Blue Sky, I mean.
Okay. Yeah, you can join Threads, you can join Blue Sky. It's not an alternative though. None of those are alternatives. And because there's so many different ones and they're so diffuse, it's it's never what would have been nice is if I don't know, like another a website or an app that served the function that Twitter used to serve just kind of arose in its place, and that like Twitter would become. But yeah, it is actually sad the degree to which there really has not been a gnawing away at Twitter. There are alternatives, and they definitely have their uses, but as far as replacing Twitter as a mass platform or a sort of journalistic meeting space, I don't think anything has really jumped out and done that, which is really sad because Elon does not deserve to fucking have the kind of control that he does. And obviously that platform is botted to fucking hell. What was the estimation? I think it's official now that you're more likely to be or what is it like? I don't know if it's like you're more likely to be interacting with a bot than you are with a human, or if it's just that there's more bot accounts than human accounts. But yeah, it's
I mean, I don't think those have the.
Not yet. Not yet.
Yeah. I mean, the other problem is that like the thing about that algorithm is it's like they really are. They're selling us. They're selling us crack. They really are.
Yeah.
Like
yeah.
I'm hopelessly addicted to the thing. Like,
companies are forcing people to use Twitter instead of Blue Sky and other apps.
Honest. Twitter, anyway.
Okay.
And it's partly because of the chaos and the. I mean, I find Blue Sky boring.
It is boring.
It's
yeah.
boring.
Yeah.
I
also don't believe that if a platform is predominant.
I do have the same, I guess, perception, but I will acknowledge that it may be a skill issue. Blue Sky works differently. And if you're on it and you're having trouble, like if you find it boring or something like that, it's more likely that you're not following like the same feeds. You gotta get into the feeds with Blue Sky and like, you know, there are not everybody feels the way that she feels, right? People do use Blue Sky and are not bored by it. They find it to be a very good resource, but you got to get a little bit deeper and kind of learn how the site works. But it doesn't have that kind of mass you know, get you know, eyes on a thing, get a mass amount of eyes on a thing that Twitter does.
Leaning in one political direction that like we should just send all of the liberals and leftists over to Blue Sky. Like I think you actually need to have those voices in the right-wing dominated platform like Twitter. And I picked this up from Rokana, actually. I wasn't sure that this was an actual thing that people are going to move forward with, but it does seem like there's legislation around it. And I'm kind of, you know, I've put the now like 8 years of my adult life into this kind of research and material and the Gen Z social media interviews I did. I think that we need to get upstream of this process. And this is kind of the best thing that has come across my desk recently, because I think it is basically Brandolini's law. If we're trying to fight the right, what can we actually do in this space? It's clearly 90% dominated by them.
So did they get to the conclusion already that the platform is the problem? Did they already get there? I did watch most of this when it came out. Friendster is still what is Friendster? Is it like it's like a MySpace?
We have to pull different levers.
Yeah, well, the idea of like regulating, I mean, I think that some kind of increased regulation of social media probably would be massively beneficial if it were done by the right people. I guess I'm always somewhat anxious about anything that counts as feels like censorship for fear of it. But I don't know, they're already doing censorship. Like
that's the problem. Is they're already
Like,
I mean, I wouldn't want this to happen under the Trump administration.
No.
But like advancing a proactive politics for the left, maybe that should be part of the 2028 platform, right?
No, maybe it
jobs
should.
guarantee and repeal 230 for platforms.
The trick would be to find a way to sell this to the public in a way that doesn't seem like, that can't be so easily framed as like authoritarian leftist takeover of free speech.
I got a suggestion.
Yeah?
You flip the trans thing. They're coming for your kids. The platform.
Yes. No, that's actually a good idea. That's a good idea.
There are people already saying that, right? There are people using that, and they're not gonna make any good changes. Yeah, that's. Can we stop society? Can we as a society stop listening to Italians about how to fight the right? They're really bad at it. Ooh. Good point. Yeah, the trans thing. Let's flip the trans thing on the head and tell them, actually, the Mark Zuckerberg's coming for your kids. Like, I mean, I get why this works, and I get why it's appealing to people on the left, because, you know, we do, for the most part, if you know anything about these websites, you fucking hate what Zuckerberg and Elon have done. You really hate, you know, what's going on TikTok right now, and you know, I don't have any. YouTube's not a problem on that scale, but it's not great either. And there's yeah.
Focus on, like, I don't know.
But I get why it's appealing. I just don't think that this repealing section 230 or like outlawing algorithms, I don't know if that's the answer. I do think that regulation is what we need, in some way. I just don't know if these are the right regulations. But thank you, Davi, for the super chat.
No.
Did you see that the lawsuit where this girl, I should know the details of this if I'm bringing it up on the podcast. She was like 16 years old and they're suing for anxiety and emotional damages, the big platforms.
Yeah.
And this is now setting a precedent where reality.
I should know about that too. I actually haven't checked in. I saw that lawsuit happened.
Riel's the producer of this show, but he was telling me there's now class action lawsuits opening up against the platforms.
Well, that's a smart way to start. I mean, I think that I like your suggestion of doing it as some kind of think of the children thing in terms of, I don't know. I just feel like it's going to end up you being like gravitate towards banning pornography, which like I'm not necessarily opposed to the idea that like pornography should maybe be slightly more ghettoized on something like Twitter, right? Where as opposed to just like, oh, there it is in your feed all the time.
Right.
And certainly when you have like a significant portion of the website's users are underage.
I'm sorry.
But
does anybody have this problem? I know that there is, I know that there's NSFW stuff on. Oh, you know what? Well, no, that's on my. So on the, I don't get porn. I don't know what would make you get porn. I think looking at porn would probably make you. That must be the problem. If you use Twitter for that, then Twitter's going to be like, oh, you like this. And it's going to put it in your feed. Okay, I think I get it. She just needs to stop using Twitter for porn. That's her problem. If she doesn't want to see porn on Twitter, then she needs to find a different... Oh, that's actually tricky. I wouldn't know what site to recommend. I mean, I get the appeal. She's already got Twitter. You've already got Twitter on your phone, and there's if you're looking for that sort of thing, it is there. But yeah, if you look at it, if you search for it, and if you see, if you click on videos, yeah, you're gonna get that in your feed. Get some intense yaoi. I get like yaoi ads on YouTube. It's crazy. Like both in terms of like commercials, like between like in a video and the little like things like in between, when you're scrolling on your phone. Taylor Lorenz needs to chime in on this convo. I'm telling you, she's going to be like, these libs don't know what the fuck they're. Yeah, probably so. Well, she is doing live streams now, so maybe she'll cover it there.
But then when it comes to something like vaccine misinformation, I mean, this was tried during the pandemic, right?
Yeah.
Where like Facebook and YouTube all kind of attempted to like instate misinformation restrictions.
So
that was viewed by many people as tyrannical.
How would this be any different? Right? Especially, look, it's either not going to make enough of a difference to matter, in which case, not enough juice for the squeeze, or it's going to immediately make a difference, and it's gonna piss people off, and they'll react to it like I don't know. Yeah, I mean, like, I feel like. Like, yeah, YouTube went... Look, it wasn't even just, like, I got a misinformation strike on YouTube for covering and debunking Trump conspiracy theories. They had all these conspiracy theories of how Joe Biden isn't really in the White House, or he's not really president, or there's, like, a military order and they're, I don't know, preparing to execute all of the Democrats. It was this, and I was just covering the cringe, and they hit me with a fucking misinformation. They also hit me with a misinformation for debunking James O'Keefe's, anti-vax misinformation. So yeah, I don't know if I can exactly endorse what the platforms were doing during COVID, but for very different reasons than she's saying. I mean, I do think that shit's gotten way out of hand now. You've got full colorized AI Hitler speeches now. What is that doing there, right? What is that doing there? Before it was things like the best story never told, which is like a Holocaust denial, YouTube video. and things like that were so divisive that they got just through engagement. They got a lot of views back in like what 2016, 2015. They did change their algorithm to try to not give Hitler as much clout, I guess. But now I see like a whole lot of stuff that is not that is it looks like it's made to either appeal to people to people who are Nazis or to make more Nazis or to convince people to be Nazis. I don't know I don't know what to do about that. But I don't know. I mean, at this point, it's not really in our hands, all right? The Trump is the president, okay? Any decisions that are going to be made in the near term about platforms and algorithms and the like, it's not going to be made by anybody that we want making it. Let's just put it that way.
I don't know. I don't really have a solution to this, honestly.
So I'm asking you. I don't have a solution for it either,
yeah.
but it's something to explore.
Yeah.
The last thing I want to touch on here for this topic of like counter messaging and so on and so forth. Is there some degree to which like BreadTube and Peter Kropotkin type politics from like?
Okay, this is interesting. Yeah, and as tempted as I am to go back right to like the part that Vadim is talking about, like here we go. Going back to BreadTube.
1892 was insufficient to scale to the crises of like 2020. Was that part of it too?
I always thought it was crazy that we were talking about Kropotkin so much. The term breadtube, which derives from the conquest of bread, I have no idea where that came from. I always thought it was weird that it was applied to.
So in other words, the people that built her career, she never meaningfully engaged with, right? The reason that she's called BreadTube chat is because the community that developed around her were anarchists who loved Kropotkin.
Vicliff super chatted $9.99. Okay, I think people misinterpret those platforms' censorship during COVID, or even left-wing people thinking it's the oligarchs trying to keep him down. The ban decision is made by a tired 22-year-old.
Yeah, like I was saying, my main problem with YouTube is their moderation, right? Both during COVID and now, even they didn't even implement that policy. I feel like there was a ton of denialism that went under the wire, and meanwhile, shit like mine, which is actually debunking the denialism, they can't. And I noticed this before, chat. They don't know the difference between like a video, criticizing Matt Walsh and a video praising him. So like, YouTube just literally is like, oh, Matt Walsh, let me send you a bunch of chuds. Did people talk about Kropotkin that much? Yes. Okay, so around the time, maybe just in the wake of the 2016 election, people in like the chats of like BreadTube type creators, they would spam the bread emoji, right? There's just like the simple bread. It's like a French baguette, right? That emoji, right? They would spam it. I don't know. They might have changed it, but back then it was basically a baguette, and they would just spam baguettes. And Contra would from time to time look at the chat, and she'd be like, "Is there a reason why people are posting bread?" And they would answer, "Read the bread book," right? So there was just a bunch of anarchists who thought that the conquest of bread should be the introductory text and the starting point for a anti hierarchical raising of consciousness, and obviously Contra just did not have any interest. I mean, I get why you might put that book down, because a lot of it is just him like talking about, like, he does go off about food for a while, if I remember correctly. But he's just talking about like, look, this earth has a stupid amount of resources. And the fact that there are people suffering, from a lack of them, we really need to take account for everything that there is. That was like the, I mean, it's definitely not like anything heavy. But yeah, somehow this really struck a chord with anarchists on YouTube.
Yeah. I don't talk about Kropotkin. Like, I'm not an anarchist. Like, I don't know. But yeah, I do think that, like, I don't want to entirely disparage the activity of reading theory, but I do think that, like, this kind of like priestly tendency of the left that there's this.
So that's exiting Vampire Castle, right? She's literally got Mark Fisher on the brain. Thank you for the super chat, by the way, Davi. You can see it in her eyes, right? She's entering the Vampire Castle in her mind. She's entering the mind palace of Mark Fisher. And chat, nothing good happens there. I hate to tell it. This Mark Fisher defending Russell Brand. You want to know what the book that she's inspired by is? It's Mark Russell defending Russell Brand. You college kids don't understand. Russell Brand came from a proletariat background. That's why he calls women birds, not because he's a misogynist. I'm sorry. I love Mark Fisher, but that whole fucking pamphlet did not age well. And it is a dirty little pamphlet. That's what exiting. It's just an old man getting mad at his students for canceling him. That's all it is. The Pumpernickel Nomicon, I love that.
I like it. Okay.
Well, it's interesting. Yeah, if you're an intellectual. But like, I think that is 19th century social and political theory like really the thing that we need to insist everyone be literate in? I don't think it should be. I mean, I think it's, like, again, useful for, I suppose you can call it a vanguard. I don't call myself a vanguard. That seems a little too self-congratulatory. I mean, I don't think that I'm useless. I'm not trying to be overly self-disparaging when I say that video essays are not the solution to the media environment. But I also like recognize that there's like serious limitations to how
we wouldn't be doing this if we thought it was useless.
Right, I wouldn't be doing it if I thought it was useless. But it's also, like you say, insufficient.
I mean, it goes deeper than that, Scapegoat. Yeah, as a woman, I do say chicks, but I feel like birds is a bit too much. Wait, what? There are birds in the pictures. How did we get that? How did we get to birds? No, I mean, it was more than that about Russell Brand, and obviously Russell Brand. Now we know that he is, he was having sex with school children, and there's a number of credible accusations of SA and worse against him. But it's funny because of the like how Mark Fisher chose to defend him.
Cliff super chatted $9.99. Anarchists are either stinky and can't build anything, or they just become libs as soon as they taste a little bit of success because their ideology is inherently self-obsessed and individualistic.
I'm sure that's not going to piss anybody off in chat. But thank you for the super chat.
To watch part 2.
Oh, okay. It's a break. It's a break. But they're not actually ending yet. He's just like trying to pump his paywall stuff.
Hyper specificity of the the reason the moment I dropped out of my PhD program was the moment when I was having to transfer from getting a master's degree, which I was doing as part of the PhD, to okay, it's time to write a dissertation and choose a specialty. And it's like, do I want to spend the remainder of my 20s thinking about the same 3 paragraphs of Hegel? No, I don't. I don't want to do that. That is you
don't want to do that?
A profound waste.
I know people who've been doing that for free.
Yeah, right.
Some people will.
So it seemed, because what I like about philosophy, as an undergrad, is how is this sweeping tour from Plato to Foucault or whatever, and it's you're doing a different thing every week, and it's really exciting to encounter all this new stuff.
Sure.
And so I thought social media might be a better place to do that, but you end up having the opposite problem, which is everything's so superficial. There's not very much depth. You can do research, but if you do a lot of research, it takes forever to make the video.
Yeah.
I'm now on about a 1 main channel video per year schedule, which is not, it's certainly not sustainable for someone who's trying to get big on social media. That will never get you there.
Yeah.
I can do it because I've spent 10 years getting to the point so I can get away with it.
Yeah, you can take basically a research sabbatical.
Yeah.
And then you produce
and that's basically
the
what
book
I do.
or the video.
Yeah, that's basically what I do. But that is not
Justifying. justifying. 'Justifying. 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 Chad, I do feel legitimately bad when I can't get to stream for like several days. Like it. I mean, I don't. It's not like I feel guilty, but I don't know. Like imagine. I mean, obviously, it takes a lot more work to put together a polished video essay than it does to show up on you know, to research for stream or something like that. But the sort of I just got to get myself healthy, I think. I understand I've had to hang out with a lot of crust punks in the years past. I don't even want to. There's a particular you did remind me of uh, a certain person, Davy, that I'm so glad not to have to deal with anymore. But I'm gonna try not to universalize him too much. I'm sure there's better anarchists than him out there.
It's not going to make you a TikTok star.
Yeah.
Like that's not, you know.
Maybe.
And I used to do much smaller, you know, lower ambition videos, which is how I kind of built the following in the first place.
Yeah, but you have to kind of like mature in
I'm sorry, what is she wearing?
your creative practice, and then also just the
I'm not trying to be mean here, but what is she wearing?
world changed a lot
You can't talk shit about anarchists dressed like that, I don't think.
It changed a
in
lot.
that time.
Yeah,
so
completely.
yeah, I had this like we've got so in addition to the podcast, I run a arts nonprofit, and we have an educational wing for that. And Tommy, who runs the courses over there, was saying that, you know, this whole syllabus, like all this material, is kind of like around the Mark Fisher slow cancellation of the future, like capitalist realism, and like
important works.
That, like, we're in the new world now. Like Trump broke neoliberalism. Like we actually know what comes after.
Wait, was Mark Fisher an anarchist? I can't even remember.
It's like something worse. It's multipolar. It's imperial, whatever, mercantilism. But yeah, the way that the world transformed and your maturation in your creative career, you have to kind of like tackle this new thing in a different way. And I don't think that there's, at least in my survey of the space, I haven't seen someone who's producing like short 20-minute kind of interesting, useful commentary on it. It's more like this long form, almost documentary video essay format that you're doing at the stage.
Well, no, that's really true. I think a lot of the way that I feel like my content has changed over the last 6 years in particular has to do with, well, I used to have a very like progressive like idea of the arc of history, like, and I think that's the product of, you know, the first election I voted in was 2008. Obama winning that year. I mean, now like Obama has lost so much reputation among people on the left that it's like hard to explain how it felt in 2008.
I remember that.
But it was, I mean, it was like 15 Zohar on Mamdani's.
People were partying in the street.
They were partying in the street, and it felt like, I mean, I think of that like Hunter S. Thompson line about how it felt to be in the summer of, you know, 68 or whatever. And there was like this inevitable sense of like good triumphing over evil, and that like, you know, well, like, racism was over, and now like we were just gonna live.
That worked out great.
And then 2016.
I would not compare the election of Obama to the fucking summer of love. What a weird
happened, and it was possible to sort of, you know, I think I had all kinds of cope for that and all kinds of explanations.
Yeah, no, he was. I'm reading up. He claimed he you know, he claimed Marxism. That's all I see. Which, you know, as an academic, that's respectable. Not easy being a Marxist in academia. Not easy being an open Marxist. Thought this is about specifically white anarchist men because they love abusing. Wait, which one thing is about that?
It wasn't actually that bad, and like, well, you know, there's all kinds of reasons I can imagine people voting for Donald Trump. Like maybe they just uniquely hated Hillary, as many people said they did. Maybe they just wanted to try something new and anti-establishment and like, you know, all this. But then when they reelected him last 2 years ago,
yeah, it's more like the Arab America or the American Arab Spring. Yeah,
something different.
That kind of crushed my idea that things were going to get better, and I now have a more like, well.
So when you,
I mean, God, I get that people, they're people that took Obama's campaign slogans, I don't know, way too seriously, and even I got, you know, sucked into believing that, you know, his background as a community organizer meant that he was gonna give, you know, he was gonna swing for the fences, right? But no, the Affordable Care Act, definitely not swinging for the fences on that one. That was a bunt, okay? That was a bunt, and you were lucky not to you were lucky to make it to first base before the ball did, right? That was you were this close to being out.
When you say a progressive arc to history,
Yeah.
you're not talking about like a, multiple centuries teleological development or arc of, feudalism, capitalism, socialism. You're talking about the recent social history of generally people are becoming more progressive. And we'll get Obama and then we'll get someone else who's like more socially progressive.
Yeah, I think that's what I was thinking, right?
I assumed the same thing. I think that was a plausible, reasonable thing to think at that time.
And it was kind of an unconscious assumption, I think. Like, I don't think I would explicitly have stated, oh yeah, we're definitely getting more progressive, politics from here on out. But I think I felt it, that this like Trump thing was a kind of like bizarre aberration that was going to go away, and it's not. So that has kind of forced me to reconsider things. I mean, it also reconsiders the content I kind of make. Like, I don't really do a de-radicalization so much anymore.
I got a whole like page on this.
We're gonna do yeah.
Okay, I've got a good one to throw at you.
Okay,
so
let's,
we were talking about a general like kind of social progressivism that's happening over the last few decades.
Anybody ever see the Animatrix? It was this I don't know, this like movie that got made, I think alongside with like one of the Matrix sequels or something. It was like a DVD. One of those stories is about like two humans capturing a little machine drone dude and then like doing some Clockwork Orange shit on it and convincing it, actually you're a human too, and we're all humanity and we all care about each other, and we're and it's like, and then they just use it against the I don't know, like it feels like that. It feels like the kind of, it feels like yeah, let's do de-radicalization. Like, hey, fellow edgy dude, I don't like cancel culture either. Yeah, we hate cancel culture. Yeah, Mark Fisher taught us that cancel culture, it's the vampire castle. And they think that, I don't know, like there was like I swear to God, that's what Vosh going on the fucking kill stream was about. It's him showing you that he could enjoy saying the N-word too, right? So maybe consider leftism, right? Because we're not averse to fun, if that's how you define fun. I don't know. You watched that? I don't remember all the little stories. Yeah, but it's just basically a Clockwork Orange trope, right? Or of like brainwashing somebody, right? And it feels like they would be like I don't know. Like I said before that oh my God, chat, I'm not doing good. I don't know what's wrong with me.
And when we're younger, Obama gets elected, and we think it's going to be this way forever on this kind of.
Then we got Infra Haas. She mentions him, Shakespeare. She mentions him later, and I don't think she knows what the dude is about. I think it's in context of tankies, which is sad. It's so sad. It's so sad. People need to know Haas wants you to think that he's a tanky, so you do not scratch beneath the surface and see that he's not even a leftist. He's a Nazi, fucking LARPing as being on the left.
Like constant arc of general social progress. Trump happens, that's a big interruption. However, we have this very weird postmodern conservatism now where Kristi Noem's husband is hyper-conservative, but also dabbling in some, shall we say, unusual habits and behaviors in private.
Well, Republican cross-dressing scandals are not like the most...
So when postmodernism is hard to explain, and I don't think that it's productive for me to go into a deep, give you like a definition, but it's getting used as basically anything where you're like subjective, where you have a subjective mindset, I guess is how that's the derogatory usage of postmodern. So they're saying, well, usually you'd think for conservatives, something like being a bimbofied, big-tittied, whatever, the thing that Kristi Noem's partner is doing, that's kind of against Jesus, the whole Jesus thing. Jesus doesn't like that, but we're postmodern, so I guess it's okay, I think is what is being said.
It's an awful thing. Like, I mean, I don't know, in the Bush era, I kind of remember like Larry Flint.
Oh, there's a Michael McManus
the wide stance in the bathroom. Like he was
Oh,
cruising,
yeah.
in
Yeah,
airport
yeah.
bathrooms, basically. So that's not necessarily a novelty. I mean, I think there is like somehow the absurdity of the cosmos seems to have like escalated. Like the kind of the notion that it wasn't just like he wasn't just cruising. Like there's like ridiculous details like balloon breasts and bimboification and hypnosis and like God knows what else we already know about. But like,
Oh yeah, what don't we know?
yeah, I'm sure there's.
But we don't want to be the scoldy left, do we? We don't want to do that. But we also can't be the don't laugh at degeneracy. Oh my God, it's so confused again. Like the complaints that you know.
An oceanic depth
There's-
to the,
yeah.
to the like the.
I was thinking,
hit,
where
like,
would you
closet.
hide
It's
a
like,
pair of fake tits that big in your house? Like, she's got to know about it.
maybe inflates them. Well, I think
Those were clearly balloons. Come on, what are we talking about?
I mean, I think.
Why do we care?
Yeah, I mean, I think that probably she probably knows.
She has
like,
to
I
know.
think that if you're married
Yeah.
to someone for decades and they are habitual cross-dresser, there are usually indications that that's going on. So, and so I'm a little skeptical. But it also, like, fascinatingly, I mean,
Lord Fortuus with the resubscribe. That is 75 months. Wow. Thank you for resubscribing.
That scandal in particular.
Sorry for you to find me on such a day when I am just dealing with this the last gasps of the smoky season in Thailand. It's making me hard for me to breathe, and yeah, so I don't feel like I'm as present as I want to be. But anyway,
kind of like fascinatingly makes you think on like the right's relationship to bimboification in general. Like, a lot of people have observed that, like, well, people call it Mar-a-Lago face.
Yeah.
But there is a kind of fixation on this particular type of presentation of femininity, of like a very like, topiary approach to like female, gender expression. That, I mean, people always used to talk about this like Fox News bombshells or whatever.
Sure,
but
sure.
I think how much work has Christy Nomad done? People comment on this a lot. That she's a grandma and she's like kind of like turned herself into a Barbie.
I've heard from people that one of the reasons why fascism is so fixated on aesthetics, like, I think of that image of her with this $50,000 watch in front of this backdrop of like all of these prisoners.
Yes.
It's an incredibly powerful image, right? And also these like giant breasts are a really striking image. But fascism is so focused on aesthetics because that's all that they have to offer. Like, they don't have a comprehensive, like, compelling offer for political economy, so they can just give you these like incredibly potent images.
Well, they sort of don't believe in. I'm trying to say they almost don't believe in reality. Like,
yes,
they don't.
no,
Yeah. Like
we should
they
explain
don't
what we mean by
believe in
that.
material reality, but they also sort of think that like the problem. I mean,
oh shit! For sale on Zero Books, Shakespeare. Is that where I'm seeing? Is it the one with the? Is one of the covers like a Pepe Donald Trump?
The right wing or the fascist, particularly, diagnosis of what is wrong with the world is aesthetic, right?
Yeah.
The West has fallen. Why? Because of like degeneracy, and the evidence of that is often like suggest like look at modern architecture compared to a cathedral,
right?
How did this happen, Western man, right? But
we also don't like the cathedral, right? The cathedral is all that we stand against. But oh my God, yeah, no, it's very postmodern in the bastardized sense of the word.
I think that. What they're interested in is, there's like these like famous, ridiculous meme posts. We used to be a proper country, like, and the image attached to that caption is a 7-Eleven ad from the 1970s. So it's like,
really?
Yeah. It's
Wow.
like we used to be like, look at this advertising image from 3 decades ago.
Yeah.
Wouldn't it be better if we were still like that? And it is very like, again, this is not like we're not talking. They're not giving us data about like wages or about inequality or about
used to be a proper country.
Right,
wages and productivity were aligned.
Right. But like, well, I don't know. But you sometimes see like people point to like, oh, before 1971, like there inflation has increased so much and wages have not kept up.
Yeah.
Like that's like a data point that sort of corresponds to something that is involved in reality. Whereas pointing to advertising from the past and being like, it's sad how commercialized Coca-Cola has become. Like, what are you talking about? Like, it's just like a fantasy, like that they're engaged in, right?
That like an ad agency dreamed up on Madison Avenue that these people like posit as their vision of the utopian future.
I mean, and the idea that fascism as the aestheticization of politics, I mean, isn't that like Benjamin or someone? Like communists have been saying this since like the 30s.
Speaking of taste, okay, I'll throw you a few. We'll clear the trash mobs here.
I thought Zero Books changed its name. Oh, Plastic Pills and Matthew McManus. I thought they had a different name now, or am I just thinking did they get rid of Douglas Lane? Is Douglas Lane somewhere else? Probably planning a collab with Ben Burgess. Okay.
Intellectuals are partial to making up new terms. I was surfing the net one day, and I found a term that I was not familiar with. Postmodern conservatism. This was at first strange to me, as highly reputed intellectual Dr. Jordan B. Peterson had informed me that postmodernism was invented by French neo-Marxists to destroy Western civilization.
We've been publicly funding extremely radical postmodern leftist thinkers who are hell-bent on demolishing the fundamental substructure of Western civilization.
I was confused, and I realized I would have to do some research if I were ever to escape this cognitive dissonance. I walked past this library on the way to a local indie coffee shop where
Some shit never changes, I guess.
I could use the Wi-Fi to watch YouTube.
Like, this is a very Zero Books video. I don't know how much of I can watch.
I was satisfied by this assertion such that I didn't need to do any more research. I maintain a pedestrian definition of postmodernism as a non-specific and cross-disciplinary rejection of the notion of universalizable normativity in nature, knowledge, history, or language. But I realized I would need a real intellectual if I were to ever figure out the meaning of this term. Hour over the edit. And so, you've made up a new term?
I didn't exactly invent it. It was originally coined by Peter Augustine Lawler. It was
Postmodern conservatism. Great. See? Alpha. And how did you do that?
Well, I adapted the term and revised it to try to explain some of the developments that have taken place recently, particularly the rise of people like Donald Trump, Viktor Orban, and other reactionaries.
Is that Redditor sweat? It looks like Redditor sweat. You know, there's a specific type of sweat that a Redditor sweats.
He talked for a few minutes, long enough that I felt I knew enough on the topic to make a YouTube video on it. Then I went over to my friend's house to film. Postmodern conservatism. How can conservatives, the last stalwart defenders of Western culture, be postmodern when postmodernism is relativistic?
I am getting the feeling that this is a overly wrought explanation for a concept that's not all that deep. Am I wrong? Am I wrong here? Plastic Pills literally does not know anything about Deleuze. Yeah, I've knows a lot about like you know, color contacts though, apparently. Damn.
Nihilistic and wants to erode the pillars of civil society.
Hell-bent on demolishing the fundamental...
Oh, maybe that's the spice. Maybe that's the spice. Yeah. It's like when you get a certain type of edgy boy messiah, you can get this sort of spice eyes from how based you are. It almost feels like a parody. Everything on Zero Books is like, this is what I mean when I said it's got the Zero Books sheen on. Oh, there's an interview with the Epic Times.
Substructure of Western civilization.
As if postmodernism is some leftist neurotoxin cooked up in the laboratories of the Sorbonne and University of Paris 8, intended to destroy the laughable amalgam they call Judeo-Christian values. Postmodern conservatism is the intellectual position.
Because it's somebody's version of the truth, not the truth. He didn't have a conversation.
Truth is
about...
truth. I don't mean to go like...
No, it isn't truth. Truth isn't truth.
What do you even call this? You know what? Yo, why don't you just take this one? You know the format.
Here's my problem with the term postmodern conservatism. It's that we've got... You've made the assumption that conservatives are normally or were previously like morally consistent, and that's just not true. You're acting like this is a man bites dog story when it's really a dog bites man story, right? It's a very fucking mundane thing that there is not you know, intellectual or moral or any other kind of consistency in the, you know, the drivel that passes for discourse from a anti-intellectual death cult, right? I don't know. I feel like I explained it all there. There you go. Right? So dignifying it, like calling it postmodern conservatism is dignifying it in a way that it doesn't deserve. Right? It was never consistent. It was never fact-based. And there was the concern about fucking postmodernism, you know, disallowing us from telling up from down was never legitimate, was never sincere. It was a fucking, you know, moral panic like everything else. Are you surprised? Because I'm not. It's the least surprising thing in the world to me. Here, let's hear what Matt McManus say your piece.
Conservatism is a kind of reactionary politics that emerged in the 21st century as a response to different socio-political, economic, and technological shifts. Especially, I would argue, the latter. To understand postmodernism in this way, we need to have a brief guided tour of 20th century critical theory.
Wait. This is an introductory channel. We're gonna need some definitions. So real quick, what is postmodernism in this context?
Wait. I know you think you've bastardized this sufficiently, but let me bastard it up a little bit more for you.
Look here, I'll just throw it up on the screen.
Postmodernism is inherently a reaction to grand narratives that posit universal normative standards for what should be done in every local context.
And conservatism then, in this context?
Conservatism is a particular political philosophy going back quite some time, where our appeal to tradition suggests that social and political change should take place gradually, if at all.
Okay, so smashing this together, postmodern conservatism is something like an appeal to traditional normative standards, and it does so as a rejection of a grand narrative, which I suppose is a liberal open-mindedness to multiculturalism or something?
No. Grand narratives are like, yeah, like Marx, right? For instance, is a grand narrative. I mean, I guess you could say, I don't know, is there a grand narrative associated with liberalism? Right? It's just it's like a bad undergrad presentation. Yeah. So it's like I said, it's very on brand for Zero Books. I could not describe Zero. A bad undergrad presentation, it describes 95% of Zero Books.
It takes the reactivity and rejection from postmodernism, couples it with traditional values, or what it calls that, and then tries to return to a nostalgic narrative of history so that we don't have to deal with any of the messiness of social change.
Yes, and they use the ambiguity of these kind of facts to foster a particular story that serves their identities that are rooted in nostalgia.
All right, carry on.
Where was I again?
We were going on a guided tour of French intellectuals.
I mean, Back to the Good Old Days is also a grand narrative. It may be a round trip, but it still counts, okay? Yeah, I don't, are they going to point out the irony that you're not exactly rejecting a grand narrative, but rather changing one? Right.
In the 1970s, the philosopher Jean-François Lyotard, the French thinker's French thinker, wrote a report with the snappy title, The Postmodern Condition. He argued that many of the grand narratives we use to make sense of the world, from Christianity to Marxism, were losing their once dominant place in the popular imagination.
Okay, there we go. Christianity, another example.
And this created a lot of doubt in the place of the dogma.
Although what Christianity, right?
And skepticism in the place of certainty. While this was troubling for some like Christians and Marxists, it also created new spaces for others to create different kinds of identities, narratives, and styles that may have been stunted previously. All this was taking place in the context of the 70s and 80s. The church's influence was waning in public life, French intellectuals were reevaluating the authority of canonical political texts, and it seemed pretty clear that Soviet communism, and to a certain extent Marxism, was on its way out, both politically and culturally. In the 1990s,
I see you.
A young man called Francis Fukuyama theorized about the end of history, with the collapse of communist regimes taking place all around the world. First, conservatives, this seemed
I can't remember. Are these guys big Foucault fans? Shakespeare, do you remember?
To be a reason to celebrate. They had won the big one, the Cold War. But in fact, many savvier conservative philosophers came to recognize that the political right was on shifting ground intellectually, like everyone else was at the time. The grand narrative supporting it, from a Christian belief to the kind of dogma.
This guy's making me nauseous.
An indisputable force for good in the world. All of these became subject to new doubts.
Or maybe the video is making me, something's making me nauseous.
Conservatism, in fact, had in part stabilized itself by appealing to the threat of the now defunct evil empire that Ronald Reagan liked to talk about.
I would rather see my little girls die now, still believing in God,
Jesus
than have them
Christ.
grow up under communism and one day die no longer believing in God.
Better dead than red. Okay, Ronnie. Okay.
The consequences of this identity crisis were anticipated by a lot of critical theorists, most notably Frederick Jameson, the author of Postmodernism, or the cultural logic of late capitalism. Jameson argued that changing conditions had created a culture where unified identities increasingly were fractured as the soil that had nurtured them increasingly lay fallow. Long-term changes were occurring that had been ignored in the face of the communist threat. And here are some examples. So rural areas have been depopulated by movements to big urban centers. Younger generations were less tied by traditional religion, and virtually
what is this shit?
No one believed that the national government.
I feel like this. I'm watching the worst cult indoctrination video I've ever seen. And it's like, this is why you should be a conservative Marxist.
They were electing were actually honest and trustworthy, particularly post-Watergate. The art of the time also expressed these ideas.
Have you ever heard of Nick Land here?
Either giving vent to nihilistic outrage.
This is some kind of pipeline. This is some kind of pipeline.
Bringing back cliched images and ideas about national identity. Think about the kind of action films.
Yo, yeah. Like they are, like, just like Rambo, First Blood. What is that other one? Is that Back to the Future and Nirvana? Or no, it's Blade Runner. It's Blade Runner, right?
American men.
Oh, he calls himself a liberal socialist. Wonderful.
These are all important parallels to postmodernism as a European intellectual movement, although their significance wasn't yet appreciated.
Is it Judge Dredd? Postmodern conservatism just superficially copies the aesthetics of postmodernism. Yeah, it doesn't. Like they. Well, no. Okay, so there's no conservative out there. All right, as far as I know, that is like either reading postmodernism and saying, yeah, this is great. Like, although I said it could be compatible with conservatism, right? It does lend itself to that, much to its own detriment in some ways. It's not anything that's been it's just got a bad name in conservative circles, and it's just kind of flattened and simplified out to be like, you know, there's no truth or everything is true and false. Like, I don't know, Schrodinger's, you know, you know, it's just a mishmash, I guess. And that's how they criticize society. And they blame postmodernism on, you know, everything confusing that they see in society, everything they reject in society, everything they think is, I don't know. Gets into a debate with Destiny and even spoke to Sunday. Wow.
As much as it should be. See,
I missed this whole.
It seemed like these cultural phenomena had no real impact on day-to-day politics. For the most part, things settled into a comfortable neoliberal consensus that I grew and a lot of other people grew up in, from the fall of the Berlin Wall up until about the mid-2000s, while the economy chugged along. Inequality during this time period may have soared, job precarity increased, and we had to put up with an onslaught of shitty manufactured boy bands.
It's gonna be
No, what are we doing? That's I feel like I can't add anything to this, chat. I feel like that says everything right there. Okay. Yeah, we understand. Nice. I really thought it would, because you will hear people just, you know, use, and I do feel like, you know, that's what's kind of behind this idea of like, oh, conservatism, you say that you are all about facts ahead of feelings, and yet there's a lot more subjective aspects to your belief system than you're willing to wrestle with, sir. And it's like, got him. Good, got him. Congratulations, you hit it out of the park. Yep, there we go.
But everyone agreed that things could be.
Oh my God, enough of the McManus. His voice, I think it was his voice. I think it was McManus's voice that was making me nauseous. Also the Reddit sweat. on both McManus and unfortunately plastic pills.
Let's talk about your recent video.
Not trying to start any drama.
Speaking of bad taste, you recently watched all 10 Saw videos
many times
and spent several hours
yeah.
writing about it, thinking about it. Why did you choose Saw?
What's up with the background, Pepto Pink? Look, I'm gonna need some Pepto-Bismol by the end of this.
I was procrastinating a few years ago on another video, and I procrastinated by watching the Saw movies, and it struck me as like really...
Wait, maybe you should make a video about this.
So there's ideas here that I have not really seen, like been given like the philosophical escalation treatment, and I think it was that combined with the fact that this movie had once traumatized me, that I think interested me, right? Is that, well, it's a very Freudian idea that like there's something kind of sadistic or say inherently sadomasochistic about like morality itself, about the psychology of morality, right? I mean, it's something that really gets neglected in philosophical ethics, where I guess this is kind of my beef with philosophy in general, is that philosophical ethics tries to rationalize ethics, morality, and turn it into, like in like the Kantian tradition, you turn it into reason, or to derive all of ethics from laws of reason. And I think this is like very clever, it's very smart, it's very impressive. I could not have come up with it, but I also think it's completely wrong. Like, or at least it's completely alien from the way actual ethical thinking happens in situations that matter. Right? Like, I don't think that I mean, the categorical imperative, Kant's like ethical maxim, a fancy, sort of a fancy golden rule for those who don't study Kant. Like, this is a game. It's like a game that's being played by this German intellectual who never left his hometown in the 18th century. That's not how ethical reasoning works. Like, I think what I think is much more close to Freud based on my observation of the way people actually engage with ethical questions. It's about, well, it's emotional, right? I mean, and there's philosophers who have suggested that ethics is derived from emotions. It's called emotivism, and it's like, you know, a lot of like British empiricists said that, for example. But they don't really; those people don't really have a lot of insight into emotion either. Whereas I think psychoanalysis kind of does. So, like Freud and Civilization and its Discontents, for example, talks about like guilt as this like modern neurosis that's the product of kind of repressed aggression, basically, or aggression is turned inward. And when you sort of internalize the law, it's, what is the law? It's like a punishing sort of tyrannical father that's inside your own head.
Superego.
So superego. So there's a masochism or sadism.
But when Lockup visited Kentucky,
I felt that Saw really kind of, in an exaggerated way, sort of dramatizes that sadism, right? In that, you know, Jigsaw, sort of cartoonish fictional serial killer, is putting people in traps, torture scenarios, basically, that sort of ironically punish some crime, right? So like the maze of razor wire as punishment for self-harming with a razor, right? Like you have to cut yourself to, I mean, it's kind of the same logic of self-harm in the first place, right? Is that you have to cut yourself to sort of purge the guilt for your crime. Not all self-harm is a complicated psychological topic, but I think there's some version of self-harm or some version of, for example, anorexia that involves a kind of sadistic superego, I guess, in the sense that you're sort of punishing yourself or disciplining yourself for, I mean, in the case of anorexia, it's sort of aesthetic, an aesthetic sin.
I'm thinking of bodybuilding.
Or moral. Bodybuilding is exactly the same.
Physical discipline.
Yeah, physical discipline.
Also, restricting your food while cutting.
I wanted to talk about Saw because I see it as sort of like a parody of this entire way of thinking, but a parody that has the ability to sort of like illuminate like what's actually going on in moral psychology a lot of the time. And it sort of notices the aggression and sadism that I think sort of underlies a lot of moral judgment.
There's an interesting phrase I wasn't familiar with before.
I'm sorry, but
contrapasso. What is contrapasso?
Contrapasso is an Italian.
It's just that's what she's saying.
Memorable story that Fleece told us.
That's what she's saying. It all goes back, chat, to Fleece Johnson. Thank you, Contrapoints, for reminding me that morality, it just all pairs down to a prison scenario. Wow. Wow.
Word used by Dante in the Inferno that refers to, well, literally in Italian, I guess it means something like counter suffering, to suffer the opposite of the sin. So I guess it's first introduced by a character who is a politician who has divided a family, divided a son against his father, and his punishment in hell is to carry his own severed head around. So he sort of metaphorically has decapitated a family, and the punishment is literal decapitation. So there's a kind of symmetry between crime and punishment, and a lot of saw traps are like this, and I think it also speaks to something about feelings about justice, right? That a crime, I mean, we often feel a crime should be sort of punished in proportion to the harm caused to victims.
Right.
Or we feel that in some way the punishment should, if not be proportionate, to sort of resemble the crime. And it's called poetic justice for this reason, right? There's a rhyming quality to the relation between crime and punishment.
Well, death penalty for committing murder,
Yeah, the death
for
penalty for
example.
committing murder, right.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of people do have a kind of profound sense of it's sort of unjust if someone is a serial killer, for example, and then they merely get life in prison, right? It's like, well, the debt incurred by the crime has not been repaid because you cannot pay for with jail time for, I mean, I would argue that like incarceration is fairly cruel.
It's a punishment already.
Yeah. And so there's kind of like a fake humanitarian element, I think, to like life incarceration.
Yeah.
And sort of a lot is frustrating both to the humanitarians and to the people who want symmetrical retribution, right? Because I think to the humanitarians, incarceration is like sort of a bloodless punishment.
Sure.
That
it's nonviolent.
Is nonviolent, sort of, in the sense that like, but I think it also like has a lot more to do with. I mean, you can look at the way that Americans administer the death penalty, where the same kind of priorities. The priority is not really reducing pain, because the way that lethal injection is done is very painful a lot of the time. Or things like the electric chair, like deeply painful ways to kind of torture someone to death.
Yeah.
But it's actually, I mean, it's worse than the guillotine, except for maybe the psychology of the guillotine, which is, I think, intimidating to the idea of being beheaded.
No, they want to see the person suffer, right?
Right. But I think that like the human.
I mean, it's more of, look, because of the divine right of kings, and the idea that the nobility was a different type of human. Yeah, it's kind of complicated, but yeah, it was something about seeing the you thought that maybe this was a god before. Nope, flesh and blood. There you go, mystery solved, right? And that was a deep mystery, right? In fact, you could say that the king's head, it kind of was it was like the center pillar of the order of the world, and when that gets severed, it the whole shit house goes down with it. Punishment in the US is meted out on how much we hate the criminals. I feel like there's like so much better stuff she could have brought into this if she was serious about like having I mean, she does, talk more, I guess, about philosophy than I've heard her talk in a long time. It really makes me question, though. Like, I mean, she was, I guess, a doctoral candidate when she left her program to do YouTube full time, and it's just like the stuff that she's throwing in here is a lot more rudimentary than you'd expect for somebody with that level of education. Jaeger 8 Lawson, thank you for gifting that tier 1 sub to Lesbian Hot Sauce. You just got jellyfished, and that's a good thing. She does sound a lot more philosophy babbling without a script. Is there a reason that did she stop doing? Oh my god, there's all this lore and speculation and conspiracy theory about the her and philosophy tube. I don't want to get into that at all because I don't know what's what, and a lot of it is just like none of my business. But I wonder if like early on she might have shied away from incorporating more philosophy because of what Abigail because Abigail made that kind of like the centerpiece for her. Okay, so the only thing that's like a little bit maybe confirmed about Contrapoints and Abigail is that she felt a little bit like Abigail was trying to do a version of what she did. Like I don't know, but I think she deleted that tweet like immediately. So again, I'm not going to get into Philosophy Tube is just a bad actress. Some decent videos. Yeah, like from I think so from back in the day. I mean, it's been a while since I've watched a Philosophy Tube video, let alone enjoyed one. But
humanitarian, like liberal, humanist, whatever word I'm using for this, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Sensibility is like, well, there's something barbaric or inhumane about public execution, and especially about execution involving blood. And the anxiety, I think, seems to really center around the guilt of the executioner or the people witnessing the execution or the judge. It's not necessarily about being humane towards the victim. But I also think that at the same time, it frustrates them more. Like,
I just wonder where this is coming from, because like the big motivating factor for this conversation seems to be her own perception of being victimized by the left, by her contemporaries, by her audience, et cetera, et cetera. And so I'm wondering, does the Saw thing, is the Saw thing part of that too? Does she think the audience is like, Jigsaw out here torturing her?
Draconian wish for proportionate retribution.
Yeah. I want to touch on this topic of law as the foundation of society and these kind of like early liberal thinkers. But a few particular examples that jumped out to me. I believe it's Saw 6. You'll know this better than I do, but the insurance executive has to choose between who lives and who dies. And that was, I don't know how many more years before Luigi, but like there's a kind of clear allegory for what is going on now.
Well, I guess I'm a little off the topic of law, but to dwell on the Luigi point, like I think that the popularity of Luigi is an expression of a kind of popular frustration with the law. Although, I mean, in this case, the law is not going to punish.
Oh shit, chat. I need to add time to this. Okay, oh my god. But we've got too much time already. What the fuck? I've got to start class in 50 minutes. How do I make this work? I thought about this. I thought about this possibility. I was hoping I would have started early enough that this wouldn't happen. But there's more time I need to add, because I don't think I've added for Jaeger and Lord Fortuus, your donos automatically got added. Oh, that's why the time went up. I get it now. But I think there's a few of Davi's super chats I need to add in too. What do we want to do, chat? Do we want to do like a mini gaming stream like after my did I even the stinky anarchist look? I'm gonna keep mum. I mean, I've had my experience with individuals. I don't want to universalize that experience onto a whole ideological category, but yeah. Okay, so the other idea I had was somehow turn on Zoom, mute the mic on your end, and play a video game. Like this would be like if I don't stop the stream and actually do like run out the clock. But what I'm thinking of now is stopping the stream, adding up the extra time, and then making that happen after my Thai class. I think that's the best idea. I would skip it, chat, but I've been like making some progress lately. I've become the most annoying student in class. I basically I know all the answers, and I always want to unmute and tell say them, but I also get that other people should answer questions as well. Yeah, I have Thai class. Well, not right now. I've got it in 50 minutes. I gotta go to Thai class, so I'm trying to figure out what to do, because I want to yeah, we went above and beyond in terms of the support for the stream, and I do greatly appreciate that, and probably don't say so enough. It's been tough, just going through all these health problems, this and all this weird shit this fall and winter, and I am hoping to feel 100% soon. I do feel like, yeah, there we go. Lesbian hot sauce knows the way to say ha 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 in Thai. In Thai, the number 5 is ha, like lung song sam si ha. And so if you say 555, you're saying ha ha ha.
Punish a health insurance CEO, right? So I think there's a wish for someone else to do it.
It even rewards them.
It even rewards
making
them,
a lot of money.
for sure. Yeah. So there's a sense of like that injustice that sort of lingers over us all every day in society. That's the appeal.
I'm gonna try to be around more. I've said this before. Like I made a setup that's like closer to my bed that like, I mean, theoretically I could just pull over the chair and maybe stream from bed if I'm not feeling great. I've also, you know, the phone, I can only see, I can't dual stream on the phone is the problem. Um, but yeah, I want to try, I feel, I don't know. I need to be on stream more.
Vigilante? Is it the
I need to make I'm so behind on content, chat. The reason that we got like 4 different things here is there's 4 different, you know, very important stories that I need to cover. Let's see where we're at right now as far as the poll. So like I said before, chat, we changed it up. Instead of doing the ooh, look at that. We've got the poll is closer now, okay? 106 votes so far. Let me make sure this is current because it sometimes does not keep up. I have noticed that, Burple, and I do appreciate that. 106 votes have been placed so far. 40% for continuing the Contrapoints, so we're going to continue with that, right, for now. 23% for roasting Destiny, that's the other person on the thumbnail. And believe me, there is some just like chef's kiss kind of material out there. He is in rare form as far as coping about Hasan's ascension. It's kind of funny. There's just so much funny shit. Like everything I click on from Destiny, I end up laughing at the guy. So that's in second place. Alex Jones owned by The Onion now. In third place, and then Hasan versus Whole Foods. No, this is not Hasan trying to return an item to Whole Foods, right? This is Hasan having said something about Whole Foods in an interview that might actually be the straw that breaks the camel's back, right? When you're talking about a Amazon-owned company, you know, something that might actually get Bezos to intervene. The things that he said, the conversation he had about Whole Foods. Well, it's not just that, chat. The whole internet's like mad about this, right? Which is wild because I think what he said was an innocuous thing. Obviously, Whole Foods, like a lot of grocery stores, they have the automated checkers. They got rid of a whole bunch of jobs to do that. And the result is that people are able to, you know, get a little bit more for their dollar if they scan their groceries the right way, or should I say the wrong way, right? But that is absolutely shrinkage, you know, or shrink, I think is what they call it, that the corporation has planned for. So Hasan was just pointing that out, like, you know, that like, hey, I don't have a problem with that, you know, if somebody's getting a little extra kale or what, you know, marking it organic, it's really organic, right? The kind of, you know, theft that happens every day. But when you look at it compared to the like wage theft that goes on in this country, it's not even close, right? It is a fraction of a percentage of what the corporations are stealing from you. And I'm not even counting firing you by automating the check stands and all the automation they're going to do with AI. I'm not even counting that. I'm just talking about, you know, wages that you're owed that you don't get paid. There's a lot of that going on. So that's the Hasan versus Whole Foods thing. We'll get to what we can. Remember to let me know if you donated or if you're going to donate, or if you do donate, which of these topics you want. If you want to put that your thumb on the scale and use your donos as percentage to change the, you know, because again, when this balance changes, we change the topic. Like roasting Destiny, you know, takes over either through getting votes or somebody putting their donos towards it, and I immediately switch over into that. Same thing for Alex Jones, same thing for Hasan versus Whole Foods. But that's where we are at. These people are pretending they didn't steal in college, right? Whole Foods ruined New York City. Groceries have shot up like crazy because of it. It's just wild. Hasan isn't even getting, like, there are things that Hasan says that I don't like. There are things, I mean, I don't know, like problematic, you know, I don't know about that, but like, or you know what I mean? It's not, it's just, it's always the most innocuous shit that he says that people like harp on. Like the, I'm trying to remember the Whole Foods thing is basically like them taking words seriously that they were joking. They were laughing. It's not Hasan out there being like, yeah, you gotta go out there and rob Whole Foods. It's praxis. That's not what's going on. And they're out there like, yeah, including Sarah Longwell claiming that the social fabric is being destroyed. It's like, it is being destroyed, but not by the working class, okay?
The vigilante like reclaims the ability to punish from a legal system that has a monopoly on violent punishment. Yeah. And I think in some ways it also comes from the lack of things like public executions where there's popular sort of participation, at least as spectators, in this kind of people come together to attack a guilty person. I think also social media kind of works this way too. Like, I mean, way too much has been said about cancel mobs or whatever on Twitter, but I do think that it tells a similar.
It's an execution in the public square.
Well, it's kind of public execution.
The digital public
it's a
square.
digital execution, and
drawn and quartered on social media.
I think sometimes you could categorize this as justice.
You're truly a tragic figure like Christ or Russell Brand. Truly, Natalie.
It's almost closer to like human sacrifice, which is a French philosopher, René Girard, who talks about
I'm familiar,
scapegoating, and as this like very central like facet of religious life, where like most major religions in the ancient world practiced either animal or human sacrifice. And then over time, that has kind of declined, in part as religion internalizes that type of aggression, right? So in Christianity, Jesus is a human sacrifice. He is. It's not, an ongoing sacrifice of living people, but that's supposed to be a kind of substitute sacrifice.
No, we reenact it every week.
We reenact it every week, yeah. And that sort of all the...
Wait, I'm sorry, we do? Oh, yeah, I guess by eating him. Yeah, we do eat him every week. But honestly, like that, by the time that they're passing communion around, I'm hungry. So I don't mind. Like as a kid, I used to be like, that looks like the most delicious cracker I've ever seen. It looks so crunchy and it's very, it's very cooked. It's very, like I want to get a bite of that cracker. And I remember, I don't know if it's like a church, there's something about like my grandmom's church, but she would always smack my hand away and be like, I was like, it's snack time, Grandma. I'm going to get, don't like get a snack. And she's like, no, you don't get the communion until you've built a church. Grandma's built a church. So she's going to, and she would just eat the cracker and the wine in front of me. I'd be like, God damn it, Grandma, you got to flex that you built a church. Anyway, I think she was talking about she's donated enough tithe to like warrant the snack.
Our sins or all the...
I do like that, that Christianity has a snack as the center point of its, of its religious practice. I wish it was a more tasty snack, but the cracker is actually not that good. It's like, I think there's like no salt on it or something. It could be better, right? They should be passing around like the goldfish, right? That's the religion I want, right? And it even fits in with the Christian theme already with a fish, right? You could do just hand around goldfish, and I don't know what would be the blood. What would be the blood? Blood sucks. Why does anybody want? Why is there got to be blood? Chat, I'm waxing way too philosophical for my own reduced mental capacities. I don't know if I'm just not getting enough oxygen here or what, but apologies for my brain being so crazy today. Yeah, Capri Sun. There we go. That's actually a good because you pierce it like with the with the wait, how do you say it? Longinesis or whatever. Longinesis.
At Devicliffe super chatted $9.99. During the Crusades, popular Muslim propaganda about Christians was that they were cannibal and blood cultist, and I think my ancestors were completely on the money.
You might be right. Yeah, it seems like there's more cannibalism, certainly of the spiritual variety, and the blood cult cannot be far behind. It's a strange... the spear of Longina, is that what it's called? Wait, am I saying it wrong? I always say it wrong, chat. Yo. Joseph Hurd, thank you for the gifted sub to Arnalda. And Arnalda, you just got jellyfished. We're definitely going to be Lance of That's okay. I'm not mispronouncing. I feel like I always Longinus. Okay. Because yeah, it's a little bit more vaginal than I expect something that's so phallic to be, but it's a bit, yeah, Longinus is what it's called, I believe. Right? It sounds like something you go to your, OBGYN for. Like, dude, can I take a test? I think I might have Longinus. But yeah, that is, oh my God. Yeah, the Lance, of course, the goddamn Lance. Yeah. That's gonna come up in our Persona playthrough, I think. At some point, one of the enemies has such a Lance. Does Thailand have nice parks like NYC? Bangkok does. Oh no, there actually are yeah, there's university campuses and
kind of maybe aggression we feel towards other people gets displaced onto the sacrificial lamb.
Yeah.
Okay, I think I get what she's saying. So she's talking about like the insider outsider dynamic, which I think it connects to the weird Nazi jurister guy, his whole friend enemy distinction, and it's I feel like Foucault has talked about this. Persona 5 is on sale right now. I do need to finish that game as well. That's a fun game. Like, right, Persona 5 is just, it's like a vibe. It's a weird, the only thing, okay, the thing I like and the thing I hate about it is like, you exist inside the game, right? You were like, you were going to school, you were, playing, the baseball, the batting cage, the gun range, you're like, yeah, and the game itself takes like what 100 hours or something, and then they keep on adding to it, right? Because Persona 5R, which I think Burple, if I'm not mistaken, is the one you're talking about that's on sale. It's got another, like, after you finish the game, you have to beat another boss, and you get some time with Akechi though. That's pretty cool. You ever want to see what Akechi's all about? See if there's any chemistry between Akechi and the main character. P5 is great until that damn robot boss. It does look like a robot a little bit. It's supposed to be the demiurge though, right? Can vegans be Catholic if you're, oh yeah, transubstantiation seems like that would be a problem. It's human flesh and blood with no animal cruelty. Yeah, the crucifixion, a famously humane act. No, just kidding. I know you're not saying that. Twilight Azura, the only thing I wish they did with Persona other games is make it in college. Yeah, it is. Yeah, there's a lot that, well, especially when the MC's like dating his teacher. It's like, what is going on? P5R bonus dungeon is so amazing. Yeah, but the demiurge isn't even the final boss anymore. Wait, or is? I don't think so. I think they added another boss after after you destroy, you defeat the demiurge. The power of, I should stop saying. I'm talking about in-game. This is quite. I know that's not in-game content anymore, but it was in-game content for the original game, so I should probably stop talking about it. 20 Aussie bucks? That's what Persona 5 costs right now? I mean, that's a pretty good... Wait a minute, I think I should have... Like, I think I own a version of P5. I just don't actually... It's on Xbox, and I never know, like... Because some of the stuff on Xbox, you got it for a limited time, and then some of it, if you download it, you just got it. Like, forever. Robot... Oh, in the space dungeon. Not the not the final boss in the original P5.
And that theoretically would sort of reduce the need for, well, it's supposed to do what human sacrifice used to do, which is increase social cohesion by displacing intra-community aggression and rivalry onto a scapegoat, right?
Is there also a part of it where it's like the demonstration of the society's values? Like, why did they do like executions in the public square, for example, is because it had to be made visible to a bunch of people?
Yeah, for sure. Like, it's it is, I think, a clarification of a moral order. Ritual usually is some form of that, right? And I think public execution is a version of that. I mean, I also think with public execution, in the case of like a monarch, I mean, like Foucault has a thing about this, how like, like a, you know, the extremely disproportionate or asymmetrical execution of, you know, a regicide, for example, in part is disproportionate in terms of like, you know, the guy tries to stab the king and he's like drawn and quartered and his like body parts are burnt and hung up on the rafters or whatever. Like that's a demonstration of the almost sort of like godlike power of the king to like the showcasing his power is by how disproportionate the retaliation is.
Your scapegoating narrative, that was from the conspiracy video, is that correct? Yeah, you take these interesting like tangents where you're doing a long form video essay and then you'll spend like 20 minutes on a certain topic that's kind of a side quest. Links back in an interesting way. In the most recent video about Saw, there's a segment about Quentin Tarantino, everyone's favorite director. And I think you say something like, I'm paraphrasing here, but victimhood.
I am realizing, chat, we're going to have to get back to this, whether we get to Destiny or not today, whether we get to Hasan and Whole Foods or Alex Jones. I mean, we did cover some Alex Jones already. But yeah, we're not going to get done with Contrapoints. It's a 3-hour video. Unfortunately, the relevant bits are kind of, you know, yeah, I know Destiny, right? I'm really looking forward. The thing is, the Destiny, at this point, he is entertaining. I don't usually say this, and there's been a long stretch of time that I just did not react to Destiny, anything that Destiny did or said for, you know, because it wasn't worth it. It wasn't. He's too annoying. And he is really annoying, right? Like one time, not recently, but a few years ago, when we talked about his conversation with Jesse Singal, just a tweet got him to respond and try to challenge me to a debate. And I kind of know the deal at this point. I was, you know, young and naive at one point. I have done, you know, I think at least 2 debates against Destiny, or talked to him, you know, disagreed with him on stream at the very least. And I feel like I'm very lucky for not having been targeted by his community for those. But yeah, it's absolutely worthless. It's absolutely, there's just no point in talking to the guy.
Narratives allow us to enjoy violence. And so looking at his films like Django Unchained or what was Inglourious Basterds, the Nazi movie, is there anything in the news right now that made you think of this theme or specific political positions Quentin Tarantino may have taken recently?
Well, yes. I mean, I think that I could point to a lot of different things, but I think that, I mean, my first experience with this growing up.
So I guess giving her a chance to, you know, put some distance between her and some of the most hated Zionists out there.
Very vividly was 9/11, where, let's ignore what caused 9/11 for a moment. I mean, we can come back to that. But I think for a lot of Americans, 9/11 was experienced as this like horrifying, humiliating trauma that like cried out for revenge. And so like I think the war in Afghanistan was sort of inevitable as a result of that. But it turned out to be that the administration was not good at tracking down Osama bin Laden. And even just tracking him down felt not adequate to the scope of damage that was being avenged. So I think that in a lot of ways, the popular support for the war in Iraq was basically a displaced revenge for 9/11.
People forget how fucking popular that shit was.
That's right.
Yeah.
It's an impressive level of amnesia, actually.
Yeah.
That, like,
I'm sorry, did anybody watch her Saw video? You feel, no judgment. I need to know, what was the point of that video that Saw and movies like it are like a substitute for, I don't know, like violence that for people to displace their anger and hatred and their sense of injustice? Is that basically the idea of Saw, according to her?
You know, you had like Michael Moore being booed in Hollywood for his opposition to the war. It's hard to imagine today that like liberals were basically also down with
I got
this.
bullied in high school.
She does a separate. No, she did. I think it's like one of her 3-hour videos, isn't it? Like she did like a 3-hour video on song.
Yeah, now that I have this repressed, I got bullied in high school for being against the war.
I did
That
too.
I wasn't patriotic
I did
enough.
too. I did too. Yeah. You
Fuck these people. We were right the whole time.
Do you hate the troops? Like, I mean, that's what they would say.
Yeah.
Like
Those
if you were against the war,
yellow
you hated the
stickers,
troops, and they couldn't conceive of a reason to be against the war that wasn't just like you have contempt for American soldiers,
Yeah.
right? So that, I mean, that was like kind of my political awakening. Now, I think the same thing happened. Well, I won't say the same thing because there's obviously a lot of, we go into specific differences. But I saw a similar dynamic after October 7th, when, at least in the initial stages, it seemed like fairly transparent that Israel was out for blood.
I need to pee.
Disproportionate punishment.
Just from the tone that Netanyahu, for example,
But I want to
adopted,
stick with you through this.
shamelessly on social media. I mean, I think that his tone was like, I don't know if I can think of a better word than genocidal. The week after October 7th, I think anyone who was analyzed his rhetoric could see what was coming at that point.
Definitely.
I think I actually don't know the details of Tarantino's positions on this, but I think he's.
I think he posted from a bomb shelter in Tel Aviv.
Yeah, he's more or less a supporter of.
I mean, Netanyahu did say a bunch of fucked up shit about Amalek. Which if you know the story, then you know what's being communicated there. But it's honestly just the fucking history of the conflict and the history of Israel that would tell you what Israel uses events like October 7th for every single time.
I was a huge supporter.
Of the ethnic cleansing in Gaza.
And in your, I'm kind of summarizing what you say in the video, but there's this kind of progression in his own work where towards the end of it, he realizes that you can use this victimhood narrative to just enjoy the violence that, if you look at his early stuff, he was just enjoying that anyway.
Yeah.
And it seems like a kind of perfect fit for his real world politics right now.
The kind of moral idea of what constitutes justified violence has shifted over time. And I think...
how much time? Like, are we talking World War II to
like
now?
Like 100 years.
100 years,
yeah.
okay.
But good question. I should be specific. Well, I think that you see people on the left do this, of course, but you also see Israel doing this, right? It's their sense of victimhood that warrants the violence.
Yeah.
That makes the violence justified, right? And I think that, it's really not just the left. It really is like the far right also does this, like this kind of constant sense of we are the besieged, aggrieved victims, and we are fighting back against some kind of oppressive thing, right? And that's what makes violence good.
Yeah.
I think it seems to have taken Tarantino a while as a filmmaker to figure out how to use that to produce like violence as pleasure, right? The pleasure of violence in his movies, which has always been his main interest.
NDF3 says most people ignore philosophy because philosophy ignores most people, while politics, on the other hand.
But I guess in the video I talk about his earliest. I think his earliest film as a director, Reservoir Dogs, which is about criminality.
Oh, I thought it was about dogs. What? It's not about. It's not a talking dogs movie. I feel so.
And criminal violence.
I was gonna get around. I thought there was a Tarantino talking dogs movie.
Yeah.
And that violence is also kind of presented as fun, but in a more ambivalent way, right? Where the famous scene with Mr. Blanche torturing a cop, there's something fun about it. In the way there's something fun about the portrayal of sexual violence in A Clockwork Orange, right? It's like this amplified sort of musical, ecstatic, joyous, like sadism.
Yeah.
And that's really uncomfortable, I think, for most viewers to watch. It's uncomfortable for me to watch.
Definitely.
Because I don't want to feel good about criminal sadism. But then I also feel that the kind of the feel-good violence of a revenge movie, or the feel-good violence of a kind of social justice revenge movie, which is what I take Django Unchained and Inglourious Basterds to be. I think it shows that this is what it takes to make people feel that violence is justified, or to celebrate violence. So I think that's certainly like an important part of the mindset of the IDF and of Kahanism, or what do you want to call it in general?
Yeah.
The idea of like, look, Jews have been victimized for 2,000 years.
I'm sorry. You do have to be specific here. There's more than one strain of far right Zionism, Kahanism's Kahanism or whatever. No, what are you actually talking about, Contra? Oh my God, what is going on my phone? I'm Wait a minute. What if it's that the class is getting canceled? What if, yeah, I don't know. My phone's making noise, chat. Nope, it's not. I'm not getting any, not getting it. Unfortunately, it would be a great day for a class to be canceled. Although I am learning a lot of Thai. I don't know what I'm going to be able to learn today, chat. My brain is cooked. This is not, I can't, the rains tomorrow cannot come soon enough. Is Natalie Jewish? Oh my gosh. Real question we're asking is how was, how did she grow up? How was she raised? I actually can't answer that question for you, but she does have Jewish parts of her family. That's all I know.
Be victimized, we'll always be besieged, we'll always be hated. And the only way for us to survive is to fight back. That's how they think, right? And that's why all of this seems justified. Now I have this other worry, and this is where I've caused myself to become an arch villain of the online left recently, is I also worry that there'll be a backlash to that as well.
A backlash to what?
Well, a backlash to the visible spectacle of Israel's ethnic cleansing, which kind of, I think, has led many people to have an almost obsessive fixation on Israel and Zionism as like the great Satan, right? Which maybe I'm overactive in my anxiety about it, but maybe I'm not. I mean, I think that some people are going to want to retaliate for the hundreds of videos they've seen of children being blown up. That sort of worries me, not just for the victims of the retaliation, but for the continued like escalation of violence that it implies. I don't have an answer. I don't know what to do about it. It's just a thing I'm watching like a train wreck. In the same way that I think on October 7th, when that news came in, of course I was horrified by the attack itself and the victims of the attack, but also was overwhelmed by fear of what Israel was going to do next, which would likely be worse. Is how I felt at the time. And it has been, yeah.
My problem with doing this show is that the topics that interest me are all of the most thorny topics that the online left gets extremely aggravated by. So that is kind of the only thing that I want to talk about. And in that post that you're talking about, I think it was an Instagram story or whatever, this thing that circulated on Reddit and other sites, you talk about the left embracing hopeless causes. And maybe we'll talk about this behind the paywall, because I think this is actually...
Was she indoctrinated? I actually don't know that much about her upbringing. I really don't. I know she's talked a little bit about it. But yeah, I know what you're talking about, those summer camps, or like, there's places that you get indoctrinated.
Incredibly important.
I think you're just learning history or...
insight. But if you are engaged in politics to assume a moral high ground, but not to win material victories in the world, you intentionally choose topics by which you have no lever of power to change their outcome. And that has made it, if you put together the psychological profile of the online leftist, this is kind of the perfect trap for them, because there's no lever they can pull in American politics, either through strike, either through democratic inputs. Like they don't have a hand in it. The most they could do is like lay in front of the tanks. I don't see a lot of people doing that.
And people aren't doing that.
Some are, but not a lot of people. But what is the thing that draws this online left audience to embrace causes that they cannot have a say in its outcome?
I spent a lot of time thinking about exactly that question, because I think a lot of things go into it. I think one is a kind of people's identity becomes oppositional. Like when you identify yourself as a radical, you think of yourself as anti-establishment. That is.
I need to pee so bad, but this is the part that that Vadim was talking about earlier. We're almost there.
Who you are. That is the basis of all of your moral principles. Which sort of also implies that you don't want to be the establishment, or you don't want to even be associated with the establishment. So one thing I get very frustrated with people self-styled radicals is that even when the left does have victories, the victory is then immediately spun into some kind of disappointment.
They don't actually want to be in power.
They don't want to be in power. So like, I mean, you've seen...
Look, there was a victory in terms of getting Obama to be the candidate instead of Hillary. There was a victory in terms of, Obama winning the general election over John McCain. But the real victory that working people need is a better life. And yeah, while there, the ACA did, translate to that for a lot of people, there's a lot of people that it let down and left behind, and it failed to do the primary thing that, the task that, could shrink the deficit and cover people's healthcare at the same time, which is to get costs under control, which means, yes, necessarily the government, taking charge of, if not the, there it is, god damn it. Oh, if not the outright healthcare system, at least the the financial aspect of that. And they didn't get that, right? So yeah, when you say, they won't take the W, that's because the Democrats make sure that the W is not as big of a W as it should be, not as big of a W as people want it to be. If you wanted to go whole hog and say Joe Lieberman is the enemy of the American people, Joe Lieberman wants your fucking relative to die, you could have gone hard. You could have pressed the gas. The fact of the matter is that Obama, like all the third way Democrats, they don't want that ultimately.
$9.99. Why do I have lay in front of tanks? Because I'm opposed to Geno. I provide to multiple people in my life. My actions can damage more than me. Why can't I just have politician that doesn't want war?
That would be nice. That would be nice. But yeah, that's another one of Contrapoints' complaints, is like, the left was protesting Joe Biden. Why are they not protesting Donald Trump? They are. And sometimes they got shot in the face, but they are. All right. There's maybe like a limit to like how much people, can like that's a little overwhelming, right? And then there's issues like the Iran war that I wish would see more protest, or I wish the protests for those would get more attention. But you were really asking a lot of people's, I hate to say it, but attention spans. The government should pay for healthcare. Actually, that's one that's one way to deal with something like military aid to Israel, right? It attacks revolt. And again, you're not asking people to lay in front of tanks, but you are asking more than what most people are able to are willing to risk. It is maybe more doable than people realize, right? Actually, withholding your taxes specific, and there's a way to don't just do this. I'm not giving any advice to anyone not to pay their taxes, okay? But I am saying that if you look into it, there are ways that you can leverage your taxes as a form of protest, right? Asking for the most basic level of humanity, or asking even for self-preservation. Davy, I honestly think that Americans should be worried about the Iran war for their own self-preservation as well, right? This is like for the preservation of the planet. This is not good for anyone. But yeah, they should care about humanity. You are correct. You are correct. And then yeah, with the no full Kings thing, it's weird because it kind of folds everything into one protest, which is nice because it raises the impact, raises the numbers, raises the visibility, but then at the same time, it can be limiting in terms of which issues can be addressed in order to, the
also already with we saw it with AOC and with Bernie Sanders, where I feel like those people were the sort of champions.
All right, chat, we need to figure out what to do for real, okay? So look, in 12 minutes, I gotta be in class. All right, but let me see. As you can see, we've got an hour and 19 minutes left, right? Here's my thought right now. Okay, we got the The gaming stream is tomorrow, although I'll probably be covering some more of this before that. But I will get around to gaming tomorrow. I was thinking about maybe popping on after Thai class and trying to do a short gaming stream then. That might be a possibility, and then I could run out the clock there. I need to add at least, I think it's like is it 30 minutes? I think 30 minutes are like unaccounted for. What am I saying? Sub ad time. I'm putting time on the clock that I'm not going to be able to use today, though. That kind of sucks. I wonder if the subathon element, if it is like, oh, let's try that with sub ad time 30M. There we go, 30M. So that's the time that we got left. So that looks like that equates to about a 2-hour gaming stream that I need to find a way to add on. So look, here's the deal. All right, my Thai class lasts 2 hours, right? So I'll be starting in 10 minutes. I'll be ending in 2 hours and 10 minutes. Maybe I could grab some food really quick and then pop back on. I do need to also make sure I get to sleep, because again, part of getting healthy is going to be making sure I sleep enough, get to sleep early, that way, because I almost did like a super early stream today. But then I was like, oh, but I got dishes. Oh, but let me clean the, I don't know. I convinced myself there was like all this stuff that I needed to take care of. I do definitely need to pay my I should probably pay my landlord tomorrow, since the day after that is Sunday. So sleeping is very important. Yeah, highly recommended. Are you resuming? Yeah, well, no, it would be like 2 hours and 30 minutes from now is 9:30. If I started at 9:30 though. Oh, 2 hours. Wait, am I saying that right? No. Is that 8:30? Yeah, yeah, I could do like, probably 2 hours. You need a to-do list. This is a hard schedule time. True. Anyway, let's watch some more, a little bit more of this. We'll see what we have left. Swap today for tomorrow. See, the thing is, we're gonna do gaming tomorrow as well, so there's gonna be a stream anyway tomorrow. And again, I'll probably be catching up with some more of this Contrapoint stuff. Maybe we'll start with Destiny tomorrow and then try to go to Contra from there, then finish up Alex Jones, and hopefully we can fit Hasan in somehow too, because like I said, there's a lot to cover. I need to be better about time management and scheduling and all that stuff.
And so the left. 8 years ago, and now, like, oh my god, like I saw, like, when your wonderful mayor.
Well, I'll come back tonight, and instead of doing it tomorrow, I'm just worried I'm going to be tired. But I think I'm going to come back tonight and do like a 2-hour stream. That I thought about that too, Burpel. Yeah, like so basically 11 o'clock my time, which is like a time that I would normally be asleep. That's when Sam Cedar comes on. That is, what would it be? 9 o'clock Pacific time, noon Eastern time is when Majority Report starts. And, I don't know, like I could do streams like in the morning before Majority Report, or like after MR, or even start, while it's still on, or something like that. Right, but that would be me doing a nighttime stream, like for me, right, and then going to bed at 3 in the morning or later, and then waking up at, I don't know, noon to try to get everything done. Sam Cedar should be more. I know, right? Why is he stepping on that prime streaming time? No, he picked a good one.
Zoran Mamdani got elected. Like, he posted some picture of him with Bernie Sanders and AOC, and immediately, like, the faction of the online left that I'm discussing
at war with,
the reaction
at war with
was like, wow, like I can't believe Zioron Mamdani would associate with these like genocidal Zionists.
Wow.
Right. And it's like, well, what did you expect him to do as an elected politician?
Have
Not
no
ever talk to
allies?
any other politician?
Yeah.
Like that's not how this works. I mean, in some ways, like what they are horrified by is participation in politics itself.
Yeah.
Because that means a kind of compromise of their virtue ethics. And I find it so preposterous because a lot of these people also are claiming to be Marxists.
Is she misusing virtue ethics? Right? There is a school of thought in ethics that's called virtue ethics, but all I remember about it is they talk about like that no, I'm thinking of emotivism. Virtue ethics. I need to refresh myself on that, but I don't know how she's called. She's saying that she doesn't like that I don't know, that they see a virtue in not participating in something corrupt like a electoral system when the a little bit of participation could make the outcome slightly better, I think is what she's trying to get across here. But it's kind of falling on deaf ears. Honestly, it's kind of a ridiculous thing for her to be saying, oh no, why did I make a clip? I didn't know that automatically made a clip. You're not beefing with Bad Empanada? So you're scolding Hasan? Wait, what? Me or Contra?
But like, so you would think Marxism is like based on some kind of understanding of like, material conditions, but they're virtue ethicists. They're virtue ethicists slurping as Marxists.
They're not.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. You're not beefing with Bad Empanada. You're scolding Hasan. Yeah. So in other words, like Bad Empanada is an example of a leftist that hates Mamdani, whereas Hasan, will both acknowledge the shortcomings of people like AOC and Bernie while still seeing them as being virtue ethics. I remember studying this, but I don't think that's what like it does sound like a pejorative, right? It's like, oh, that's just virtue ethics. Oh, you're so virtuous, right? That's how she's trying to use it. I don't think that's. I think she's sort of bastardizing because it is a like there is some school of thought called virtue ethics that I gotta remind myself what the fuck it is. Maybe this is not the best day to do it. Anyway, chat, I think the best that we could do, it sounds like pearl clutching. Yeah. We're gonna have to get back to that this tomorrow. I'm gonna try to come on stream tonight after Thai class. No promises because I feel like shit right now. But yeah, provisionally you can expect a stream, let's say in about 2 hours. Let's say that I can do it in 2 hours somehow, because that way maybe I could get you to bed at a decent time, and I'll try to come on and do a special gaming stream before the gaming stream. So be ready for that. What time is it? Okay, so if you're on the West Coast, it is what, 2:00 a.m. If you're on the East Coast, it is 5:00 a.m. 2 hours from now. 7:00 a.m. East Coast, 5:00 a.m. West Coast. Not a great time to stream, but it looks like I'm going to try to stream at that time nonetheless. If you're watching me on Twitch, we're rating you in to awesome streamer called US A-Hole. Make sure to give them my love and support. You may see a clip of mine, which is going to be fucking random. Oh my god, I don't know if US A-Hole still uses the clip randomizer, but you'll definitely hear some good tunes, and you'll have some good company, and probably cover some news that I didn't get a chance to cover. 4:00 on the West Coast right now. Okay, that's what it is. All right, we're rating out into US A-Hole. Oh fuck, I'm supposed to. Let me thank my Patreons once again. Patreons, if you support me on Patreon at the $5 level or above, I give you a shout out at the beginning and end of each stream. Let me do the shouts out now. Shouts out to Neo Pergos, shouts out to JMB, shouts out to Emily French, shouts out to Big Al, of the Cake Mix. Shouts out to Direful. Shouts out to Joel Siverud. Shouts out to Sarah. Shouts out to Izzy Mandius. Shouts out to Steven Sayers. Shouts out to Animus. Shouts out to Infallible Fall. Did I skip Animus earlier? It almost feels like it. Anyway, double shout out, Animus, if I skipped you earlier on the first go around. Shouts out to Orelts Ellipsis. Shouts out to Nadia Yvette. Shouts out to Choki. Shouts out to Moinoe. Shouts out to Temporal Insanity. Shouts out to Crystal Saphira. Shouts out to Buffy Geek. Shouts out and a fancy shout out to Rachel K, to Omega Star, and to Zara Zarek's chat. It feels bad leaving you with time still on there, but here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put the pauser on. There we go. Let's listen to the music.
Politics. And
oh, I missed the music. I should have turned it on earlier.
Oh, thanks.
That is USA Hole.
Welcome. Hell yeah. I hope you guys had a good stream.
Oh yeah, I gotta pause this. So, open control panel maybe. How do I pause? Yeah. Reset? No, I want to pause. 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 We put the pause. We put the stopper in old time, chat. We've done it. All right, we paused it successfully. We'll proceed again tonight. If not, I'll, I guess, add this to tomorrow's stream. Maybe. I'll figure out something, chat. Much love. Check out USA Hole. And I will see you hopefully later tonight. If not tomorrow, it'll be the, we'll be doing gaming, but first we'll be covering more Destiny, more Hasan, more we gotta finish Contrapoints too, don't we? We do. We gotta finish Contrapoints. And we gotta finish God, there's so much stuff, chat. But yeah, I'll be there. I'll be there and tomorrow, and I'll try to be there tonight. As Sam Cedar would say, pause it. Exactly. Much love. Take care of yourself and each other. Thank Ahmad on your way out. Make sure to hit that like button on the way out. I appreciate that greatly. And thank you everybody for the support on Twitter. Your donos, like I'm not in a great way financially right now, given how much time I've had to miss, and I do appreciate the support, and believe me, it helps a lot. So much. And also look at that. We got Kingdom Hearts content. Yo, chat, if I could surreptitiously figure out how to get Kingdom Hearts working during class tonight, we might play that. And that sounds like a very relaxing game, a very floaty, relaxing game that only requires me to press 1 or 2 buttons, and maybe occasionally the triangle button. Anyway, you know what to do. You know the deal, chat. Blue Sky girlies. And yeah, appreciate the support on Blue Sky actually as well. Blue Sky is coming along and is helping us. A lot more wholesome environment than Twitter these days. But I will hopefully be back after Thai class. If not, I'll see you tomorrow. We'll add this time. I'm paused it, right? So we'll add the remainder of the time to to later tonight or to the stream tomorrow. We'll figure it out when we figure it out. Much love. And I will see you on the flip side. All right. I won't say goodnight because I may be back, but good